case, then what I said is accurate. If you don't believe the Bible at all, then what I said doesn't matter.
That's pretty facts right there.
You're sick with it, Bob.
You got to get in there, Bob. The Bible's a great discussion.
I agree. I think that people should look at it more.
Maybe the word Bible has got something to do with two, bi and ble. Maybe take the vowel out, so it's two or something, which it is, isn't it? Old and new. Which came first?
Bible comes from the Latin word for book.
So a Bible, you know. Maybe the word itself is trying to tell us something.
This comes from the Latin word. So the Latin word comes from, literally means, it pertains to books.
But then there was languages before Latin, you know. There's millennia before Latin. Before Latin, there was something else. So everyone got words and rules and sets and stuff like that from a different language and inherited it. And then two languages became another language. Like Hungarian, Romanian language seems to be more like Hindi as well. Seems to be older than Latin.
Jeremy, I'll give you that the Bible is incompatible in lots of ways, especially with science and certain science models and ideas. But that's because it's an old mystery book.
If it's a history book and we have this daytime and nighttime without the sun for 3 days, then
Maybe it's a concept at that point. You're just a duality of light and dark, but it isn't actually projected onto Earth yet.
I think I'd just go with reality rather than the Bible.
Maybe he needed to set the duality of light and dark up before he created Earth and man. Because maybe there was another Earth with other man before.
But Earth was
he just didn't mention it in Genesis. Yeah, maybe it was set up first and then Earth was moved in place. Something like that. Maybe the floating angels needed to know when to sleep. So he made light and dark, day and night. Once their body clocks were good, he thought, right, I'll move on to the humans and Earth now.
Yeah, but there's no day and night. It's always nighttime. You just use the sunlight to illuminate the nighttime. So it's always nighttime, isn't it?
What if every star is another sun and there's infinite daytimes?
Check the...
All night.
Huh?
Did you say that there's no daytime?
Infinite little daytime balls in a void of nighttime.
I'm so confused.
Daytime in the shape of a ball at nighttime, a big nighttime.
I was talking to a guy on an off license, and he had a red dot on his head, and I said, he said he was Hindu, and he said, like normally it's like a U shape with like a red dot in the middle. And it kind of looks like a cup, you know, Earth being a cup, a bowl type of thing, and then you got a red sun in the middle. I thought it was quite interesting because I didn't realise that was what they painted on their forehead. So obviously did that for a reason, probably them thinking that we lived in a more of a bowl-shaped or cup-shaped Earth. But they didn't support the Bible, did they? The Bible came later, didn't it?
You too.
I do like the idea of like, what if it was opposite and space was all light and there were little balls of darkness? Would that work? We'd have like,
Mackenzie,
we'd have like light
you see all the
shadows.
bottles I put in your thing? Yeah. Did you want them? I thought you were collecting the bottles.
The space was bright white and all the
Mike,
sides
Mike.
were
Yeah.
black dots.
Hot mic, Jeremy. Hot mic.
Hey, Dawn, I sent you a link on the private message, and it was about finding out that the UK was under Dutch. The Dutch ran. We had a Dutch king, and the Dutch pretty much ran the UK from like 1670 to like 1700. Dutch occupation of the UK. Do you know anything about that?
You sent me this before, did you?
Yeah, no, just a couple of days ago.
Okay.
Hasn't all the fucking kings of that fucking island been foreigners though, since like fucking thousands of
I've heard of
years?
Oh yeah, sorry, Realm. I've got it. I did get it. It just looked so complicated that
I was just,
I put it
I
away.
think it was,
I put it away and forgot about it.
yeah, and I think it was just an article, and just reading through, it was just really interesting that the guy's talking about how it's been left out of our history, and a simple thing like that does affect a lot of things because it's not in our history books. So I thought that was something like new to like, to sort of chat about, because that makes a big difference, and apparently they're the ones that straightened up things and put the Parliament first, and then the royalty second. Queen Elizabeth, but like fucking was authorizing so much shit. Yeah, so the Dutch organized fucking stuff for us big time, and they didn't seem to mention it in the history books.
I
But
mean,
then
a lot of Europeans coming to the UK and doing stuff has been sort of brushed over in history, hasn't it?
yeah, exactly. It's written by the
Dude,
winners.
literally, your fucking line of kings on that island comes from Normans who weren't even there to begin with. Your whole fucking history of kings is a bunch of foreigners. Like I said,
Oh, yeah,
what's new
yeah,
about the
totally.
Dutch being your fucking rulers?
Yeah,
Well, because
our natives were what's the word where you just pull them into yourself?
Picts or something like that, or was that just
Our
Ireland?
natives are now just mixed in with all the Europeans and all the pagans and Catholicism and Christianity. It's all mixed together now.
yeah, and then all the Protestants, they went to South Africa, they set up shop in America. So, like, you got Protestants that are going against what the Catholics are saying. They're probably pushing the whole heliocentric model and this, that, and the other. And they're like, fuck this, man. And then they all end up going to other countries and stuff like that, and setting up shop there. So if they're against what the Catholics were talking about, they would have printed stuff that supported what they believe. Were they called the Flatlanders, the Flanders, the Lowlanders? So...
You're a bunch of Flanders.
Flanders and Homer. Yeah. But the
I mean,
Protestants.
didn't you guys have German kings too in fucking Britain? You guys have all
What?
kinds of fucking kings that aren't from your fucking area.
Our current one is Mountbatten Windsor, so it's Mountbatten Germans, and then the Windsor.
Yeah, that's right. The Windsors are fucking German. That's
And
right.
he was the last king.
The House of Mountbatten. Windsor Castle is called the House of Mountbatten or something. You got Battenberg cake, you know, stuff like that.
Wasn't King George a German too?
As I'm saying, the last king was Windsor.
I think Elizabeth authorised the whole sphere model to go ahead without it being fully measured and stuff like that, and then they pretty much have just sort of made it up as they go along. Improvised might be the better word. And she authorised for the length of a mile to be from 1,480 meters to 1,609. And it's like, how do you make a decision like that? Surely she didn't know what she was talking about. So all of a sudden we've had a massive jump. That's probably something like it.
I'm pretty sure, like, wasn't King George the first from the House of Hanover, which is a German fucking house?
So I'm saying King George, all the royalty like 100 years ago were all in the same family, all across Europe.
Yeah.
Apparently, this Dutch the Dutch invasion settlement, their armada was at least 10 times the size of the Spanish armada. So when we think the Spanish armada of 10, you know what I mean? They came in here and they just sorted it, and then they had a big.
But isn't that the whole Dutch East India Company shit, where they basically had this corporation that was like going around the world and fucking reaping like in our time it would be like hundreds of millions of dollars of trade and shit like that. It was a Dutch corporation, wasn't it? But it was under like the British Crown or some shit like that.
Yeah, we had the Dutch down in South Africa. We also had the French Huguenots. The French Huguenots are the Protestants, and yes, that was set up, Dutch East India Company and all that. And it seems that the Dutch, because we had a guy called Jan van Riebeck, and down in South Africa, and he was married to a French royalty. So there was the Dutch-French alliance there, and then you've got. You know, they're probably like the north. One shares the north hemisphere, the other one shares the south or something. But it seems to me that even our English language is very, very close to old Dutch, way old Dutch. It's like the same era as like Old English, and they're very similar. The spellings are similar. It's just the pronunciation that's different, and it's almost like English. Yeah, they got bits of all languages, didn't they? But it just seems that the Dutch had more prominence on the earth. But then at the same time, you would have had the Spanish going against the Portuguese at exactly the same time. So they must have shared it three ways or something, you know? But yet, the Dutch people are such what we would consider a small community on a large scale of things. So at one point, probably they were in mass numbers, but you know, against the whole population of the world, which wouldn't have been as much as it is today. You know, probably a tenth, 100th.
Well, you know, nobody beats the biggest armada of all time, of all history.
What is that?
The American Armada.
Oh, you mean our Navy today?
No, on D-Day. The biggest armada in history.
I wonder if what they were trying to say was the Earth is a sphere and not a sphere. You know, a play on words.
So did this William III guy basically? He's the Dutch one that conquered fucking Britain, basically. William the Horn.
Of Orange, yeah, good on you, mate. Good on you. Thank you for looking that up. Yeah, it's like I never got taught that, and it's never sort of mentioned. But if you go to Oxford, there's like Dutch mills, you know, and evidence of the Dutch settlement there. But I guess everybody would have had their piece, you know, who sort of arrived here in their hundreds, and then they all just took their land up, you know, made their borders, and everyone agreed that they all had shared. But maybe the Dutch were in control of the south more, making decisions of the south of England.
Did you hear? Did you know that the British the official language in England until like the 1300s was French.
See,
What?
French comes from Latin.
What do you say?
French.
Yeah, French. Yeah.
Official language in England until like I think the mid 1300s was French.
But
I think English was only fucking invented in 1099 or some shit like that. It wasn't even its complete form. It was like a different form of English. Some monk named Berthurth wrote a whole fucking thing, basically kind of standardizing it.
Yeah, if you look up the language of the Frisians from Friesland, where Frisian cows come from, that language there, but the older version of that is it's got very, very, a lot of similarities with English. But interesting with the French occupying America and then selling that off to the Protestants. I mean, that's not mentioned.
Protestants, they sold it to Thomas Jefferson. It was one of the greatest sales in all of history. He bought 2/3 of the United States for $1 million.
Well, where did he come from? Was he Irish by any chance? Because the Irish are like known for, being top of the construction industry, like for centuries. Would he have come from an Irish background?
I doubt it. I think he was British.
Because also they say that possibly they had Irish slaves, and they're sort of like east coast of America. Irish slaves. They're saying they were inhumans.
Well, there were a lot of them were indentured servants, which were basically slaves.
But they were talking about possibly sort of like revealing the buildings that were already there, but just covered in mud or sand, soil, whatever. So they were out there just to dig away the dirt and repurpose.
Some people try to say that, but there's never really any real evidence of that. Thomas Jefferson was also credited as, at least in some regards, as the first archaeologist.
Well, Realm, did you hear about the ancient train tracks that went from Cuba to America?
Yeah, it went from Key West to Cuba.
Key West to Cuba, yeah. Ancient train tracks.
Interesting. I learned about this thing today.
You gotta check with Dallas Dave on that one.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. I learned today about this thing called the plane table. And a plane table was their form of measurement from the 1600s to the 1800s, prior to 1830. It's a device used in surveying, site mapping, and basically it's just a flat table with a sort of lens on it. So a lot of their stuff, they were just measuring everything out just using flat plane surfaces. Yeah, I'll show you a picture in the text.
A lot of times to get flat plane surfaces, they still do this today, but they use the rivers and stuff, water. But even today, when they make flat surfaces, they usually, get it molten and have a huge level.
Yeah, I think this. I'm just reading up a bit more. I think this is just based on a surveying, I guess, land surveying and stuff. But to be using this up as late as 1830, there's some good words on it. Yeah, so site mapping, exploration mapping, coastal navigation mapping, related disciplines to provide a solid and level surface on which to make a field drawings, charts, and maps. But there would have been a lot of gaps between all those sort of maps they were making to get it to fit nicely snug. They can't just use squares on a sphere because there's going to be overlapping or underlapping.
Hey, Realm, if you had to make a long straight line, as straight as can be, way straighter than Jeremy, okay? Don't even think of Jeremy when you think of straight. But there's a long, perfectly straight line, miles long. How would you make them?
Line. Is that it's going to be straight from all angles? So it's just perfectly level. Straight line. Okay, so what we're going to use is we're going to use some type of material that we know is going to be straight as. We can have intervals to hold the apparatus up. So,
Go over the intervals part. What's up with the intervals?
well, you need to keep this line perfectly straight. So if I'm trying to use the contour of the land, I'm never going to get a straight line. So I'm going to set myself up like a bridge type of fashion, using something like test tube type of diameter, but just one long pipe.
You're gonna be building it in sections then, in sectors, in sections.
Yeah, it's going to be more rigid. Yeah, you would have to do it in sections, otherwise it's going to drop. So you want to keep this as level, as straight possible from looking above, looking at sideways and stuff. It needs to be perfectly straight, dead centered, straight. And then what you could do is once you've got this long, like transparent sort of like thin pipe or something like that, you could put a marker on it halfway, and then you could put water in it, and then you should be able to get all parts of it level to the same level of water instead of just using a bubble each time.
That's a problem. Some of us in here, myself included, I wouldn't consider something that was level to be straight.
Yes, but with the straightness, you would have sorted that out with all your intervals, because you would have made sure that 1 and 2 were level, then 2 and 3 were level, then 3 and 4 became level. So you're using the water.
Dude, these guys think plumb lines aren't parallel. So they're when you make something level, and then you make something level next to it, they think you're changing your vertical. So you're creating straight lines of a curved straight line, basically. A whole bunch of straight line segments that are curved.
Yeah, and the smaller the segments, the larger. I mean, the more that you can allow for an error, an allowable error, an allowable error, which will eventually end up hiding the curve. So,
but we're trying to make a straight line. We can only make a straight line if we can possibly do something that's physical, that doesn't change with temperature. This happened with the pendulum, for example. They had to make it out of the right metal alloys, so that, like, I think it was like copper and zinc, or two things that one expands when it's cold but the other one contracts, so it never made too much movement, and then they moved on. Well, they use
my bad. I was hot micing. Listen,
cool.
the point is, if you're gonna try to make a straight line to do anything with these guys, you can only use level 1. You can only make one segment level, and then after that, you can't use level anymore because it's not going to work, because they think level is curving. Like, you can't use water. You can't use water because we need something to compare to the water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, points of reference.
Yeah, like we're gonna have the water as a point of reference, so we can't use water to do the other one, because otherwise there's no point.
Yeah. The straight line thing, the guys were talking about lasers and doing things like that. You know, the problem is if you're fucking off, you're going to fucking kill someone. If you're in a slightly concave type of flat dish. But anyway, we're using the laser. We're never going to have laser weapons. You know, it's only going to be stuff that's going to happen out in outer space or whatever.
You're kind of veering around, going into weaponry.
Yeah, you're all over the place. You're all over the place.
No, I'm talking about the laser. I'm talking about using a laser. It's going to give you a straight line. And this doesn't matter what you think you're seeing, you're going to have a marker there at the end that's going to receive that. Now, if you want to make a perfect straight line, you can make it with a laser or something like that. You have eye holes at the top of each platform with a bullseye in there, and then your laser's going to go bang, 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 and the one that's 10 miles away and stuff like that is going to go bang. And then you got yourself a straight line physically replicated.
Yeah, but Mr. Litchwink, old friend of mine, he had an idea like that with eye holes and everything. But still, there's a small amount of air that's allowable in that.
They also think light is curving.
That's not going to be allowable in a straight line.
Yeah, they also think light is curving around the surface of Earth, so the laser beam thing, that's not going to work either.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't want any loss of power or the strength of what you're trying to use, then you could possibly use concave and convex lenses at each interval to keep the beam just as intense as it was before. So naturally,
we're not worried about the intensity of it. We're worried about the straightness of it.
Yeah, but when it gets to the end, it's going to disperse, which means that your amount of error is going to be too big.
You got to have a columnator on the laser. Yes, that's not the point. The point is, they say that it's curving.
I'd like to say something about the error. Isn't it supposed to be? Aren't you supposed to see a difference of like 8 inches after 2 miles? The difference between exactly straight and the curve. So as long as your error is below 8 fucking inches, shouldn't you get a result that's meaningful?
That's true. As long as your segments are 1 mile straight lines, then you can make 1 mile straight lines. And as long as that 1 mile was perfectly straight, you could connect it with another mile long straight line. And as long as there wasn't 8 inches of deviation or of error in between them, then yeah, you're right. But the hard part is creating that mile long straight line, which is a feat in itself, really.
Is it interesting that the error is the same number as the first number of the equation or the answer? It's always 8. It's always that. But when you get to your second mile, you ain't gonna square it, are you? You know, that's almost like a stepping method. Like when you look at on Paint on your PC and you make a circle and you zoom in, you can see that it's just 4 squares. So using the square law, it's kind of using 2 sides instead of just using the hypotenuse of a triangle or something like that.
You know, Rum, there's actually a much easier way to make a much more definite way of making a straight line. There's only one way, in my opinion, to make a straight line. And it's actually used by surveyors to do that, to make straight lines. And that's using exact positioning with GPS. GPS positions allow surveyors to get within within sub-centimeter precision. And if you connect 2 points with sub-centimeter precision at a great distance, you have a straight line that's pretty definite.
Yeah, but your problem is if your error is 1 in 1,000, then it means that for every 10 meters, there's going to be 1 centimeter error. And then if you times that by 10s and 20s and 30s,
well, it doesn't mean that.
When we're building things, trying to go in a straight line, if you're off by a little bit at the beginning, you'll be off by an insane amount.
So no, but building's different.
An insane amount.
Yeah, but building's different. But building's different. You flatten the land, like they did in San Francisco. You flatten the land, so it's preparation for what you're going to do. You're not going to just build on lumpy land and stuff like that. So the preparation's been done.
regardless, though.
No, I know, but when we're building stuff and we're talking about going in a straight line continuously, if you're off by a little bit at the beginning, you will be off by an enormous amount at the end.
Yeah,
Even
but
over just a very small, over a very, very small distance.
Do you know how many buildings crack in the middle on the floor, right? I work in many buildings, and when they make these buildings from houses, and the same thing will always happen, is that over time, naturally, the building starts to break apart because they've leveled it off, but for some reason, something's still causing the earth to move, right? The actual earth, the ground that it's on. So most buildings are going to get, but unless if you're in a perfect, just an area, maybe gravitational waves, I don't know, nice and flat.
Where's this
You
going?
understand what I said, though?
Yeah, I
About
understood.
being off a little bit at the beginning and then you're off by a lot of bit at the end over
Yeah,
just a
but
very short distance.
if you speak to any architect, their allowance is down to the spec of the customer. You could be looking at 3 centimeter, 3% allowance, or you could be. These tolerances are always put in because on the estimates of how much. Huh?
I'm not sure what you're going on about, man.
Have you ever installed a floor or a roof?
You know what? Funny enough, mate, I fucking spent years trying to do my fucking patio. It's so fucking hard because I live on a raised. No. Seriously, I live on a raised part of the area, and where my house is almost the peak of it. So when you try to put it, basically what happens is your patio ends up curving downwards on one side because you're at the peak of the gravitational, right? And you get a level one side. And then you do it all level, but when you look at it and you walk on it, it's all over the fucking place. And yeah, definitely. I've experienced it and using yeah.
Okay.
Dude, like it should be a difference of like how many
Well,
like inches per mile? It's like 32 inches after fucking 2 miles.
I
How
said
accurate
what
do you need this laser to be?
I said what I said for a reason, and that's why I'm wondering why is everything else being said. This error doesn't happen when you have two precise positions and you connect them. There's no error. There's the error at the beginning, and that's the maximum error. So if you connect 2 points that are a mile apart, and the precision, the accuracy was down to less than a centimeter on both points, then you now can confirm that every point on that line is going to be within the volume of a cylinder that was about a centimeter in radius. Okay, from either of those points. So if you've established a cylinder from both those points connecting to each other, that's perfectly straight. That's about a centimeter in radius, and you can that's a definite position without any error.
Yeah, and position, like I've studied sort of flight paths and stuff like that, and the logs against the pilot's log, against the estimated log and things like that. And we seem to they can't get any coverage. I know the coverage in the seas and all that. I know that we've got the E-tops and this, that, and the other, but they always seem to like big gaps in data. They're not being tracked. And if we have the ability to have this full wide celestial sort of navigation type of thing surrounding us, then why can't we get tracked at sea? And I know there's great explanations towards there, but we've also got magnetic anomalies where they can't get any, you can't get any signal in the South Atlantic anomaly, and other places around the world. And all these, there's so much sea that isn't covered by navigation, but yet we're using maps that are telling us, if you do this and if you do that and such, and yeah.
Most of the sea is covered by navigation.
But then why are the flights going offline for 7 hours, 4 hours at a time, 2 hours here? It's. I know when you get near something, then it picks you up, but it seems to be 250 miles from the nearest radar. Is pretty much the range that they're capable of.
Just based off the range to the radar, then?
Yeah, it seems that way because if you go on, I see my information on flightaware.com, and then you find a flight and then you look for a special blue button called View Track Log, and but you'll mostly see it on the Sydney, Santiago, South Africa to Australia, and I've seen it on Addis Ababa going to South America, and it's like the north of Africa. It's like the central north of Africa. There's like a dead zone there where the things go offline going over Africa. It's things like this. They're dead zones. It's dead zones. They might have full coverage, but we've got just as many. We've got loads of dead zones in the UK. I mean, we'll be on the main motorway going around London. There's easily 4 dead zones there, and you're clear view. You're not in the valley or anything.
These little punk ass bitches carved Nazi symbols and then the word Hitler under it in the fucking boys' bathroom.
That's what's up, dude.
No, what?
Gangsters, man.
It's not fucking gangsters. Stupid.
That's cool, dude.
It's not coming out either.
So, how much error on this laser are you guys claiming there's supposed to be? Because, I mean, 1 mile, you should have an 8-inch difference between water level and the tangent to a curved Earth. So, I mean, if your laser is like, say, is about an inch of error over a mile, you still have 7 more inches, basically, of curve that should be appearing no matter what your error is.
The problem is
Like, I've never
so.
seen a fucking laser curve 8 inches in a mile. I could be wrong about that. But then once you go to 2 miles, there's a 32-inch difference. I mean, the difference just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I don't.
They refract, though. Lasers refract just like all the other light. So
if it's in a vacuum, it's good, basically.
Well, you have to understand that lasers will always curve just enough to show that it looks perfectly flat, but remember it's curved.
Well, they don't really do that. As a matter of fact, there was a laser one time. I remember it was at Lake Balaton. These flat earthers, I think it was FE Core. They did the trip out there and did that test. And a friend of mine, his name is Hugh Sheeple, and he told me about the whole thing because he was there. And he said it was 23 miles away. Then they were trying to get this target. And he said the first few days, they couldn't get the laser to hit the target. But there was a hotel on the other side. And so they would hit the hotel and they would try to bring it down to the target. But it would hit the 3rd floor, fourth floor, 3rd floor, a little bit of the 2nd floor, but then it would disappear. And then, you couldn't see it. And they would bring it back up and they could see it again on the 3rd floor. But once it was below the 3rd floor, they couldn't see it anymore. So,
dude, at 3 miles, your difference between tangent and water level should be 72 inches. That's fucking massive.
The elevations of each point could be slightly different.
That's 6 feet at 3 miles, basically. Literally, actually. Not basically. Literally. That's supposed to be 6 inches of fucking curve at 3 miles.
inches per mile squared.
That should be fucking extremely easy to demonstrate. That should be, I should have something straight, and 3 miles later, we're missing 6 fucking feet.
You have to get the thing you have to get that straight standard that's 1 mile long.
No, I'm talking about here's what it is. Here's what it is. I'll tell you, Kosho. At 3 feet, it should be a difference. I mean, at 3 miles, it should be a difference of 6 fucking feet. At 2 miles, it's a difference of 32 inches, which is I don't know how much is that. That's like
You
3
have to
feet.
have it straight.
Like
You have to have something that is
2.
straight, though. That's the problem.
The laser not does a laser confer a fucking error of 8 inches per mile squared?
Lasers refract.
They know how
6 feet.
refraction works. They know,
Lasers refract 6 feet in 3 miles.
yes, these globers, they know how refraction works. They know exactly what the light's doing in the middle and between both the points, and therefore a globe.
The problem is that there's too much variable. It's not that people know what's going on exactly. It's just that we know what it's capable of. We know how much refraction could cause it to not be straight. And the thing is, if it's not perfectly straight, then you can't really make any conclusions.
What can we build that's vertically straight for 3 miles? Because if you
Hold on,
could
so
build
you
that,
wouldn't make any
if you
conclusions.
could build that, if you could build that,
Hold
I
on, so
could-
you wouldn't
I could
make any
stand- I could
conclusions.
stand underneath the curvature. My head would be underneath the. I'm 6 feet tall exactly. If I was 3 miles away from this straight object, I could stand on the same water level as where it began, and I could stand fully underneath the object at the end, if it was straight.
So
Like, think about that. A full-grown man could stand underneath that straight tangent at the end of 3 miles.
So, Coach, so
That's
you
a
wouldn't make
fucking-
any
I mean, how
conclusions.
are you getting six
bro.
fucking feet of error?
So you wouldn't make any conclusions about any kind of observations or things to do with light, since we don't know what the light's doing in between it, and there's too many variables.
No, I
That's what I'm
wouldn't.
asking. How can we make
Literally
something
just
that's
said
vertically
that, Coach.
straight?
I wouldn't make any conclusions regarding straight lines if I was using a laser. Is what I said, Jeremy.
How the fuck do people build straight lines then? Is there a
I've
possible
already
way?
explained it almost
Is
explicitly.
there a possibility of building a straight line for 3 miles?
I've
And I can stand
I've
underneath
already
it?
gone through it.
Really?
I've said the method
For
explicitly
building a straight line for 3 miles?
for longer than that.
Wait! I missed it. Wait, can you just give me the spark notes?
So they use GPS positioning.
GPS. Okay.
So a numpty no.
What's up, bro? How are you?
So that's at 11 above the water. And if you see where I'm hitting, the crosshair.
Bro, your robot in bad. If that's V-Ball, I can't even tell who that is. Whoever it is, your robot's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's me.
So, is that better?
No, it's not better. I mean, I heard you say it's not better. It's not better.
No? Shit. Okay.
Buy me some GPS nodes.
Is Kosho still trying to push this GPS bullshit straight line thing he's talking about?
You know,
Yep.
that's the only way, Jeremy.
Oh my goodness. The only way? Really? You've said so many things that are wrong in the past 5 minutes, I don't even know where to start.
Okay, tell me how to make a straight line better than using GPS.
You have no way to verify if that line is a straight
what I
line. So literally any way is better than that. You're just going off what somebody told you.
You can verify it's a straight line.
How?
Let's pretend the World Trade Center was still up because it's a big rectangular building. Or just pick another big rectangular building. and measure the 4 corners on the bottom and the 4 corners on the top. And
Okay, and is it going to be a square or a rectangle?
it could
Sorry,
be
rectangle.
a rectangular prism. Despite the there's going to be some sway because the buildings have some sway, but you can kind of see for that. Where as a regular GPS and the positioning, if it was inaccurate, all 8 of those corners wouldn't even be a swaying rectangular prism. It'd be a misshapen, sort of ugly 3-dimensional shape.
So they're definitely in building practices and large scale building practices. They're definitely making the bottom flat because this is going to be a rectangle, right?
They make the ground level a level, so
it's not going to be a rectangle. It's going to be something else.
The rectangular bottom of a building, the level, it's just level. It's not going to be inches apart or anything.
Do you know how big the World Trade Center was?
I do, yes.
And you're telling me that's going to be a curved. It's going to be a curved bottom.
Yeah, how curved is the bottom?
rectangle.
How curved is the bottom of the building going to be?
I don't. If the Earth's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and they made this shit, level curving, according to you guys, it's going to be a lot of curves, and then not a rectangle.
What do you think the dimensions of the building were? Do you think that the side of the building was a 1/4 mile?
What?
The World Trade Center when it was there, one side of the.
Yeah, I don't know. You're talking about its footprint. Its footprint on the ground. It was blocks, wasn't it?
No.
What was its footprint? Does anybody know the square footage or yards or whatever they measure it by?
Let's see.
You're 208 feet.
That's it?
Mm-hmm. It's pretty fucking big.
That's not that.
It's 208 feet.
The World Trade Center, the base of it is only 208 feet by 208 feet. Are you guys sure about this?
Tower 1, Tower 2, yeah.
So each you're telling me each story was only 200 feet long by 200 feet wide.
Yes.
That's right.
That's pretty damn big.
It is pretty big. And there's 2 of them. Pretty big building.
Like 4,000 square feet. All right.
Did you ever see Modern Marvels? And
Dude, don't bring your cartoon fantasy fallacy into this, please.
I just asked if you've seen this fucking show, dude. It's actually cool.
Listen, I'm still mad at you because I'm still mad at you because the Eratosthenes thing earlier.
Oh my god. You're
That's
probably just
bullshit.
mad because of the Coriolis thing earlier. Foucault's pendulum.
Oh, you got wrecked on the Coriolis thing. You're done.
Yeah.
We got different rotations. We got supposedly the same cause, yet different rotations in the same hemisphere with the Coriolis effect. That does not work. That does not work in your model. That doesn't work for you. You need to give up Foucault or hurricanes. Pick one.
You do yourself a favor just by stop bringing it up, man. It's just going to be embarrassing.
It's not. It's embarrassing for you. You have this effect, the Coriolis effect. It's the same exact effect. Quote Kosho 2022, causing
hurricanes and the pendulums, right? And they swing opposite directions, which is also correct. That's right.
Yes, that doesn't work for you. How do you not see that?
It absolutely works for me and for everyone.
It doesn't work for the Coriolis model of things going in certain directions in certain hemispheres because the Coriolis effect.
Well, if the hurricanes spin counterclockwise, then they're due to the Earth rotating, and it's actually causing the hurricanes to spin counterclockwise. And then the pendulums are spinning clockwise, which are due to the Earth rotating, but are recorded by pendulum that are swinging in opposition. Despite the fact that the Earth's rotating, so they're swinging. And they're going to record a precession that's in opposition of that rotation, which is why they're clockwise. So they're clockwise, the hurricanes are counterclockwise, and it's perfectly consistent.
There's the Coriolis effect in the northern atmosphere, making things simultaneously go clockwise and counterclockwise, and you think that works for you?
Yes, I just explained
That's ridiculous.
with detail.
It's absolutely absurd and despicable. On some
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, Daffy Duck.
Forget the Dr. Zach thing, man.
The difference is I'm Elmer Fudd and you're Daffy Duck with his beak blown off.
I don't know if you want to be Elmer Fudd, man. Are you really gonna do that Aristophanes test?
Bro, you are gonna get bodied on this shit, okay? All we gotta do is now your ridiculous requirements are absolutely absurd. We will redo it, however, in our own manner, to make it a little bit more clear. You may have some tiny, slight valid points with that. Okay, you don't have any kickers. There's no little kickers and big kickers you had. You had some tiny concerns that we will have to replicate and address. Yes.
All right. Are you gonna do it in the States or are you gonna outsource it to the Philippines?
Dude, it doesn't matter. I delegate shit to who I delegate it to because I know how to get shit done. I don't scramble around all day trying to do everything myself. You can't operate life like that.
All right. Well, I'm just saying because the biggest issue with that was the small scale in which they did it required high precision, which I'm not sure they were capable of, and they certainly did not employ. So,
yeah, we're going to get more precise. Yes, the fact you think this can't be replicated on a flat surface with a lens in between it is absolutely absurd, though. I know that you know this can be done.
Well, it'd be nice if they were more. So, let me just say this then. This is what I'd like to see. Okay, this is it. All right. He had only
You going all Democ? You going Democ on us? Go ahead.
He wanted 3.
Tell us.
He had 3 distances in heights, right, or nails or whatever. So, what would be nice is if you could recreate what this is what should die. This is what I'd like to see. I'm settled on it now. I'd like to see at least 5 equal distant what do you say, toothpicks or whatever it is you're using, shish kebabs. At least 5 equally distant from the source. So if one is 5 inches, then 10 inches, but I want it to be more than a foot. So at least 1 foot, the first one. Actually, there's that requirement. Just listen, I want them to be equally spaced, and I want the angles to be equally linear. Okay. So if they're 2 feet apart,
you want the angles to be what?
Linear. So it has to be equally spaced and equally equal intervals in between the angles. Like 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 40 degrees, 15 degrees.
Why?
Because this is what happens on Earth. This is what he's trying to do Aristophanes and make it work. Aristophanes works in the way I just described. That at 10 degrees and at 20 degrees and at 30 degrees you get and angles that are
so you want 10 to 50? You want 10 to 50?
10 to 50 is fine. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75 is fine.
I gotcha. This is why I need I wish Brandon was around because this is some shit Brandon would have whipped up on a weekend. Right? Me and Brandon used to do all kinds of stuff like that.
Said the issues come down to the precision because even have you ever seen that guy Meme Warfare? He had one in his house. He would always show it to like kids when they came in, and he would ask them like, I know Gio knows what I'm talking about, but it was like 2 pictures. It was like he did it in his house, and he put it on a huge white poster board paper basically, and one of them was curved and one of them was flat, and he had his light he had his light for his kitchen or whatever that was coming down on these 3 sticks, and he would ask people which one was flat, which one was curved, and it was hard to tell. So I wonder if that picture still exists.
Oh, so I don't even know what you're saying. It's unbelievable and unreasonable that you don't think that this could happen on a flat surface if we just curve the light, if we just put a lens in between the light and the flat surface. Unbelievable with you.
you can do this with 5 consistent lines, then that's something. Like I said, he had them too close together. They should at least be 1 foot apart, at the very least, if not more.
Okay.
If you have them close together like that, like he had them, you could fudge the numbers and make it look like anything. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Welcome to the globe. That's what you guys be doing.
yeah, that's right. That's what we do. It's not what we do, actually, which is why I'm asking that of you. No? Whenever I did my Aristophanes test, I asked people they could use whatever they wanted, but I said it'd be best if you used a meter stick or something that was a meter high.
Ew.
Is that a dog? Anyways, Jeremy, if you do this, it'll be the very first time you ever did anything in this community. So I'm
Yeah, no, save it, bro. Save it. I've done so much stuff. Brandon set the test up, bitch.
Say what?
Brandon set the thing up.
What thing?
Where you go up and you see the flat surface start to curve.
You helped him set that up? What are you talking about?
I did a little one and he did another one. Dude, I've done tons
Oh
of
yeah,
stuff.
I saw
bro.
that. I remember that.
The amount of work I put into this is unbelievable. I need an assistant. I'm currently looking for an assistant. There will be no pay, and the hours will be excruciating. Thank you. Please DM me if you're interested.
I'm sure your inbox is gonna fill up, dude. But Rumpus is here, dude. Maybe you could tell him about your test, and maybe he can add something.
Hello,
What test?
He's got a test. What is Jeremy doing a test? That's new.
What test? What test, man? What are you talking about, Gosha?
Listen, dude. You just said okay. So I don't know if you remember that old Dr. Zach video, Rumpus, when Dr. Zach claims to have did the Aristophanes, 3 sticks, but he used 9 nails and some small desk in the Philippines or something. I don't know if you've seen it.
I missed that.
I'll post it again, but I told Jeremy I had issues with that. I always have.
Small nails. Well, that's not. You need a decent height thing to get decent accuracy.
This is what I said. And
yeah, that's fine. We're gonna redo it. Do you not think? Hold on, Rumpus. Do you not think that could be replicated on a flat surface if you had the right lens in between? Yeah.
But replicate what? The results of the Aristophanes experiment?
The thing Dr. Zach did, yes. Then when he had,
I'm not familiar with what he did. He didn't. I don't think I ever saw what Kosha was talking about.
I'm going to post a screenshot in a second. Hold on.
Oh, I see. He's showing it there. So what? Oh, I see. He's actually sort of put a light bulb or something on a piece of paper, has he? And then showing the shadows of it.
He puts a weird lens up there for some of the tests, and that's supposed to represent refracted light or something.
Refracted? What?
It's not very. I have a lot of problems with it. Jeremy has no problem.
You don't. The whole point about the Aristophanes thing is it doesn't. Refraction is not really a factor because it's the thing's high up in the sky.
When it's up and down, when it's at 12 o'clock, I would tend to agree with you. Yes, no, when you're at 90 degrees from it, yes, no refraction. However,
if it's up about 30 degrees, you can start to ignore refraction.
Unless you were to be certain of the medium in between us and the sun, you couldn't be sure what the light is actually doing. So suck it.
Well, we know it's space. We know it's empty, so there's no refraction going on there.
I know, because you have a presupposition of how the sky works. I know, that's my whole point.
No, we've been there. We know exactly how it works.
You've been in between us and a star.
We as humanity have.
Us and the sun. Us and the sun. You've been in between us and the sun.
We as humanity. Yeah, we have humanity. Been there, yes, humanity's been
there.
Where have we? And sent probes there. Yeah.
Okay, and how
so
close?
We know exactly what the space is like between us and the sun.
How close did the probe get?
There's currently one sitting on the sun about, I think it's 4 million miles away.
Okay, so
chewing up bits of the corona.
Don't try to save him, Kosho. So 399 million miles from the surface of the sun, there could be a lens.
399 million what?
You said we're 4 million. 999,000 miles off the surface of the sun, there could be a lens. Boom.
No,
like I said,
there's no lens
like
there.
I said, suck it.
Well, the lens doesn't. No, there's no lens there.
You can claim that all
found,
day.
We've bounced stuff off it. We know where the thing is. It's where it appears to be. We've bounced stuff off it, and we've had probes that go around it, so we know there's no lens there.
Close have the probes
if
gotten?
there was a lens in the way, then you would see the corona being hitting it and being deflected, and we don't see any of that. We can see that the corona shoots out into space unimpeded by any physical object. So it's ridiculous to suggest
How close
it's a
have the
physical object.
How close have the probes been?
I think it's about 4 million miles.
Okay, so 3,999,000 miles above the surface of the sun, there could be a lens.
No, they can't, because we can see how the corona behaves, and if there was a lens in the way, we would see it being deflected around that, and that does not happen. We can see the solar wind. We can see the sun, and we can see we can detect a solar wind coming from it, and it's not as though there's one part of it where it's being obstructed. It flows out exactly as though as it is. There's no impediment to it, so there's no physical object near the sun. We know this.
Are you sure light can't be absorbed and then re-emitted?
It can be, but we can see. Yeah, but the solar wind is a flow of particles, and if there was a lens in the way, it would hit the lens and be deflected around it. We'd see, like, if you put a Bunsen, some sort of flamethrower, and you put an obstacle in the way of the flamethrower, you could see the flame go round the sides of the obstacle, and so we can see that the corona is not impeded in any way whatsoever by any physical object. So we know there's nothing there. And what's more, the radar bounces that we have off the sun are where the sun is, and not just before it.
Okay, can radar? You're scrambling. I can tell. So can radar bounce?
You're just denying. You're in desperate mode, I think.
Can I shoot radar? No, you're in desperate mode. You can't just reverse the claim I just made about you.
No, but I think you're just trying to preempt the fact that the suggestions you're making are so ridiculous, and I think you're trying to preempt this by saying I'm desperate, by pointing out yours doesn't even pass the. An idiot wouldn't even propose this when we. Corona is not deflected by anything. We can see from radar things that there's nothing in the way. This is beyond stupid.
Okay, so the sun's emitting light, and we can see that we know that light can be absorbed and re-emitted by objects.
It's also emitting particles.
What kind of particles?
We can see they're not being affected by any physical thing in the way.
Particles? What kind of particles?
Protons, electrons. Various other subatomic particles.
The sun's emitting subatomic particles.
And protons and electrons, yes. Most of the ones that get to us are protons. Because,
how do you know the sun's emitting them?
Because the probe, that's exactly what the probe has been detecting, and we can see when we can see that the direction of the solar wind is which is what these protons and this stream of particles are from the sun. They were disputed until the 1950s. People were saying, how can you have a stream of particles from something that's so incredibly massive? And it was only then, I think it was hold on, let me finish. And in the 50s, they established that this was what was going on. But it was a point of contention until either around the 40s or 50s.
Okay, how do you know the lens? How do you know the lens that I'm proposing isn't emitting the particles?
Because we can see the corona flares coming from the sun, and if there was a physical obstacle between the sun and us, it would be hitting this physical obstacle and being deflected by it, just as I said, like a flamethrower.
Or it would be absorbed and re-emitted.
No, if I showed you a flamethrower hitting something, you could see the passage of the flame around the object.
This is just more wild presuppositions.
No, this is basic physics. If there's an obstacle in the way of a stream or something, the stream is affected by the physical object.
You don't know where the stream's coming from.
We do. We can see the corona being emitted from the sun. We can see numerous flares being emitted from the sun, and they are not affected by anything. They're not interrupted by anything physical next to the sun.
You're seeing the lens emit. You look at the sun, and when you look at the sun, you're looking at the lens. You're looking at the lens.
If there was a lens in the way, we would not have a solar wind hitting us. We would not have loads of particles from the sun hitting us.
Rumpus, you're scared. I can tell. Relax.
No,
bro.
It's just. This is beyond stupid. You're testing my patience really early on here. Because if it was a container, which is effectively what you're saying around the sun, that was a lens, then it would contain the particles being emitted by the sun. That does not happen. We do not see the corona being diverted by some physical thing that would be a lens. It's just beyond ridiculous. It's even more ridiculous than I suppose it's about as ridiculous as a flat Earth. But just looking at the sun, we can see this doesn't happen. What you're suggesting.
Okay, when you look
Ridiculous.
at the sun. Okay, are you done? When you look at the sun, you're actually looking at the lens. So whatever you think the sun's popping out,
Particles from the sun, and you can't have it surrounded by a physical container, which is what you're suggesting.
Rumpus, relax, bro. You're spiraling already. You only been here for 5 minutes.
How stupid you're being. You're saying that the sun is emitting. Well, I'm telling you the sun's emitting particles. You're saying there's a container. We do know that because we're receiving them. And the detector we've got there at the moment is picking these up. So we know that's what's going on because we can detect them. If you go into the atmosphere, we can pick up these particles and we can see where they're coming from. They're coming from the sun. That's the direction they're coming from, and all the probes that we've got in the sun that detect this pick them up.
Coming from the lens.
There's a barrier in the way. That's not possible.
They're coming from the lens that's in front of the sun. That's what you see.
We can see the coronal ejection from the sun. If there was an obstacle in the way, it would be hitting this obstacle and, well, contained by it. If there was a lens surrounding the sun, we do not see that. So the visual, you could do it yourself. You in an eclipse, you could see the coronas coming off. They're not being restricted. Yeah, but you're not listening to. Well, you keep on making the same point, and you're not listening to the fact that I've completely refuted every part of what you're suggesting.
You definitely haven't.
I have, because I just keep on telling you, if the corona, we can see the passage of the corona coming off the sun. It's not impeded by any physical object at all.
I clearly can't have a conversation with you, so I mean, I'll just.
But I mean, you're just denying a bit of physics here. If there was something around the sun, which
you won't let me talk. How do you? Even
know? Go ahead.
I can't. No, I'm not going to keep going. I'm at work.
No, go ahead. I'll give you. I'll stop. I'll shut up for 30 seconds.
Spiraling.
I'll shut up for 30 seconds.
Okay, you're looking at the sun. You see it appear to eject something. What you're actually looking at is the lens. The lens is actually ejecting something. Boom. You're refuted. Your refutation is refuted. Go.
We can see the sun ejecting stuff.
You see the lens.
Not hitting. Yes, but if you were seeing, you could then, if it's a lens which you can see through, then you can see the sun ejecting stuff. If there was an object in the way, we would see these coronal flares hitting it and being diverted. And where the sun is, that we can pick up with a radar, bouncing radar off it, is where it appears to be. If you had a lens around it, then the radar would bounce off that. That doesn't happen.
You clearly can't follow.
Every piece of evidence contradicts what you're suggesting.
Okay, you clearly can't follow this. You look at the sun.
I can, and you're not listening to what I'm saying at all.
Follow along with me then. You're looking at the sun. What you're actually seeing is the lens.
Yes, but you're not listening to my point. If you're looking at the sun, you can see the coronal ejections from the sun, which you're saying we're seeing the sun. It would then collide with this lens that you're claiming is surrounding the sun, and it would be deflected. Additionally, we know exactly where we know there's no lens there because we're not getting any radar bounces off it at all.
You're not hearing me.
And also, the third point I'll make is that the particles, you're just ignoring the fact that these particles coming from the sun would not reach us if it was surrounded by a big lens.
I don't know. Maybe someone else wants to have a go with you.
I mean, you've got three crucial things you're just ignoring there.
I debunked the first. We can do one at a time if you relax. You're spazzing out, man. Chill out.
And your lens one cannot work because if you could see what's going on, you would see the corona interacting with the lens.
If you would listen to me, you would see how it is working. It's like you're not listening.
Look, if I gave you a glass bowl, look, if I had something, listen, perhaps you can't visualize this. If I gave you, a golf ball that was ejecting stuff, or like one of these campfire things,
I'm going on mute.
and then I put something around it, you would be able to see the things coming out interacting with the things surrounding. Because you're saying there's presumably some lens, some spherical lens, all the way around the sun. And we could see the stuff that's coming out of the sun, which you're saying we can actually see the sun, that would hit the inside of that container. And just imagine it, if you were sitting in front of you, you had a little object that was emitting stuff, coronal flares, and it was surrounded by a sphere that contained it, you would see the interaction of the stuff coming off the thing inside the sphere with the sphere surface. We also know that we're receiving particles from the sun, which wouldn't happen if it's contained by a spherical surface. We also know from radar things exactly where this sun is, and we're not picking up this super solid object that can resist the incredible heat of the sun. I mean, there's absolutely no basis whatsoever for what you're suggesting. None.
Yeah, if you want to feel, If you want to feel like you did good here because you monologued,
I did really well. Yes, I did fantastically well.
Oh,
and I'm
my
afraid,
goodness, bro.
I'm really
Come on,
disappointed that
dude.
you can't see a simple explanation as invalidated your suggestion. I mean, it's just so obvious that I think a 7-year-old would understand the points I'm making, and yet you're struggling. It's incredible.
I'm struggling because you're not letting me talk, man.
You keep on saying this. I've got everything you said. You say we've got a lens around it, and therefore you're seeing the sun. Yes, but you're ignoring the point, the fact that that would restrict the coronal ejections. You just dismiss. You're not even addressing that point.
I'm gonna have to mod this myself if you don't relax. You understand? You're not letting me get.
You keep on making the same point, and you're ignoring my refutations of it.
You're not letting me get a full points out, and I refuse.
Okay, I'll be quiet for 30 seconds. Okay, I'll be quiet for 30 seconds.
No, you said that last time.
Well, I was quiet for 30 seconds.
You want to feel like you did good here,
and then you stopped.
Feel like.
Look, I'll be quiet for 30 seconds or until you stop.
I'm going to make a closing statement. I'm going to make a closing statement, and we're done.
Well, before you make your closing statement, I was just thinking that perhaps you could just make it known to Rumpus that you heard what he said. That way he doesn't think that he didn't. Like, you just, respond. Like, you say, like, okay, this is what you said, and then respond to it, and then that way he doesn't feel like he has to say it. You know what I mean?
Okay, you said the matter is coming out of the sun because you look at the sun and you see the matter come out of it.
No, you don't see it. It arrives here.
Oh, my God.
You keep on saying see. Particles actually arrive on the Earth from the sun. It's not light. It's particles that would be interfered with by this container you've got around the sun. Why are you having a struggle with this? They're protons. They're matter. It's not light.
How many Jeremys we have here?
I mean, it's incredible how you can have the problem. I've mentioned this about, 8 times. I've pointed out they're particles that are coming from the sun. They arrive at the Earth. They're not light, so it's not like a lens. It's not like it can go penetrate this lens of yours. It would collide with it and stop.
I don't think he wants to participate. Because I'm feeling it a little bit too. Like
I can't believe most of the other flat earthers in here can't understand this simple concept. If you've got a container and you've got particles coming out of here, you would collide with the container and not arrive at the Earth.
He even rumpused you when you were trying to explain it to him, Kosha. It's hilarious.
Most flat earthers would realize how stupid
it's like you can't even hear what we're saying.
I can.
Like
you keep on trying to turn it into something about light because you're just wearing about lenses and ignoring the major point that I'm making, which is about the particles coming from the sun, which cannot penetrate this lens of yours.
I was mid-sentence addressing the matter and the particles and the stuff that's coming out of the sun, but you wouldn't let me finish, and I can't get loud. I'm at work.
Light. Okay,
you're
concentrate on the particles.
Even right now, you're rumpusing me. You are a spaz. You are a spaz.
I'll shut up. I'll be quiet for 30 seconds.
No, you said that 3 times already.
Yeah, but you stopped last time, and I was completely quiet until you stopped last time.
Okay, we can't do every 5 minutes you give me 30 seconds to talk. That's not going to work.
Okay, if you're not going to say anything, you're not going to I was completely quiet there, ready for you to go ahead. So the point is, I think most of the people in here will realise how stupid it is to talk about a container, in effect, around the sun, yet it's emitting stuff that's arriving on the Earth, invalidated. And also the effect that would have on the coronal ejections. You would see how it would interact, just like if you had anything that was emitting stuff, like a flamethrower inside a container. You would see where the flame hit the container and then would be diverted by it. I mean,
is Gio here?
This is beyond.
Gio, are you there? I have a question. Why is Rumpus allowed to do this disruption?
I don't know. I'm not modding my own conversation because it's just not. That's like heavily biased. So.
Well, you've never ever addressed any of the points I made about the particles.
I tried to. You
didn't.
Rumpus.
Yes. You won't let me do it, bro.
Go. Shut up for 30 seconds.
At the sun. See, you're looking at the lens and the sun because the lens is in between the sun. You see what appears to be mass coming out of the sun. What you're looking at is mass coming out of the lens, and then it comes and hits Earth. This physical matter that you're talking about. There you go. Over and out.
You can see the matter and the coronal ejections coming out of the sun. They are not interacting with any solid body. No, we can see it. You said we can see the sun. We can see these coronal ejections, and we can see they're not being interfered with by any object. And this lens that you've got we can see this stuff coming out. and then we can see that it coincides with we get extra ejections when there's a bigger flare, and then we can see that then we get more particles when we know what the speed they take to get here, and we can see there's a link between the two. Quite why some object in between the two would eject things is just something you're just making up. I mean,
Can you still man Jeremy argument, Rumpus?
Sorry?
You don't know if the
Can you
particles
still man
from the sun. Go ahead.
There is. I
Chad.
can't still man something where he's saying there's a container around the sun, and they're claiming the particles from the sun are not somehow getting to us through this incredible container he's made up.
I'm not saying it's going through the container. You're not even paying attention.
I did. I heard you say
that's why I'm asking him to still man your argument.
Yeah, you said the lens is emitting, and I addressed your claim that the lens is emitting the particles and not the sun. I then linked the two in interaction by saying that we can see the sun's ejecting something, and we can see that it's not being restricted. We can see the passage of the corona right through. I don't know how far it's visible to, but we can see it going out many millions of miles. These coronal ejections go. I think
how many million miles?
I don't know for a fact. It's not very. It could easily be close to the orbit of Mercury. I think they can get out to.
Can I ask a question? To the room.
So we look at he can't steal my position silent because it's like he's not even hearing what I'm saying.
I did. You claiming the lens is emitting these particles is just ridiculous.
All right, Bacon wants to ask a question. Go ahead. Bacon.
Your argument is
Why exactly are we hypothesizing about a container around the sun? I mean, how?
That's his lens.
First of all, Rumpus is the only one
claiming
that
there's a lens around the sun, which is a container.
The only one that said container around the sun.
I know, because you didn't want to. Yeah, you didn't want to admit that's the position. If you've got a lens all the way around the sun, you've got a container all the way around the sun. But you didn't want to say that because you realised how stupid it sounded.
I've never said.
You will be modded if you don't let people speak, bro. Come on, Rumpus.
I've
never said.
I know you didn't say it, but that's the implication. It's a necessary consequence of what you were saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're telling me if I put a lens in between me and you, the implication is you are contained by a lens?
Right, so hold on. So you're saying there's just one lens. It's not going all the way around the sun then?
Oh, my God. Rumpus, bro.
You're just saying it's just sitting there in the middle.
You're not even hearing.
Well, you never described the form of this lens, did you?
I said there's a lens in between us and the sun. I never said anything about
so it's just a little. So it's just a little one. So how big is this lens?
So do you understand? I never said anything about containing the sun.
Yeah, I know, but the only sensible conclusion would be, given the fact that from all the sides of the sun, and from that we have got an orbiter that goes all the way around it, you'd have to have a lens all the way around the sun.
It's not orbiting.
There's a necessary consequence of what you're saying is it has to be all the way around the sun.
No, but
there's your problem right there. There's your problem right there. You're filtering through your model, Rumpus. That's why you're unable to understand. Listen, I wasn't in the middle of a sentence.
We have satellites, and we've been all the way around the sun. His lens would have to be all the way around the sun.
Let me speak, please. 10 seconds. The problem is that you're filtering through your model. That's why you're unable to understand what Jeremy is saying. Holy shit.
It's not my model. This is not building the circle.
I'm done.
It's a necessary consequence. If he wants a lens, around the sun, it'd have to be all the way around the sun.
Hell no, Jeremy.
You take over. I'll start modding Rumpus.
No. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. I got you. I got your back.
So why is the idea of land between the sun and the earth brought up exactly?
Full story.
Jeremy made it up for no reason. It just came out of the top of his head.
I wouldn't think that's for no reason.
He told me this morning. He's like, we got a lens. You're all fucked up. And then so I knew that he was talking about Dr. Zach's video. I knew it the second he said that. And so we started talking about Dr. Zach's video, the video where he does Aristosthenes, and he does Aristosthenes on a small table with nails, and he uses this really distorted lens in between one of the lights, and he claims that lens bends the light perfectly for each of the locations or whatever. It's bullshit. But anyways, that inspired this conversation in which
what's more, lenses can't work that way, because if it's all the way around the sun, in other words, all parts of our orbit that you can see it, and for all locations you can see it, you can't make a lens that focuses in one point, because it would have to be you cannot make a lens that focuses because you'd have to change the thickness, which would mean that as you moved around the sun, the lensing effect would be different. So I mean, just basic optics dismisses your. I mean, every single thing about your suggestion.
Hold on a second.
It's ridiculous on so many grounds. It's just beyond stupid.
Problem is, you're trying to use your heliocentric model with my version of the lens. It's not. We're talking about a flat Earth with the sun.
That's nothing to do with
rotating
the
above
shape
it.
of the Earth has not got involved in this.
Can I try
any of my
There
points.
doesn't need to be a lens with my idea of it. There doesn't need to be a lens all around the sun. It just needs to be in between us.
Because the sun moves around us, and so from all directions, you'd have to have this lensing effect, and you can't generate a piece of optics that does that.
He's spiraling.
Yeah, you're not helping. Let me. Can I try to give my own critique of this hypothesis?
This is not a hypothesis. Hey, let's get that shit straight right now.
I mean, you can try to distort the word science, but don't do that with the word hypothesis. I don't have a substitute for that one.
What's my independent and dependent variable? Because you need that in a hypothesis.
No, you don't.
Well, that's why you clearly don't know what hypothesis.
I didn't say
then.
No. You can't assume I don't know something because we don't agree with it, right?
You can have a hypothesis that you've got two hearts that does not involve any independent variable. Ridiculous statement that was.
I'm gonna have to start modding you, bro, and I'm at work, so I don't know when I'm gonna be able to take you on and off of mute, Rumpus.
The thing is, the word you can try to use that definition in the context of science, but I'm just using, for example, the word theory has a different meaning colloquially than it has in science, right?
Okay, so we're definitely not talking about science with this hypothesis thing. Okay, good.
Yeah, I didn't use the word science. Why do you have to try to use your definition of scientific hypothesis if I just said the word hypothesis, right?
Sure, I automatically assume some kind of science thing, and this was a scientific hypothesis.
No,
it's
not.
If you didn't mean scientific hypothesis, fine.
All right. Okay, so I didn't. So the problem is if you try to use lenses to make position on the sun match a flat surface, you might be able to do that with the position on the sun, but the problem is that whatever distortion you're adding to fix the position of the sun on a flat surface is not going to apply only to the position of the sun, but to the whole sun. And if you do that, you no longer get a consistent shape of the sun. You have the sun distorted. For example, you know that Trulun's model that like reverse engineer positional celestial bodies to
hold
work
on 1 second. So now your claim is we can't have a lens in between us and the sun without it being distorted. The shape.
Yeah, not it wasn't just that. It was specifically on the context of flat Earth. So
you're saying the sun. Hold on. You're saying the sun shape would be distorted if there was a lens in between us and the sun?
No, that's a little less information than you need to get to the conclusion. The conclusion
I don't know. You just made
some...
something about being distorted. What is going to be distorted if there's a lens?
Yeah, the sun. But that would imply if you're trying to account for the position of the sun on a flat surface using lenses. If you're trying to do that, then yes, that would distort the shape of the sun.
And what is the shape of the sun? The actual shape of the sun?
Well, it doesn't matter because we all see it with the same shape. You wouldn't be able to have that.
Since we're seeing it through a lens, you wouldn't know what the actual shape is. You just know what we see.
No, what I'm saying is you will have a different shape for people in different positions. Because if you're not allowing light to travel in straight lines to everyone, and that accounts for this linear.
The light's traveling in straight lines to everyone.
Yeah, but not. I mean, if you're using lenses, you're changing the path of it. So if you're changing the path of it,
changes the path to straight line paths.
Yeah. So if you do that, you don't do that just for the position of the sun. You do that for the whole sun.
So yes, straight lines with the light. I don't know. What's your point? What's your point with this?
Yeah, my point is that you can't account for that on a flat surface and still have the sun having the same shape for everyone.
Account for what? What's the shape of the sun? You don't know because you've never seen it.
It doesn't matter because it doesn't. That's not my claim. My claim is not that the sun wouldn't look the way it actually is. My claim is that it wouldn't look the same for everyone. If it's
so, I can't put a light behind a lens. So okay, you're telling me I can't put a light behind a lens and have people look at it from different angles. Hold on, man. You're saying I can't put a Are you saying I can't put a lens in between a light? Are you saying I can't put a light and then a lens in between me and a bunch of different people, and we all look at it from different angles and it appears the same shape? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's a bit more specific. If you get
it sounds like I detailed your point exactly, but I mean,
no,
if
you missed a little detail there. That if the angles you're referring to are the ones that matches like let's say it's a linear function for the distance, let's say, then yes, then I would agree with you. Not just any like if you have a lens and you have different people on a flat surface looking through the lens to the same thing, of course you might get configurations of that in which it looks the same for everyone.
Okay, so we can look through a lens.
That wouldn't give you a linear relation between distance and angle, for example. For you to get that, then the shape of it would also distort.
You just said it didn't. Your communication skills are horrible. He actually summed it up better than you did. The point is, you cannot have a lens. You cannot have a lens.
That's not fair, Rumpus. I wasn't interrupting him, at least.
Well, yeah, but okay, but it wasn't worth you interrupting him.
English isn't his first language, so give him a break.
Well, I suppose that's true. Yeah, but the point he was making was not good. But the underlying point is, you cannot have a lens between us and the sun, and then have because it'd have to be. Therefore, otherwise, because it had to have different thicknesses to be a lens, that means you'd have different experiences for different angles of looking at the sun, or different angles looking into this lens. That's not possible if you're going to have the sun moving around and us moving around the sun. So it's just impossible from simple optics. It's just bollocks. And the one point that Bacon did make correct, from different angles you would have for the lens, you have a different shape. So it would look different to different people. I mean, every part of what you're suggesting is absolutely insane.
The point you already made. Okay, you're assuming that the lens isn't moving with the sun. That's your first problem.
But you would still have any variation you had off axis would change the experience you would have of that thing. Lenses only focus things to a point. So if you somewhere else, you would then have a different experience looking at a different angle.
Yeah, it would appear to be at a different angle. It would appear to be at a different angle, yes.
Right, but that's not what we see. I mean,
that is exactly what we see. We change positions, and we do not. On Earth, we see the sun from a different angle. What are you talking about?
It looks the same.
Yeah.
Right, well, it wouldn't do with your lens in the way.
We already agreed that we could have multiple people looking through a lens, and the shape would stay the same.
No, it wouldn't. You would have different experiences at different angles.
For example, if you're using the A map and you try to find a distortion for light that matches let's say 60 nautical miles per degree on that map, right? As you go south, or as you go away from the North Pole, the sun would stretch. It would visibly stretch east-west, because you can apply that same curvature of light to both ends of the sun, and then you'd get that it's stretching on the sky. You wouldn't have the same angular size for people in the northern hemisphere and people in the southern hemisphere. So if you find
Go ahead,
okay, so lenses aren't like arbitrary. It doesn't matter where the light's coming from. They do the same thing for the things that are going through it. So if the whole light of the sun is going through lenses, the transformation of the bend of the path of light is going to apply to the whole thing, and you don't get to preserve the shape of the sun for everyone, or the same distortion for everyone. It would be different for different people.
Okay, listen to me. You guys got to pick one of your guys. I can't go against you and Rumpus because you both like to talk a lot. And by the time it gets back around to me,
he left.
I've totally lost the point.
So you have one option now.
Fine. Okay. So, you don't know the shape of the lens, so it could be concave, convex, so that it would keep its shape.
No.
Okay, for one. What do you mean no?
How do you justify
know the shape
that?
Of the lens?
That doesn't matter.
You do know the shape of the lens. The shape of the lens doesn't matter. You're telling me you can't have a convex lens.
The argument isn't dependent on the shape of the lens.
Bacon, you cannot say that, man.
No, my argument wasn't dependent on the shape of the lens.
This claim is unbelievable that you can't have a light in between a lens and different people in different places and maintain the shape. That's an absurd.
That wasn't the claim. Yeah, it would be absurd if that was the claim.
So we can keep the same shape if we look at it from different angles.
That depends. The fact that you're not giving the complete
What is your argument, man?
Yeah, the fact that when you're repeating my argument, you're not giving all the same premises, right? I'm not going to agree with your conclusion because I'm not concluding that based on so little premises. There's more that I'm adding before I can conclude that.
Okay, so we could definitely look at a light through a lens and it can maintain its shape from all kinds of different angles, right?
Depending on the lens and the whole setup, yes. That depends on the setup.
Yes, okay. So this whole thing about the shape not being the same for all the people is nonsense then.
No, because some things are part of the setup. Because I'm not describing a generic situation. I'm describing specifically having the same observation on the globe and on the flat surface, right? For those observations to be compatible, the distortion of light you would need, then you couldn't do that with lenses. Specifically in the context of trying to match the globe observations into a flat surface.
Okay, so you're saying we can't look through a light. So you're saying we can't look at a light source through a lens and have it maintain its shape.
No, I don't think you.
So we can look through a lens and at a light and make it maintain its shape from different angles.
No, I'm not.
You're like double speaking.
Yeah, sure.
This is actually amazing. This is
I
actually
agree
amazing.
I agreed with your second option, but the fact that you can doesn't mean you'll be able to in any situation, right? For example,
sure, but certain situations you might be able to have that happen. Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So, for example, if someone
your argument's nonsense then about the shape.
No. If someone got shot in the heart, right? And I say, well, if the person gets shot in the heart, the person dies. And then you ask me, oh, so you're saying that if someone gets shot, the person dies? No, I'm not saying just that. And then you claim the complete opposite. Oh, so you're saying that if you get a shot, you don't die? No, I'm also not claiming that. There's one thing you're missing when you're repeating that, is that the bullet is actually going through the heart. If that's in the situation, the person will die, right? And when you're rephrasing me, you're skipping that part. And that's
so what's the part that I'm skipping? What's the part that I'm skipping, dude? Get to your point, please.
That makes a flat Earth matches the observations of the globe, right? So for you have the same.
I have no idea what that first sentence meant. I have no idea what your whole first sentence meant.
Right. So if I tell you where I am on the globe, right, and what time it is, you can know exactly where the sun should look like to me based on the globe model, right? You can get the azimuth.
The sun's going to look like a circle from the sun's going to look like a circle from everywhere, no matter where you look at it, right?
Fuck's sake, Jeremy.
I am agreeing with that. Yeah. So
so what are we talking about?
I'm trying to get there. So on the globe model, if I tell you where I am and what time it is, you can know exactly what should be the azimuth and the elevation angle of the sun, right? So you have this set of observations that work on the globe model. We have that. And I'm saying to have those same observations on a flat surface, if you try to force that with lenses, then you would get the sun to be distorted. You have the sun looking differently for different people on Earth. It would look stretched east to west for people in the southern hemisphere compared to people in the northern hemisphere.
You don't know that.
I do know that. And the argument is...
You've seen this done on a flat Earth?
I gave you the reasoning, right?
When were you on flat Earth?
I'm not saying I know that because
Okay, when were you on the flat Earth with the lens in between us and the sun to where you would even know that?
That's not the only way to know things. I'm giving you a logical argument that you're not listening to.
What's your logic? Give me your syllogism.
Yeah, so lenses, lenses change the path of light in a way that...
Is this your syllogism for your piece of logic?
I wasn't finished the first sentence, so how half a sentence could be a syllogism? Yeah, I'm trying to...
Go ahead. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Right. So if the light of the sun is going through lenses, right, the the way that the lenses bend the path of light applies to the whole sun, right? Not just to the position of the sun, right? Correct? So
Sorry,
if you
say that again.
Okay, so as the light of the sun goes through a lens, the distortion doesn't apply just for the position of the sun. It applies to the whole sun.
Hold on, I got a text message.
Hey, I got a question for Globers real fast. Do you guys agree that we don't even know the distance, the actual distance to the stars that are visible to the naked eye?
I think we have a error bar for them. It's probably within the error bar.
Okay, so you agree that we don't even know the actual distance to even the stars that we can see with the naked eye?
I already answered that.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's a we know or we don't know answer. I think I gave them more. Yeah, I think my answer was more descriptive than if I just said we know or we don't know.
No, it's not. Your answer is it's unfalsifiable.
No. First of all, it doesn't matter if it's falsifiable. You're asking what's the claim, right? So if you claim we know, if you claim we don't know. We're not asking if I have proof for that or anything like that. So the claim
you think
is...
you do know. You think you do know the distance to the stars.
No, I'm saying that there's a claim distance of the stars and they have an error bar. And
What's the error bar?
That depends on the star you're talking about.
Okay, so give me a few examples. Since it's so funny to you and I know you don't know one of them, give me one of them.
No, that's not my field of study.
So you don't know any of them?
Sure, I don't know. I mean,
Can we Google it for
just
you?
ask someone that studies that the person know, probably.
My point is, why are you so quick to defend it if you don't even know what the supposed error bar is that you're defending? How would you know that it's never been shown to be outside?
I don't have to know the value of the error bars to know that they have error bars.
But my point is, for you to make the claim that this is what you said, so try to remember, you said that they never fall outside the error bars.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so it was recorded. But
yeah,
even let's just say you didn't say it, it'd be even better.
Get the recording.
So you agree it's a dumb thing to say?
No, I'm just not saying I said that.
Well, I'm saying
not necessarily dumb. I wouldn't say something is dumb just because that's not my position.
He said there was an error bar. He didn't say anything about falling into or outside the error bar. He said there was an error bar.
Yeah, I said probably is within the error bar. That's what I said.
You didn't say that. So I'll just play it because I know that I have to know that I'm in a room full of people that will actually lie about it. That is.
Why does it even matter if we don't know exactly
go there. Get the recording. Get the recording.
Okay. And you will admit it. So it doesn't matter because the point I was making, I'm going to play it though. Don't worry. I know what you said. But I guess I could be wrong. And my point is still the same then. That means that you agree then that if you said that it never falls out of the error bar, but then said you don't even know what the error bars are, you agree that even if that's not what you said, if that's just an argument that someone said, that would be very fallacious, right?
No.
And dumb.
I want to see where the argument goes when I give you the distance with the error bars. Proxima Centauri. What next?
Well, what's the error bar for Polaris?
I have no idea.
Okay, so do you think we know how far Polaris is?
To what accuracy?
They say between 400,000.
Stop.
Between 400 and
see, the Globers have to immediately jump in and help give the answers to other Globers because
I'll give you Proxima Centauri, right? Proxima Centauri, 4.2465 light years, plus or minus 0.0003 light years. What happens now?
Okay, so how many miles is 0.0003 light years?
A lot.
Right.
Next question.
So the error bar. So when you say 0.0003, that's a cool story, but it's still a lot, right?
Okay.
But anyway,
how many fucking nanometers is it, Whitsett? How many nanometers is it?
Roof. It doesn't matter, right? So that I agree.
I agree. It doesn't matter. I agree.
It's a lot of miles. It's still a very high.
This is why I'm going to stop coming in here because you start doing exactly what you did in Gamma Panda's room. Okay, so whenever I'm trying to be respectful and let someone make a point, you don't get to immediately interrupt me as I go to respond to him every single time.
Yeah, I think strawmans are worth interrupting.
But still, I would just.
It's not a straw man.
Just let one globe at a time. You know what I mean? I think.
All right, so Ruif, here's my point, bro. So 0.0003 light years or whatever, right? Okay, so what do you think the error bar is for Polaris?
I don't know. I've given you one for Proxima Centauri. It's measured by parallax. What is your issue with it?
Oh, well, my issue in general is that you don't know the actual distance to the stars, not even the ones that are visible to the naked eye. So
Just
I want
given
the
you Proxima Centauri. What's next?
Okay, well, I want to talk about the first one that we look at in the sky. That's where I'm starting. Is the first
I
one?
can't see Polaris, champ. I can't see Polaris.
I've seen Polaris with the naked eye through the Georgia Guidestone's hole.
Good for you.
Sure.
So stop saying you can't see with the naked eye. I have seen it with
I can't.
I've seen it with the naked eye.
And there's a reason
I
why
took a time lapse with the Polaris in the hole, dude. I have seen Polaris with the naked eye. Let me teach you Glovers how you do it. You find the Big Dipper, then you're going to look at a little
I know exactly how to do it. I have a video. Showing where the Polaris is.
Either way, it doesn't matter. Here's the
He's
point.
muted.
Everyone agrees though Polaris is visible by to the naked eye, right?
I don't know. Probably.
Okay, well I'm telling you guys, I've actually gone to the Georgia Guidestones, looked through the 23-inch diagonally cut hole that always hits Polaris only, and you can see Polaris. And that's not the only time I've seen Polaris. You can find Polaris with the Big Dipper. Now, is it always visible to the naked eye? No. But you can see Polaris with the naked eye. So that's where we should start because that's the very center. And so you brought up one where you think the error bar is 0.0003 light years. Okay, and I'm asking, what do you think it is for Polaris? Or do you think you could go get that answer for Polaris? You should be able to find out that answer as well, right?
Probably, but I do know Polaris is much, much, much further away than Proxima Centauri.
Okay, so
probably why error bar is much bigger.
Right. So, okay, how much
bigger? You're not going to measure Polaris by parallax.
Really?
What's the parallax on Polaris?
I don't know. They claim to. Some of your Glober buddies claim to that that's exactly what they do.
No, they don't do that for all
Polaris? I don't think so.
Yeah, you go 6 months. You go 6 months. You take a angle measurement.
We know how
Polaris,
parallax
wait
works.
6 months.
Yeah, yes, Jeremy, we know.
You take an angle to Polaris. You wait 6 months. They presuppose that we're orbiting the sun, and then 6 months later they take another angle measurement and check the parallax.
Yeah, but we don't do that for Polaris.
Yeah,
why are you?
The parallax would be fuck all. The error bars on a parallax measurement to something that far away would be huge.
This is what your boys claim to do. I don't know. Don't blame me, Ruin.
Who claimed that? Who claimed that?
I understand that it's difficult to parallax something so very, very far away when our baseline is 300 million kilometers, which is fuck all.
Your people should probably stop claiming that then. Anyways, go ahead. What's it?
Who said that, Jeremy? Who said that?
Somebody just said it last week in here. I don't know.
But
one of your Glover buddies.
Did that person said they did it for Polaris, or that's a method they can use for stars in general?
Polaris.
Oh, it'd be so tiny.
Okay, but anyway.
So you agree it would be stupid. It would be dumb if anyone ever said we measured the parallax of Polaris. You agree that
error bars would be huge.
Ruif, with the other star with the 0.003, what would be the percent? What's that percentage error bar like to its total distance?
The distance. Maybe I can use a calculator on your behalf with it. Let's do that, shall we?
So yeah, that would be cool if you could do it for me. I'm on a phone. So
yeah,
or do I even know?
Way less than 1%.
Okay, so that's pretty reasonable, right? Like, it's still clearly speculative theory. It isn't definitive reality. It's not actual position, but at least it's within 1%. Like, it's okay. Now, what do you think would be an unacceptable error bar, right? Like, what percent would be like, okay, we were way off?
I don't know. 30%, 40%.
Okay,
it depends on the star. Like once you're very, very, very far away and you can't do parallax, you've got to do other methods. And those other methods are just going to have big error bars. What is your point? Like, I'm trying to get you to your point.
Yeah, he's trying to get you to claim a value that he can say, well, this star changed.
Why would we let the guy who doesn't understand
this?
The
I wasn't finished.
interrupt and tell you what I'm trying to do.
I didn't interrupt. I didn't actually interrupt.
Well, he asked me a question, and then you answer about what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, but you didn't start speaking, so I didn't interrupt you.
I went to start speaking, but you spoke over me.
I didn't spoke over you. Haven't started speaking.
Bacon, can I ask you a quick question? Sorry, what's it? Bacon, can I ask you a quick question? Bacon, can I ask you a quick question?
2 now.
Okay, do you consider Ruhif to be a competent debater?
Oh, yeah, I don't want to diverge from the subject.
No, this is very important because if you say yes, you need to stop interrupting and let them go at it.
I didn't.
I barged in, so, you know.
Well, guys, just pick one guy because me and Rumpus.
I'm asking Ruhif questions. I want to ask him questions.
Yeah, so Bacon, if you consider Ruhif competent, then just let it go. Let these two just debate.
I wasn't speaking
Let's go
anymore.
for a
You
couple
could
minutes.
just let the conversation go on then. So I'm gonna just let the conversation go on.
Yeah, I'm all for everyone talking. I'm not even really trying to hyper debate or anything, but it's like when someone asks me what I'm saying, you don't get to tell me what I'm trying to do, right? So this is the answer, Ruhif, right? I was asking you the questions I wanted the answers to. There's no crazy little manipulative tactic here. But you did say, coincidentally, the exact figure that they discovered Polaris was off by, which is 30%. And under your own assessment, that means that your error bar was drastically off, right? Like that your initial assessment was drastically off. When I asked you to give me a percentage of what you think would be drastically off, you said, actually I said unacceptable. You said 30%, right?
Okay.
So if we can use parallax, the error bar should be low on things.
Depends how far away it is.
If we can use parallax to get the distance to things, should the error bar be low?
It depends how close it is.
Well, here's my question about that. How does that work if we're supposed to be determining the distance with the method?
Yeah, parallax can only be used for stars that are relatively close. Once they get farther away, you have to use different methods. And those
You don't know any of the distance. You're trying to find out the distances, though.
I know. Hold on. What's it? So you're saying if the stars are close? Hold on. Are you saying if the stars are close, that we can use parallax and the error bar will be small?
Yes.
Okay. Can we use? When did they invent parallax? Hold. Just give me 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
What do you mean?
When did we know how parallax worked? When did we know how
it's
parallax
geometry.
worked? Okay. So how long have we known how parallax worked?
I don't know, Jeremy. Fuck.
Well, I'm just wondering how
geometry. When was geometry fucking worked out? I don't know.
Yeah, good call. A long time ago. So I'm wondering how they got if they can use parallax to find a distance to a star, and they can obviously do it with the sun. How'd they go from 3 million to 93 million miles with the sun if they could just use parallax and the error bar is very little?
Yeah, probably their measuring equipment was shit, right? When did we have like arc-second accuracy of measurements?
Anyways, go ahead with it. My bad.
What was the point of that as well?
Okay, so my point is still the same, right? Like when your honest answer, I was like, well, what would be an unacceptable percentage? You said 30%, and I'm just informing you, and if you don't know, that like recently they updated the distance to Polaris from like over 400 light years to 323 light years, I think, and so it's 30.
How many arc seconds is that across 300 million kilometers?
30% difference in distance, dude.
Right. How many arc seconds is that? How accurate do our parallax measurements need to be?
So that's my point, right? So what you're doing is you're actually reifying what's actually in question. It's a begging the question fallacy. You're saying that my method that shows me the distance is more accurate if it's closer. And then you're saying, so when it's more accurate, that means it's closer. It's literally
it means you measure a bigger parallax.
Do what?
What were the two different methods they used to measure it? Did they use a different method previously?
They fuck up the previous parallax method? I don't know.
No. What they did was before they used the fact that it was like what is C-Fied, whatever it's called. So they basically used the magnitude.
Well, obviously back then, what they were doing was no good, right? I mean, like they changed the distance to the sun, and 6 times or something, and that is much closer than the stars in your model. So what they did a long time ago doesn't matter. I'm pointing out that in 2022,
It does matter. It doesn't.
It doesn't matter because even under your own admission, you would say they've gotten way more accurate since then. So
Do you think we could measure an arc second way back when? No.
That's what I'm saying.
Why are you upset that things get more accurate?
No, I'm literally not. That's my argument. The reason I'm saying that what they did back then doesn't matter is because in your paradigm, it's much more accurate now. And my argument is that you're inaccurate now. So I don't care what they did back then. So you're not following me.
What would be more accurate if I wanted to measure the width of a penny or the thickness of a penny? A ruler or a micrometer?
Why is it that you're not listening to my point?
It's a simple
question. I don't know what your point is yet. Please just state your point.
Well, I got his point. I got his point pretty simple.
Yeah, you're asking me questions as if I'm stupid and think that the people in the ancient times and what the mainstream says they used is more advanced than what we use now. And I literally said the opposite of that 3 times now, dude. 3 times. So I'll say it one more time. I don't care about what they did way back then because even within your paradigm, it's much more accurate now. So right now, with the most accurate you think you have, you're still not accurate. So that's my point. I don't care about a lot. I'm talking about 2022.
Okay. Is 3,000 miles accurate? Is that how high the stars are?
I don't claim a distance to the stars because I know that's
Of course
insane.
you don't. Of course you don't. Anyway,
I'm done. When you say, of course I don't, you know why? Because I'm talking because I'm intellectually responsible. So I don't make unfalsifiable, unfounded, pseudoscientific claims that are constantly subject to being changed by up to 30% on a whim, and then we just move numbers around, make it work, and say, okay, now this is it. See, I know that the sky is filled with lights, and those lights are apparent locations, and they fluctuate with their appearance, and they have a cycle, and they're in a medium. And the medium could have differentials, and we don't actually know what the medium is, nor could we ever understand the actual frequency, the actual size, the actual distance of any of the lights in the sky and their apparent locations. This is being smart. So you can run around for 50 years trying to make up the numbers, and that's what you've done. Actually, let's try hundreds. And I've spent 0 years trying to make up the numbers, and we're still at the same place. Neither one of us know the actual number.
Gotcha on that one.
Oh, sorry, I tuned out.
Yeah, that was a good time to tune out.
Yeah, of course you did. Convenient. You want me to say it again? I'll say the summary again. So you've done, for your side for thousands of years have tried to figure out the distance. I've tried for 0 years to try to find out the distance, and we're both in the same place. Neither of us know the actual distance.
Okay, but you're just dismissing, the difference between 300 and 400 as, who knows then? No one knows anything.
No. I'm saying you don't know the actual distance, and nor do I. So when you say, of course you haven't tried to come up with one, I'm explaining, yeah, of course, because I'm being intellectually efficient, and I know that you are currently in a futile pursuit.
So if I said the distance to Polaris is several hundred light years, what would you say?
That's a really cool pseudoscientific story that you have there. How did you verify the medium it's in? Why did it change by 30%? Why is it constantly changing if you know what it is? That's what I would ask you. How do you know what the medium is?
The medium's crucial. The medium's crucial, no question, because you're making these observations and claiming geometry with it. However, you would have to know the medium before you can make any geometric claims.
This is another big part too. I think a lot of Globers don't fully even understand the theories. So it's like, Rua, for my question for you is, since once we found out Polaris was wrong, right? But obviously we've kept our whole system the same. We just changed its mathematical representation. Do you agree that if Polaris is much closer, that you would either have to change the mass of Polaris or everything else's relative distance would also have to come closer?
I think you got him and he ran away. I think that's what happened.
I would like to ask a question to the room just related to this. Any of the Globers. If we'd have asked you 10 years ago how far Polaris is, what would you have said?
I give you the same answer I gave yesterday.
I wasn't necessarily asking you, but yeah, go on.
I mean, it just sounded like you were. Just you said the globe was in the room.
Well, okay, so that
I don't
could
know.
be J-Ace, that could be Gummy Bear, that could be Earth is Life, that could be you.
I would say I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
I wasn't thinking
how would
about
you
it.
have found? Okay, how would you have found out?
I would have Googled it more. Look it up.
Okay, and what?
Oh,
would
that's what
Google
they say.
have
Okay.
said? What would Google have said?
Sorry.
What would Google have said?
I don't know. It probably would have said 400 something light years. I don't know.
Nope, it would have said about 300 light years. That's the exact point, isn't
Okay.
it?
Well,
So,
what it would have said. Okay.
had we asked you that question 10 years ago, you'd have given a different answer.
It's still
Why do you say that?
hundreds of light years, and therefore, who
It's
the
not the
fuck
point.
cares?
It's still really far away. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
why does it even matter?
There seems to be this weird thing where you guys go, oh, who cares? You caring doesn't matter. I don't know why you think it does.
So when we say who cares, we don't just mean we personally don't care. What we mean is it's completely insignificant to the model. Completely insignificant. It changes nothing.
Okay, except your entire belief, though.
No, it doesn't.
This
It
is
changes
exactly.
nothing.
Is it an exact number? Probably not. Shit, we don't know the exact distance from fucking LA to New York. It could give
That's
or
not
take
what
a
your
mile or
people
two. Who
claim.
cares?
That's not what your own
Give or
people
take a
claim.
mile
Your
or
people
two.
claim they
But
know
you
the
are
exact
right,
distance down to the. Your people know Your people claim they know the exact distance down to a gnat's ass or something. It was literally a
Okay.
quote from yesterday.
Give or take a mile. Okay.
Chronic's here. He's actually an astronomer.
Well, that's cool, man. So we're gonna move on.
Exactly what Tesla was talking about, though, when he said scientists are running through mathematical models that have no relation to reality. He meant this right now, what we're talking about. These star distances, all this bullshit, mathematical models. They changed the mass, they changed the distance, the luminosity,
Yawn.
and now
Yeah,
all of a sudden,
I'm curious.
you got a mathematical model. All of a sudden, you got a mathematical model that works but has no relation to reality.
I'm
I
curious.
have a question for all the people that study astronomy, though. So, because I asked the
droning
question to the room and no one answered it. So, for all these, space experts out here, if Polaris is closer, then it has to mathematically change, right? So, do you agree that you would either have to change the mass of Polaris, or all the relative distances would also have to change?
What are
Who
you
told
even
me I was?
asking, man?
What?
How much difference would it make if Polaris was 200 light years away, as opposed to 400 light years away? Would it make
I
any
literally
fucking
just
difference?
explained what difference it would make, and I have to.
How do
keep
you know
saying
it would make?
Because
How do you know
don't
it would make some sort of
understand your
difference?
own. You don't understand your own
How do
model.
How do you know it would make some sort of difference?
I just explained literally, specifically what the difference is.
Hey, Bebop, because Chronic, I was just, because I'd be curious, was
I've been in
Chronic
here
just
less
got
than
here?
30 seconds, Coach. I don't know.
Yeah, and you
I know.
go over.
He's
I'm trying to
asking
explain it.
about,
Hold on,
Been in
guys.
here less than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You've been in here less than 30 seconds. Hello. Less than 30 seconds, and you overtalked me twice. Knock it off.
Yeah. I yawned loudly because you're just you're repeating, you're droning on. That means nothing. That you say it like every day.
Nice, quick
If you don't have
statement.
an answer to the question, then you're doing nothing of productivity.
Anyway, Coach, you want to give a quick synopsis on what they're.
I mean, what's it might want to, but he was asking. He's been asking us for the past couple of days about Polaris. I don't want to spoil it, but I figured because you this is what you study. You study looking out into space. Say what?
Not answer the question either.
I don't know what the question is.
Okay, I'll ask it for like the 5th time. So, do you agree that if Polaris is closer, that means it mathematically changes, right? So, either you're going to change the mass of Polaris, or all the relative distances would also have to change.
Listen to your question. It makes no. Your question does not make sense.
Okay, so
It does to me.
So you're not.
What?
Okay, let me say.
Let me explain it. Let me explain you why. Because supposedly
You need to
in your
elaborate
model,
more. Yeah, elaborate more.
all the movements from your model are dependent on the mass of the objects.
Says who?
The distance.
Polaris?
What?
Your fucking model.
400,000
What do you mean?
What-
Says
400
who?
light years
What are
away?
you talking
Light
about,
years
dude?
away.
This isn't really Witz's argument. to me.
D-ball, you're just talking over people, bro. It's not helping.
But I just wanted to impress on the room that isn't really Witz's argument. It might be like a derivative argument, but it's not the argument in its essence. So don't. Yeah.
No,
you can engage in that,
no
but
one
you
is
won't be
being
engaged in the
sophisticated.
original.
I understand crypto. I'm missing.
Alright,
Clearly, I'm missing Witzit's point. But at the same time, I'm arguing Witzit is not being specific enough in this question that he wants answered. I need to know more information.
Let me just ask you then, okay?
No, I understand.
What
Look,
would you have to change?
So can I just respond to that quickly? Yeah, I wasn't saying that because I was trying to patronize you or anything like. It's just because you're new to the room, so I was just trying to be So I was just trying to be accommodating. That's all.
Yeah. Cheers. I get it.
Okay, what else would you have to change if the distance to Polaris changes?
What else would you have to change if the distance to Polaris changes? Okay, so if the distance to Polaris increases, i.e. you push it way farther away from our solar system than it currently is, then the parallax, the measurement that you make, which we call parallax, will decrease. The parallax measurement will be smaller.
The parallax measurement
just to clarify.
Hold on, the parallax measurement to Polaris that Ruhif was just talking about a second ago. Remember what he said about it, guys?
Yeah, of course. But that's not
what he's saying.
Yeah,
We need to
exactly.
clarify- we need
He's
to
not specific enough in his
clarify
question.
something.
Exactly.
Chronic, we need to clarify something.
Exactly.
He's not saying that it's changing from its current position. He's saying that what if we found out tomorrow that it's not 400 light years away, it's 200 or million or whatever.
So we
Okay,
are
sure.
Just to clarify, we are using parallax to take measurements to Polaris.
I don't think that's true.
What if we find out?
Gummy Bear said the point. Chronic.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I understand better. Thank you, Gummy, for clarifying. So if tomorrow we found out that Polaris was only 200 light years away instead of the 400 that's claimed or something, then what would change?
Like in the maths, like the relative distances, things like that.
Let me think about that. I mean, yeah. So if you're using, which is not the only method, by the way, but if you're using calculations that the parallactic calculations to derive the distance, then if the distance magically got half as was reduced, then some other terms in the equation and the formula that are used for using parallax would I guess would slightly differ, but you can technically calculate it if you want to.
So the main thing it's more of a okay. So right now the parallax says it's 500 light years away, but through some other means that is more reliable or whatever, or from whatever knowledge we find out.
You should be more specific, Gummy. It's not 500. It's 500 plus or minus some error on the measurement.
I know, but the question is, we find out that whatever we found out through parallax is wrong. We get divine knowledge, let's say, just for a second. We get divine knowledge that is actually 200. Then we know that the 500 that we've been claiming from parallax is wrong. So what does that change with everything? Does that say that all parallax distances are wrong, for example?
I don't know. Are we using parallax? Are we using parallax to get a measurement to Polaris? Yes or no?
I don't think that's the case.
I think you can use, but there's many other methods that are also used. But
what do you know about CCI?
Can we get back to my question, Jeremy? Why are you trying to help them obfuscate, man?
My bad. Go ahead.
Dude, when we sit back and just soak it in, okay? Chronic's being pretty honest, though. At least he doesn't feel like he's not pretending he knows. Okay, so what all would you have to change to calculate it, right? Because you're talking about, I'll just go ahead, I'm tired of waiting. We're talking about things like mass and luminosity and relative distances. So if parallax is discovered, or not through parallax, of course, with the North Star, but if you bring Polaris significantly closer, if it's quote unquote discovered to be closer, a lot of other things also have to change. So I'm asking the Globers if they understand what all would have to change.
Well, then you'd have to measure it with all those different methods and see if they correlate.
Yeah,
right?
you can't just say that the method of parallax to get the distance, the estimated distance to Polaris, is wrong if Polaris was magically much closer, but the other methods luminosity and distance relations that are empirically known. So they're empirical, meaning that there are huge, data sets and sample sizes of different stars, not just Polaris, that have a very regular, they're variable stars that have very regular pulsation periods, Cepheid variables. Kosho is trying to point out. So, but also what Earth is like, what B-Ball said is that it would have to be self-consistent across all the many different methods that are used to estimate the distance to it, not just that parallax is wrong.
Yeah. Can you discuss the error bars with respect to the accuracy of measurement for parallax? Like if something is 400 light years away, right? That's and 1 parsec is like 3.5 light years or something. That's 100th of an arc second. That's the error bars on that will also be huge.
Yeah, so parallax is super inefficient for your fairy tale for Polaris for sure. So
I would not deduce that.
that?
I would not deduce that. Come on, man. If you're saying I'm being honest, be a little honest. You can't just deduce that.
I'm being honest. And according to your model, Polaris is so far away that parallax is definitely not considered the most efficient way to try to determine its distance.
And
correct.
So we're gonna continue
move on.
What all would have to change in the calculations? Because if Polaris gets closer, it has ramifications. If you can't just make it closer.
Again, it's
sure you
getting
can.
a
It's
little...
a mathematical model that has. Oh, go ahead, Chronic. My bad.
It doesn't just change the distance. The distance just doesn't change by itself. It has a relationship with other values.
No, you just measure it with using different methods.
Different tools,
they correlate with each other.
Yeah,
which may have big error bars.
Okay, so
they ain't even hearing. They're not hearing what you're saying.
If Polaris is way closer, you're saying you would just keep the mass of Polaris the same.
No, if I use one method to measure it, and then I use another, like 2 other methods, and one method is way out there, and the other 2 methods are pretty consistent. Then I use another one, they're all consistent. Then that means I probably messed up on the first measurement.
If
or something
Polaris
else
is closer, you have to change the mass.
Can I maybe put it in a different way? Earth is life.
The weight, like the mass weight.
What does the mass do anything?
That was my first question I asked.
The weight kind of thing. I don't understand. Like Chronic probably could, but I don't understand how the mass is involved with.
That's the first question I asked. Was what that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. So you're saying that we can make Polaris be way closer, but we would just keep the mass the same, we keep the luminosity the same, and we keep all the relative distances the same.
No, the luminosity can't be the same then.
Yeah.
What does the mass have to do with anything?
Let me explain. Right. So in your model, there's a displacement of mass that creates a gravity well, and everything moves relative to one another within the gravity wells. Right. Now we're going to take one of these stars and bring it way closer, okay? So its relationship within the quote-unquote universe we're mapping out has ramifications.
So do you think the mass of Polaris has a measurable effect, gravitational effect, on any body in our solar system?
No one ever said that.
Okay. So then
what a gracious straw.
So then why are you so fixated on the mass changing?
Straw man's, bro.
But
he's trying to stillman you. He's asking you.
My point is very simple, right? Because in the overall premise is what I'm building this all for, which is you guys are forced to adhere to a worldview that you just automatically have to update to the new claimed number. And most of you guys don't even know that they're.
Science evolves, man.
Most of you guys don't. I'm talking, man. Most of you guys don't actually even know when the number has been changed, no matter how drastically it's changed.
It has the distance of Polaris historically has changed like a dozen or more times.
That's the point he's making.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
like
so
the
you're using that you're trying to, I don't know the dumb debate term, steelman, whatever term, but you're trying to use the fact that we've updated the distance to Polaris with better knowledge, better instrumentation, better techniques, more
Better
advanced
accuracy.
stuff, that better accuracy. You're using the fact that the distance has changed historically to claim that we understand less about its distance.
What's it? I think I understand the problem. It's the we versus they problem. So it's like these guys consider themselves part of the collective, whereas you're trying to point out that they're not part of that collective. So when they say we understand X and Y, they interpret what you're saying as an attack on them when it isn't.
I still don't understand his point, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I try to steal, man? I think I get the idea, but I'm not sure.
Did anyone understand what you're saying?
I guess Crypto, but I would disagree. Like, it's not a we thing. But anyway, go on. Sorry.
No, but I mean, you use that terminology.
Hold
right?
on,
You
Crypto.
said
Give me 5 seconds, please.
But would you rather me say?
Chronic
But
spoke to me.
Crypto, would you rather me say I because I'm literally a scientist that works in this field, or does that change anything if I say the word I instead of we?
Actually, it would. I think it would.
Oh, okay.
Because
Well, I'll
at
start
that
saying
point,
I guess. I suppose.
Well, but it's not just about the language, but it's then about what you've actually done.
Of
so,
course.
then that makes a massive difference. So, because its argument is that like the worldview of Globers has to update at the point at which the mainstream narrative updates, right?
So,
but
yeah, I follow.
Right, and that is true because this is what I was asking Earth is Life earlier. Like, if I asked you 10 years ago what the distance to Polaris is, you would have had to say 323 or whatever Google said. Doesn't say that anymore, or whatever. I can't remember what the change is, but you would have had to have given the Ruhif. I'm not saying it's bad or good. There's no value judgment here. I'm just saying what would have happened. This is Witz's argument, right?
This is also
if you did this stuff yourself, then you actually are unique in this debate because you're actually. Well, then, but this is different.
This is the question I know Crypto. But this is the question I've had. This is the question I've had since I joined this debate, these Discord servers. Am I not to? I'm honestly, in all honesty, I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm not trying to do any of that. But in this circumstance, am I an anomaly here? Where does the existence of me in this debate break everything? I hope it doesn't.
I destroy your
exactly. So then
no, but you are
versus I
different.
is like a special case or something.
No, well, I mean, I think I explained it pretty succinctly. Like, it's the difference between being able to say that you've done something yourself versus that you have to trust an authority, and that is quite a reasonable difference.
It's not an authority.
But
It's not a fallacious appeal to authority.
Yeah, but so okay. So with that logic, though, if anyone on the globe side in a Discord server debate, like references anything I've presented or me, that is a form of appeal to authority by the logic you just said. Even though I'm involved in the community, yes.
Yeah, it's not a fallacy.
Yeah, it's a
So
case.
actually, two things have been said there. First of all, are they appealing to you? I don't know. I've only just met you. I have no idea what your arguments are.
Of course, yeah.
Second of all, to Ruhif's thing, yes, it actually is. The appeal to authority is a very well-known fallacy. Yes.
This appealing to experts that understand the field is not a fallacy.
Yes, it is. It's called the appeal to authority.
Yes, it is. Not what appeal
And I'll
authority
give you an example. I'll give you an example.
To it. That's the fallacy.
Yeah. So I'll give you an example, right? So you got two geneticists who study intelligence. One believes that intelligence is based on race. One doesn't. Which one do you appeal to? They're both experts.
See, the problem is you've narrowed it down to only two. We have to do
No,
more
but
studies.
the point, isn't it? This is why it's a fallacy. Because you can just find an authority that agrees with you and appeal to them.
I mean, I mostly agree with what you're saying, Crypto. I do.
But there's appealing to authority, and there's appeal to authority fallacy.
But also consensus. But go on.
Just appealing to authority doesn't become a fallacy unless you're appealing to an authority who doesn't have any kind of expert knowledge on the field. Like if I were to say,
I just gave an example.
Who decides Who's the expert though? Who decides that?
Well,
So if I
there's
want
only
to
two
say
people.
I should take this medicine because my doctor said I should, that's an appeal to authority, but it's not a fallacy one. But if I say, oh, I should
This is
actually
silliness.
no,
Doesn't make
Yeah,
any
because
sense.
what if the other
This is
doctor?
really silly. There's no point even
You don't
letting you finish
understand
this.
what the
This is
fallacy
silliness.
is about. The fallacy
Yeah.
isn't about the appeal. The fallacy is about you deciding what is and isn't an authority and then appealing to it. I could say that the Bible is an authority on everything having to do with our earth. And then when I appeal to it, I can say it's not an appeal to authority fallacy because it's the authority. See how that doesn't work? The whole point is that you decided what the
you'd be
authority
correct.
was and appeal to it. That's the fallacy.
Yeah, but if you go to if you go to 10 doctors and they all tell you got cancer, and then you go to one doctor and he says no, you don't got cancer, all the other doctors are lying to you. Who are you supposed to believe?
so
Then?
let's make it
One
so
doctor?
it's clear now. You go to 10 doctors,
Can I
they
just
all
get in here? The point is that the arguments and the evidence are more important than the opinions of anybody. That's the point you're missing.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
more
but
So we
science
agree
isn't
with
based
that.
on opinion.
We agree
Science
with that.
isn't based on
That's
opinion.
why I said that's why I said Chronic.
You don't agree with that, Ruhif.
Understands them. No, I said Chronic understands the methods, therefore it's a valid appeal to his authority.
okay.
Yeah, you don't get it. It's fine.
It's
Oh.
just we're trying to.
The only valid appeal to authority is the authority that both people agree on is an authority. If you appeal to an authority that the other person doesn't agree to, your appeal doesn't mean anything because they'll just say that person isn't the authority, so their opinion doesn't count. That's the whole behind the whole concept behind the fallacy is that if you don't agree on the authority, appealing to it is worthless.
Well, then we just say there is no authority, and then no one can make any appeal to anyone ever unless it's their own.
Yeah, how about appeal to the evidence?
Ding, ding, ding.
There
you go.
Anyone who agree is an authority is perfectly fine to appeal to. If you guys both look at a book and say, oh, this book on mechanics, that's the authority, then it's okay to appeal to that book the entire time you're having the conversation because you already both agreed that's the authority, that's the standard, that's the thing we look at to see who's right. That's when it's okay to appeal to authority. Appealing to authority at any other time is not okay. It's a fallacy.
Well,
How
then
can you argue
just say
against
there
this?
is no other authority. There is no authority whatsoever.
Dude, how are
There
you
go.
arguing against this? This is insane, dude. Play Star Trek for him or something, man. Let it go.
Anyway,
So anytime Winston brings up papers and stuff, we could just say, "Oh no, that's appeal to authority."
Of course.
No, I use hostile. I use hostile witnesses because I'm saying, well, why?
You're still appealing to them as an authority.
Yes.
No, I'm not appealing
listen.
to their authority. I'm saying, look at this evidence, right? And so they say they shoot a laser. Unfortunately, the only people I can even get an experiment about a 150 kilowatt laser is the military. But you guys think that the government loves us and never lies. Why are they saying
Missing the point anyway.
How do you choose what when you bring up citations? How do you choose what in that citation is correct and what is incorrect? Is it because of what you believe? What part of it you believe?
No, it's about evidence. It's independent of belief or source.
So if you bring up something that says something about gravity or whatever, or you say, hey, look, Harvard says this about gravity, and then the next statement they say something else that you don't believe in. How do you pick and choose what in that
an all or
citation is
nothing fallacy? You're trying to put an all or nothing fallacy on him by saying what you're saying.
And you're doing the pick and choose fallacy.
How does he use?
You're saying I
how
have
does
to
he
take
choose
everything.
What
you're saying I have to take everything this citation says to heart. It's an all or nothing fallacy.
Let me answer the question.
How is it that you pick or
Pick and choose
choose
fallacy.
what in the citation you get to use?
To be fair, this does really show why you guys don't get it, though.
Yeah.
So it's all good, I guess. Let them do
what's it? Let me bring it back. Let me bring it back to evidence that's not based on belief. Okay, so historically, the distance to Polaris, the best evidence that science and scientists have presented for the distance to Polaris was some value. And I say the best evidence for the distance. So the best evidence for the distance that's not based on any belief system was 300 whatever light years. 2 decades later, there was better evidence that gives its distance to be 400 something. So it's been updated, right? Based on the best evidence and no a priori belief in any system. Based on your arguments that you're just making about citations that you always reference, et cetera, this is a sound and logical way of science to progress. Yes or no?
it's valuable to look at evidence, but if
let's be honest, also.
I just said it's always valuable to look at all evidence without bias. If your methodology is actually intrinsically biased and begging the question fallacy, then that doesn't do anything, though. So there's a difference. If you can't acknowledge that difference, then don't talk to me about it.
I'd argue that so the two things you bring up are real. I would argue they're not in effect in this particular scenario. So I'm not sure why you pulled them sort of out of like left field.
Okay. In every scenario, mine's the same, right? So they like to point out that because I like to use Harvard and Stanford and Yale because I go ahead and cut through your BS about you always want to, not you, but just that side typically, right? Mm-hmm. Like actually people that actually know what they're talking about, I typically have way more cordial conversations with. Sure. But anyway, but like I'm not really trying to say that everything in this article is true, of course. It's like typically they're not even understanding the accurate representation of their side. Instead of wasting more time, I go get their side, the top of their side, what in their opinion would be, because I'm trying to move the conversation on to the actual argument. So I'm like, here's what they actually say. And then they're like, it says it's a globe in here. You're so dumb. And it's just stupid. And then people bring it up now as if it's some valid argument. I appeal to the actual evidence. So if there's a phenomena that Harvard knows, you know, I know, and everyone in this room can go verify, I can cite them to show the phenomena, and anyone else, and you can verify yourself. Their opinion of the phenomena does not have to be what I think. That's ridiculous.
And I can
witness. Really quick. How do you know what you're citing is true, though?
He doesn't have to, and here's why. If I make the claim to you that I take the Bible as the standard for what I do in my life, okay, it doesn't matter if you believe the Bible. If you look at me and see me doing something, and you point at the Bible and say, "Look, you're not doing what the Bible says," and you claim that you are, you don't have to believe in the Bible to do that. I already told you what my standard is. I said, here's my standard. And then you saw me and it was something different. So it's okay for you, someone who doesn't believe in it, to point to it and say, you're not holding up your own standard. And that's exactly what he's doing when he's pointing to those other things. He's not saying he believes it. He's saying, here's the standard you guys keep going to. And look, you're not lining up with the standard. That's a problem.
Exactly. Because how can I debate you about that standard you're defending if you're improperly representing it?
But Again, your reply to what I asked you about the updating the best evidence for the distance to Polaris. We agree on the philosophy and the foundation that this science updates all the time. Science is always updating. We both agree on that based on the given evidence, best given evidence, regardless of belief system. We're going to disagree. So the place where we disagree is the methodology that's used, and the techniques that are used. And in the specific case of Polaris, though, in the specific case, I'm throwing you a little bit of a bone here. You want to use something that doesn't have a dozen or more different, independent, disparate methodologies that conclude the same or very similar consistent results in the distance to Polaris in this very specific case. If you want to have a stronger argument, you need to pinpoint something that only maybe has like two different independent ways of measuring some value that you can then make an argument maybe that all two of these different methodologies are flawed in some way. In my opinion, you don't have there's no great argument here because there's so many different ways of actually, there's so many different methodologies and not just only capital P parallax, which you've even admitted is not even the best way for Polaris to measure the distance. That's all I'm saying. We're still going to agree to disagree there. But
it's insane to try to measure parallax to Polaris. It's actually ridiculous. That's my honest
opinion. In your opinion,
yeah, that's my honest opinion.
Sure.
So, but in general, like I don't disagree with the sentiments that you're neither one of them, right? Like it's better to not have way too many different ways you can cook the numbers. It's better to actually narrow down based on different discoveries that you make, right? Like obviously these are basic things, like you said. It's like a philosophical understanding, and that's how you grow in knowledge. But the methodologies are usually, they have the assumption baked in. And when we're talking about space, right, and we're looking at space, it's all kinds of stuff. It's like redshift, blue shift, this is what's happening there, and this is what's happening with the light here, and then Polaris is this bright, and then it's a whole bunch of the presumptions, dude.
Well, of course we're going to disagree. Of course we're going to disagree.
Right, right.
There's no
it's a fundamental. So
coming
that's
to an agreement on that
but
specific.
so the reason I bring this up as the overall point is that a lot of people walk around with their chest out. Like, yeah, of course the Earth is a globe that spins on a heliocentric model, and we know all about the universe, and they have their chest all out. They don't realize that in the background that the story that they think is perfect has changed a million times all over the place, and it's still changing today. And things like the star in the middle of the sky that's visible with the naked eye, we don't even know the distance. We were off by over 100 light years in the 21st century.
I don't know. I don't see many people on either side that really walk with their chest poked that far out, except maybe you on the flat Earth side, and I honestly can't even think of anyone on the globe Earth side. But anyways, that's beyond the point. I got to get back to work, but I actually enjoyed this conversation. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, bro. What's up? That's cool. It's cordial. When I talk to people that are like actually have credentials, usually not. Some people claim to on here, but yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Normally, it's more cordial, right? Like when I talk to a professor, it's a way more productive, cordial conversation. Like when you talk to a judge, it's more honest intellectually, right? It's like when you talk to a professor, it is as well. And when you talk to someone that's being honest about it, I have much more respect for that person, right? Because I actually empathize. I'm like an empath, so I'm like, damn, imagine if you went to school and picked a profession that's about that. That would be very difficult to come to grips with, dude. You know, like, let's be real. And if flat earthers are being real, it's really hard to come to grip with flat earth for lots of people. And there's like a spectrum of how long it takes them. And, you know, so that's kind of how I feel. And I like honest conversation. That's the problem is like when you're impulsively lying, it's like really lame.
Yeah, bro, I wasn't trying to help him obfuscate. I've heard him say dozens of times that you can't use parallax to measure the distance to Polaris.
Well, that's how I was trying to respond.
Since he's an astro.
Yeah, but I mean, how did you determine we can't use parallax? I mean, it might not be the greatest method, but you know, there are other methods to use.
Dude, it doesn't work at all. That's how I determined that. It doesn't work at all. That's why.
I was trying to respond to Jeremy when he asked that for that reason. It's because in this case, this is not parallax is not the method that's used. Huh?
Yeah, not even. I mean, it just doesn't even make sense, man. So, anyway. And the bigger point I was coming here to make, because I know I've brought Polaris up in this room like the last couple of days, is the bigger point is it's like, dude, that has a bunch of ramifications. Like anything close to Polaris, like you have to change that too. And supposedly NASA's, you know, sending things out to the depths. Oh, we got black hole pictures now, bro. You didn't know? So they're making claims way past Polaris. Okay. And so you're going to have to update all kinds of things because you have mass displacement and all this relative like these relationships between different masses. And then you're looking at the luminosity of the star and then its supposed distance and its relative nature to all the other stars that are visible and aren't visible. And everything is relative. And so when you bring it closer, it changes things. And this is why NASA hasn't even come out with in-depth explanations as to the updated figure yet.
No, but this is why I was trying to answer Jeremy's questions, because it was actually probably the most important question about this whole thing. Because actually, that's why Chronic was saying that the mass. He was wondering why you were asking about the mass, because it doesn't change anything, like at all. Like the other stars that are in the sky, they're not going to have a relationship. They're not going to have a gravitational relationship with Polaris. Such that
I didn't say they would. I didn't say they would.
I know. But I'm just saying that there's nothing about there's no relationship between Polaris and other stars that are going to change because of that. The only thing that could change is the method that was used to find Polaris. I mean to note the distance. It's used as a standard candle for further stars that are variable stars, just like Polaris. So those stars could change, but those are
okay. So you agree that everything further than Polaris can be way off in the current model?
And there's lots of things can be far off. It depends on how far you mean. Yeah, if you would have told me that Polaris was 30% off, I wouldn't have been shocked, and I wasn't shocked when I learned that. But like if things much further than that are you know, a great deal off. Like I said, it's not shocking knowing that the methods that are used to locate them, you can't even use Polaris once you get that far.
Right, can't use Polaris because every time we're saying how close it is or how far it is or things further away requires us to know the distance.
Hold on. I misspoke. I meant to say you can't use parallax for things that are further than that.
Farther than what?
Much farther than Polaris. I know once you get into the, the thousands of light years away, you have to use other methods.
I'm still trying to figure out how y'all still came up with 1,000 light years away.
There's, like Chronic was saying, there's plenty of methods other than parallax.
Nice story.
Yeah. One of them is standard candles, and that's what Polaris is the closest variable star, so that's why they were that's why its distance matters in reference to those stars. But
can you give me a presentation of most accurate measurement ever taken with parallax that can be verified?
I can tell you. I mean, the most accurate one, I have no idea.
That can be verified.
I mean, you can take a measurement of parallax.
You're telling me about things in the stars that I can't verify. Okay,
hold up.
Hold on. Somebody said Alpha Centauri. Somebody said Alpha Centauri.
You can measure parallax in your real life, like in your city.
Yes, I know that.
And you can measure and see if it's accurate. So I don't know what you're asking. It gets less accurate the further away you use it.
I still don't get what's the deal.
The deal is you can't actually verify those distances.
Oh, that depends on your criteria of verifying.
Actually measuring it.
Yeah, all those measuring methods are measuring methods, right?
No, they're calculations, not measurements. There's a big difference.
Calculation and measurement aren't mutually exclusive.
Yes, there is. A measurement is just different than a calculation.
I'm not saying they mean the same thing.
Then why did you say they weren't different?
I say they're not mutually exclusive.
But when I said measurement, then why did you mention calculations then?
I didn't. You did. Average.
When I said one that you could actually verify by measuring it, then you said, well, that is a very that's you said something about that being a way to measure it.
That depends on
the criteria.
Their criteria of verifying it.
And I said with measuring it, and then you said what?
And then I said that all those ways to measure distance of stars are measurements.
And I said measurements are not calculations.
Yeah, and then I said they're not mutually exclusive. Now we're just repeating the conversation and then I said it before. Like, saying this is a calculation doesn't mean it's no longer a measurement, because they're not mutually exclusive.
Can you give an example of a measurement that is also simultaneously a calculation?
Yeah, measurement of speed. When you measure something speed, there's two ways I know you can do that, and they're both calculations.
That's a good question. Is speed a calculation or a measurement?
Or do you measure time?
I think you
Why
can.
are you answering my question?
Do you measure? Well, because that has to do with speed. What's the formula for speed?
Distance over time.
Is it a calculation or a measurement?
Distance is the physical measurement. So in order for speed to be a measurement, then we need time to be a measurement. We need to measure speed and time.
Can't you measure time with a clock?
You can measure. You measure
measurement
time.
or calculation?
Speed is a calculation because you can physically measure the distance, but not the.
No,
so we
actually not even
physically
that.
measure the parallax and then put it into a geometric calculation.
No, but I'm just trying to address the previous kind of discussion between Bacon and Elbow. What's being physically measured is the speed and the time, and then the calculation is to use both in a formula, right? So, sorry, not speed and the time, the distance and the time.
Yeah, I think
so.
it's that personally, but okay.
Yeah, but speed is still calculated, always calculated. There's no
but
direct way to measure speed, right?
That's my point.
So I said there's no direct way. So I wouldn't say it's no longer a measurement just because it's not a direct measurement.
Yeah, we measure an angle.
I disagree.
I can't think of many examples of measurement that are actually direct.
Not Polaris, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course. I don't think anyone's claiming
I'm
that's
just
a direct
trolling, man.
measurement.
Chill, man. I was just joking.
You can't think of direct measurement. So like, if you were measuring the table in your front room, you wouldn't call that direct measurement if you just took a tape ruler out and.
Well, it depends. If my output is like it's one tape long, maybe that's a direct measurement.
Yeah, because I've answered this question before by saying that obviously if you use even if you use a ruler or a tape measure, you're using the units, the inch or whatever, and then the number of inches. So it's like you're doing very subtle calculation to make that measurement, but sort of.
Isn't it insane that we don't understand frequency well enough to easily map out distance everywhere? And people don't even understand light yet. We have little laser distant measurers, but like obviously they're not that efficient. But it's still insane that we can just easily measure everything.
Those are very accurate.
They're pretty accurate. Yeah, that's what I use for my observations to know my height. I'm saying that like we should by now have an understanding and manipulation of frequency so sophisticated that it's easily mapped everything, every distance.
Easily manipulation of frequency. Frequency is something very it doesn't
different than a laser.
Well, your phone, or not your phone, but the new iPhones, they have LiDAR in them, and you can map out all the things in a room by using the distance.
Okay, yeah, that's what's up. I'm talking about like everything. Like I'm talking about like we should be able to know definitive distances thousands of miles away.
What is definitive?
Actual.
Yeah, but should the error bar be 0 for them to be definitive? What do you mean?
Yeah, you would get it to that point. I mean, this is obviously just hypothetical.
Did you ever get to the point?
Could you ever get to knowing something for sure? Yeah.
No, that wasn't the question. I asked if you can have a measurement.
Frequency, it's speculation, man. It's like it's hypothetical.
I'm asking if you can get a distance measurement without an error bar, with a 0 error bar.
No, not in any means currently. No. Are you saying ever in theory? Yes.
Well, if you're confident.
I don't know. Do you not have a distance with 0 error? Do you not have a distance with 0 error bar in LEGO? Because they claim to be measuring the width of 1/10,000th of a proton. So photon.
Not
proton. 1/10,000th
I was going to say, yeah, exactly.
That doesn't sound like 0 to me.
If you're measuring the width of 1/10,000th of a proton, what's your error bar in that measurement?
I don't know.
1/1,000,000th of a proton?
About 350.
Bacon answer, bro.
I already did. I said I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that was a mic drop, bro.
I mean, that's a very specific question. How in the world I would know the answer for that if that's not my field?
I'll answer.
You remember when Tyson dropped Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped the mic and said that was gravity? Every time the flat earthers mic drop you guys, just picture him and think electrostatic. Movers be getting spanked in this room, bro. I'm just being real. It's slaughtered, dude. Just crazy.
It's just didn't make any sense to me.
It reminds me of the it reminds me of that Monty Python skit. Tis merely a flesh wound.
It's ironic you said that.
Yeah, I mean that's a really lazy comeback, man. You can do better.
It's not a comeback. It was just an observation. I'm not trying to make a comeback.
Well, yeah, so
I'm just saying. I think it's funny. I think that skit is funny from the movie. But I also obviously you have the perspective of us, but you have to understand we have the same perspective of you guys.
Yeah, but saying the irony is lazy. Come on, because you're essentially saying no you, but slightly more intellectual.
I was just making a comment, man. I wasn't trying to. That's why I explained it afterwards. But I'm not.
The thing is, though, I think you can do better. That's why
I'm just making
saying.
I'm not. This is not a battle. It's not. I'm not being adversarial. I'm just trying to make a comment. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
Coach, they're coming out with a new booster, dude. That's gonna make everyone funny if they take it. It'll give you a helping aid to your jets.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
I was making a point that just try to witty it up a little bit. I think was his point. He thinks you're capable of better.
I wasn't attempting to be witty. Is my whole thing, dude. I just noting an observation.
You guys just got dropped though. You got to come harder to the plate than that.
It sounds like a known conversation.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, you guys are getting mic dropped, bro, and you act like you don't know it. The people come in here and then they get really quiet on the globe side, and then the conversation moves on to another subject. Over and over and over, and you will come here tomorrow and pretend you know that we're crazy off about what the Earth is.
I think your last comment just didn't make any sense to anyone that could enter that, so no one entered it.
Okay, man.
I mean, if you want to use that to claim victory and feel better.
Hey, do you agree that your model is in no way definitive or actual?
Sure.
Okay, so it's just theoretical.
Sure.
Okay. And once it is proven inaccurate, then it's falsified, right?
Actually, I wouldn't say it's in no way actual. In some way it is. Like it actually describes reality pretty accurately.
You were doing
it's
pretty
actual
good.
in that sense.
You were doing pretty good. I guess we have to backtrack now. So I'll ask the question again. Do you agree your model's not definitive nor actual?
Yeah, I don't think it's actual, but yeah.
Okay. So it's not definitive or actual, so it's just theoretical.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah, I can go with that.
Okay.
What would the third option be?
I don't know. The fact that I can't think of an option B doesn't mean like I'm instantly going to accept this duality, but I think that there's no problem on accepting that, so I'm going to go with it.
Okay, do you agree that if something is proven inaccurate, then it's falsified?
Yep.
Do you agree that once you falsify something, that falsification is independent of replacing it?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So
for
you
example,
agree?
If falsified Newtonian mechanics, it's still not replaced in many fields.
Do you agree that when you discover something about the model was way off, that means it was proven inaccurate?
Sure.
Do you agree that when that is proven inaccurate, it's falsified?
Sure.
Okay, so we falsified your model. We don't have to replace it.
Sure. Yeah, the things you falsified have falsified. It doesn't mean the whole thing is wrong. It just means you can't claim that. So, for example, if I have a set of 10 premises, right, that lead to a conclusion that you refuted, so you've proven this conclusion wrong. It means at least one of those premises are wrong. It doesn't mean all of them are wrong. You can still have 9 of them correct and one of them be wrong.
Can you name one claim that the globe model makes that's never been changed?
That protons have positive charge? I don't know.
Globe model claim.
Yeah, I don't know what's I mean, we don't have a specific model called the globe model. That's something flat earthers use. There's no specific
Can you make?
model for it.
You know of one claim that the current model claim of the Earth has made?
Hold on, what's it? He's saying he doesn't have a model.
Well, yeah, of course.
You just told me
I
he didn't have a
didn't
model.
say that.
So you do have a globe model.
No, I'm saying globe model isn't actually like a specific model. It's just I guess the summarization of the whole mainstream media, whole mainstream, not media, science, right?
I think
what you guys call mainstream science.
I mean, I have one.
There's a bit of a Freudian slip there.
Yeah, I think I broke him.
I agree with Bacon. I wouldn't use the globe model to refer to what I'm about to bring up, but I think you guys would. And I would say that the moonlight, the light that comes from the moon is it gets it from the sun. I don't think that's ever been changed.
Oh, that reminds me of something. Oblivion, are you here?
How is that?
Yes, yes.
If you guys don't mind, I want just to comment something. Remember when we were talking about like getting close to the moon and moon having to be increasingly brighter? No.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. The moon reflecting light might affect that, because if there's a light source that is a mile away from you, and there's a meter from you, and the meter is reflecting the light of the source, as you go close to the meter, you don't get that exponential growth in brightness, right? Because that will actually apply to the whole distance, to the mirror, and then to the source, not just to the mirror itself, right? I mean, of course, the moon isn't a mirror, so it might not be exactly analogous to that.
Bro,
But
why are we running away from the running?
I just mentioned I wanted to tell something to Oblivion because I kept that into the back of my mind so I could find him again.
Okay,
if
but
you don't want to talk about
going on
that,
a long time now. Like it's going on like now. I think we had you in a good place here where you were being honest, right? It's
sure, yeah, let's go on from that then. I'm fine with that.
Okay, so because you said that doesn't mean all the claims are wrong. So I said, can you name one claim that hasn't changed? And Kosho came up with one on the table speculatively now that the reflection of the moonlight coming from the sun has never changed. So then everything else has been proven wrong before.
No, that wasn't my claim, by the way. That was just one example.
Okay, so but if the whole room of Globers couldn't come up with one, and Kosho took about 30 seconds because I saw him start to light up, that's why I jumped in and said, I think Kosho thinks he has one. Because Kosho's usually the fastest to try to come up with the answer.
I mean, I have like 10 or 20 more. I only said it because nobody else was saying one.
You got 10
no one said we couldn't come up with one. I mean, just Kosho just entered his, and then you said
no, that's not what happened. You said you couldn't think of one.
Did I say that I couldn't think of one?
Yes. And then we sat here for a second.
I don't remember saying that. I think I said about protons, and then you said that's not the globe model, and then you kept talking about what the globe model is, and from that, Kosho did answer the question. So I don't think that's
maybe that did happen. Maybe you didn't specifically say it. Then my bad. Same difference. So can you think of one now? Because that's not exclusive to the globe model. And then you start distracting about trying to divert to a pedantic argument about the word globe. So let's get back to the point, because everyone sees my point, and I think it's good for us to drive it home. So.
Right, so the planets revolve around the sun. That's another one.
Say again?
The planets revolve around the sun.
Well, that's actually not what was originally thought, though, right?
Was that part of the globe model? When does the globe model start for you?
Well, you guys claim the globe model was first proposed by the Greeks, and they did not just jump out saying that it goes around the sun. That's not what happened.
Right. So if the globe model starts with the Earth being spherical, that would be the only claim that never changed, right? Because if that was the first thing that was proposed, everything else, of course, would have to change.
Okay. So fair enough.
When you say, usually when people say, just to clarify, usually when people say globe model, I think of heliocentrism. That's why I said that. But if you go back beyond that to claim, the globe model starts in...
Okay, they changed the globe model, was updated and changed. And then they said it's going around the sun, and it's actually one of those lights out there, and they're all balls, and the Earth's a ball, and it goes around the sun. Okay, they updated their idea that the Earth's a ball to that. Okay, so even that changed. But even if we rock with that, because when you say the heliocentric model, well, that's what that is. That's literally, you've specified a claim. So of course it can't be the heliocentric model and change from the fact or the factor that makes it the heliocentric model. So let's be honest here. Can you name something that hasn't changed?
The Earth is spherically shaped.
You just did it again, right? Like, for the proposal of the globe is that it's a globe. Okay, the proposal.
Yes, I'm not getting the question.
Model, the proposal of the heliocentric model is that a globe goes around the sun. Okay, so we're talking about now. There's a globe heliocentric model. Okay, can you name any change within that model that hasn't been changed? Or I mean, any claim within that model that has not been changed?
An example would be the distance to the sun has never changed.
Oh, I think it did.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
I don't think we had the distance to the sun right at the start of.
It was just.
It was an example.
Oh, he asked the one that didn't change. I think the distance to the sun did change.
No, he knows that. He was.
Yeah, but why are you upset with things getting more accurate?
I'm not getting it.
Okay.
I mean, I have a hard time getting what the point is whenever you're arguing.
Why is it that I can understand what he says every single time?
I'm not saying that I don't understand what he's
trying to reword it, like to make it easier for you guys to then just miss it again.
What is the point? We understand that things get more accurate. I don't understand how that affects this whole debate at all.
Did you just jump in or something?
I did.
Okay, well, the whole point was founded upon the simple acknowledgement that when things are changed, right, that is them being proven inaccurate, right? When you have to change them or they're wrong, it's because you proved them inaccurate. That means you falsified it. And once you falsify something, the fact it's been falsified is independent of replacing that, right? So that's where it started. And then we
I don't know whether it is where it's falsified.
We started by very
got more
tedious.
accurate.
Right, that's why I was talking to him earlier and you weren't here. So I had to go through a very tedious definition to get the specific Glober's take, right? And he agreed on things. I had to tactically ask them to walk him through very irrefutable logical agreements. Okay, so when you make a claim that something is a definitive depiction of, okay, here's the first question I asked him, basically. So do you agree that your model is not definitive nor actual?
I agree it's not actual. We don't live on a model. That's not what models are. What do you mean by definitive?
I think definitive it wouldn't change anymore. Like that's it.
How do we not know what definitive means? Is there multiple definitions?
Well, what do you mean by it?
The word definitive. That's what I mean by it.
Yeah. What do you mean by it? Is it definitive?
Yeah,
does
like
it explain our reality? Yes, it does. As accurately as it can at this point.
I think definitive would be like it wouldn't change anymore. Like it's the
definitive literally means it means conclusive. So maybe conclusive is a better word.
Okay.
I think a conclusive can still not be
well, let me read the definition. Of a conclusion or agreement in brackets, done or reached decisively and with authority.
Depends which part of the model. Like, is Earth a sphere? I'd say that's definitive under that definition. I think this is a matter of like accuracy versus like falseness.
Okay, so you think that your claim about the Earth and how it's a sphere is definitive?
Well, let's use that, right? So there's a difference between the Earth being a perfect sphere and being an oblate spheroid, right?
Oh my God!
Would I say? No, that's just an example. Would I say that it's false that the Earth is a sphere? I would not say that. Earth's a sphere, but more accurately, I would say it's an oblate spheroid. Okay. I don't think that falsifies the Earth being a sphere. If you know what I mean?
Well, okay. So, can what you currently think the Earth is regarding its shape change at all?
I just gave you an example of it changing from being a perfect sphere, well, being thought of as a perfect sphere, and being an oblate spheroid.
I didn't say perfect sphere. I said the oblate spheroid that is currently thought to be, can it change from that at all? Is it a definitive claim?
Can it be in the same way that I would not say that it's false to say the Earth is a sphere? It's a matter of accuracy.
Okay, so what you're now saying is the example you brought up was too ambiguous a term. So anyway, so I'm asking, is your model definitive or actual? Okay.
Is it just me or he's breaking up?
Yeah, you're breaking up. I thought maybe I was breaking up. No, like when you say as accurately as we can, okay, you're saying it's not definitive.
It's not perfect. It's not perfectly accurate. Of course, it's not perfectly accurate.
It's not definitive.
If that's what you mean by definitive, yes.
Yeah, I mean what it means. So, okay, so the mod, so therefore, by logical necessity, it is theoretical.
A model is theoretical, yes. It's not an actual thing.
Yeah, the globe Earth model, as everyone's taught today, is just theoretical. It's not a definitive model.
Yeah.
It's subject to change. So when something
real thing, it's subject to change. Yes,
it's subject to change. So when something changes, it has to be changed. You agree that means it was proven inaccurate.
I would say that the current model has some inaccuracies.
Whenever something has to change, right? Because it was wrong, then it's been proven inaccurate, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Right. And so when something's been proven inaccurate, it's been falsified.
Sure. So the distance to Polaris, right? Well, actually, it's not a good example because that's still, not to use your word, still probably not definitive.
We'll use for an example. The model's claim of Polaris's distance has been falsified.
Or it's gotten more accurate.
Well, actually, NASA hasn't even come out and states what they think it is. So there's just a speculation floating around from academia right now.
Well, there's multiple measurements of it, or multiple calculations of its distance.
Okay, what's the current distance?
Well, like I said, there are four.
There are four current distances?
There are four measurements of the distance. And four calculations, or whatever you want to call it.
But the distances are different?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we definitely don't know anything about that. So just in general, right? So whenever you falsify something, the fact that was proven inaccurate, that theoretical postulation was proven inaccurate and falsified, is independent of someone replacing or updating it, right? Like if they don't come up with a new number for Polaris, that doesn't make the old number right.
Say that again, sorry. Say it again.
So if they come up with a new number for Polaris, or if they're trying to figure out the new number for Polaris, so they haven't come up with one, which is literally what's happened all the way up to NASA. They still haven't come up with one. But they agree that the old number was wrong and has been falsified. It's falsified right now prior to them replacing it, correct?
So hang on. Let's say it started at 400 light years. And you're saying without coming up with a new number, that number is false.
Yeah, NASA acknowledges the number's wrong, and they haven't made a claim on the new distance.
I struggle to see how that would happen.
Not my problem. But you understand that in this scenario, it's a perfect example that falsification is independent of replacement.
I think that's my question. I'm not sure how that happens. Like, just to say if you get a measurement of 420 light years or whatever, and then someone goes, "Oh, it's wrong," how are they making that claim?
Oh yeah, look it up. Look up how they claim they changed Polaris by 100 light years.
I am. And I've just found there are 4 different measurements. So 1991 was Hipparchos, and that was the bigger one, 430, whatever it was. And then the next 3. Say again?
That wasn't the one that was over 100 light years. Like in 2006,
400.
you can find NASA saying that it's 434, I think. And now
that's a 1991 number.
No, but I'm saying even in 2006, right? NASA was claiming that's what it was.
Okay. The other 3 are in the early 2000s, and they are all around between 99 and 110 parsecs, which is the 300 and something light years.
Wouldn't you agree that NASA would be considered your authority, though?
It depends.
Okay, so since NASA hasn't come out and replaced...
Well, actually, I'll say no. I'll say no, right? Because guess where the 400 light years come from?
What'd you say?
Google.
I would say no, because the 400 light years did not come from NASA.
Okay, but then it's credible in your mind, right?
Hang on, you broke up. Go in.
But when NASA stamps it, it becomes more credible in your eyes, right?
Well, why? Hipparchos, which is the one that measured 400 and something light years, is the European Space Agency. So are they more credible or less credible than NASA? Like, that's subjective, right?
Okay, it doesn't matter. But I just know we all know that the Glover's answer is yes, because NASA is who you invoke to make all these claims about the solar system and beyond. So anyway, we're gonna move on. So you agree that since NASA hasn't replaced the distance to Polaris, that doesn't actually matter because falsification is independent of replacement.
That's I don't agree with that. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I don't agree with it, right? How do you get to the point of saying 400 light years is wrong without some other measurement?
You can simply look at the method that they used to claim it was that far away, and then use the method more precisely and find out that they were way off even within their own method, and prove the method
you just
itself.
said that they were way off.
You
just said that they were way off.
I'm not done. Yeah, so proving their method inefficient.
Yeah, and logically speaking, incorrect methods can still have a correct conclusion.
Okay, so you're saying that the Polaris really still is 434 light years away.
No,
as applied.
I don't know. Like, I assume that things get more accurate over time. So I assume the 400 light years was an inaccurate measurement, and in the 30 years since, we've got more accurate measurements.
Okay, so what if someone makes a claim and then, because like, for example, someone claimed that the Earth was spinning around the sun, and then everyone started changing the model but not believing them, and then they ended up adopting it. So the idea that just over time it's automatically right is super ignorant. But just in general, my point is simple, is since NASA hasn't replaced the number, and all they found out was that using other methods, they show different numbers. Using that method more precisely, it shows a different number. So that number everyone thought they knew for sure, over time, we got more precise at that method, and we found out that number is in no way for sure. And in fact, it looks like it's way, way off. Here's our much more accurate and precise number. And NASA hasn't come out and staked a real new number, so they haven't replaced it. NASA hasn't. So since NASA hasn't replaced it, that doesn't mean that it wasn't already falsified, correct?
Has NASA come out and said 420 light years is wrong?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure NASA does acknowledge the discrepancy in the distance to Polaris. They just haven't definitively made a claim. Yeah.
Okay, so the distance is uncertain.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much agreed in your paradigm to be like 323 now. I think NASA's kind of nervous to officially stake one again, though. So.
Okay. So there's uncertainty with the accuracy of certain methods. What's
so
the problem there?
falsification is independent of replacement.
Again, this idea of falsification versus accuracy getting better.
How do you not understand?
Is the same thing as saying, is Earth a sphere? You're going to say, no, that's false.
Does everyone else understand it?
They'll never agree to this because they're in this paradigm, and we I don't know about you, but I used to be like this too. You always need an explanation or a reason for something. You need something to be there to replace what you had before. Like they live by this.
Yeah, but it's a very interesting part of the psychology for me because the Globers, they rarely respond to my arguments. Like if they watch a debate, right? They'll be like, Austin got slaughtered, even though objectively it was the other way around. And then when I say
Objectively? Did you just say objectively?
Yeah, that's what I said. And then when I say falsification is independent of replacement, they'll spam the chat and spam comments and quote it and say word salad. With its typical word salad, falsification is independent of replacement. So, Rue, if you agree that that statement's not word salad, right?
Oh, do I agree it's not word salad? No, I understand what you mean. I don't have a strong opinion either way on whether you're right or not.
Okay, but it's coherent, so it's certainly not word
Yeah, it's
salad.
coherent, yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the point's very simple. You can agree or disagree with it. That's independent of if it's coherent. But anyway, my point, only bringing that up because you didn't make that argument, of course, but a lot of Globers do. It's actually one of the number one responses I get. And I'm making the point. The psychological space it puts these people in is weird, right? Because it's just a simple, basic, logical question that actually is pretty indisputable. So
the problem is it implies something that I think people aren't really agreeing with, and that's that it's been falsified. So you're right that you can falsify something without actually replacing it. However, I don't think anyone's claiming or agreeing that it's been falsified.
okay, well, that's what they should say, right? But they don't. They attack the premise as if it lacks logic. So that's my point. I'm talking about the psychology of having to manipulate and twist everything that the opponent says. That's my point. I'm making bigger points in here, bro.
Yeah, again, I'll just say that I don't think falsification is the right word for things getting more accurate.
No, I said no because you want to sprinkle a little fairy dust on it and say things getting more accurate. When your accurate description would be things are proven inaccurate and then updated to the next theory we think is more viable. That's the
okay,
so when
question.
the definition of proven inaccurate might as well just be the word falsified. So
okay, has Newtonian mechanics been falsified? Is it false?
Yeah, it's false. Yeah, it's falsified.
Okay, but can we use it quite accurately?
Okay. Can I use the equation that shows me how Superman flies when I watch the movie?
Can we use Newtonian mechanics to make predictions in reality for like the trajectory of a fucking ball? All right. Actually, trajectory of the ISS. Can we use Newtonian mechanics at the level of the ISS?
I don't believe in fairy tales.
Okay, that's a no.
No.
Well, don't ask me about the ISS.
You're dodging the question.
Yeah, you are dodging.
Dude, you can still use the mathematical construct to apply it to the solar system. The mathematical
does it make
construct is its
accurate
reality.
predictions?
Does
it make accurate predictions?
You're dodging. Stop dodging.
I'm not dodging. It's not a prediction. It's a post-diction. The calculations were made based on the observations. You psychopaths.
No,
we
got destroyed again. Oh my God.
We can make predictions by sending a satellite to a particular position in the solar system using Newton mechanics.
Hey man,
and we get it right. So it's predictive. It's not ad hoc.
Update from your Star Wars wardrobe, bro.
So you're just going to ignore that fact that we do that? Okay.
That just goes to show you that since we now know Newton's gravity model was incorrect and it still worked, we know that things can still work and be incorrect. So every time you guys say something works, means jack shit.
Is that falsified?
So every time you guys say something works, that means jack shit.
But everyone agrees that falsification is
That's the test of whether something's valid or not. Some things like Newtonian gravity and Newtonian mechanics works for 99.9% of all the circumstances that certainly we're going to encounter in the solar system. So therefore, it's fine.
But before we change the subject, before we change the subject and you start ranting about black holes,
didn't we change the subject?
Yeah, what was the subject?
You were asked whether Newtonian mechanics works and makes
that's
predictions.
not the subject.
That was what I heard Ruhif ask you, and you dodged it. And the point is, it does work, and we use it all the time because it works.
Okay, no, I didn't dodge it. I went to answer it, and you immediately said stop dodging it over and over. Now you've interrupted me
because you were dodging it. He asked you whether Newtonian mechanics worked, and you didn't answer.
Rumpus, one more time, I'm muting you.
Just let him answer
the goddamn question.
Okay,
you
have
asked
to
Newtonian
stop
mechanics
talking to let him answer. Rumpus, you have to stop talking to let him answer. I don't know if you know how conversations work.
Okay, Jeremy, you ask him the question because he's clearly not going to answer Ruhif.
Okay, Stop. Okay, so I already said it. It was actually looked at the observations. The calculations were derivative of that. It's post-diction, not prediction. But we weren't talking about that, and Rumpus doesn't get to jump in and interrupt everyone.
So you still don't believe it predicts things?
Because we're not talking about that. So
he asked you a question. Ruhif asked you a question, so you were talking about it.
No.
He asked you a question, and you dodged it.
I didn't get...
I mean, it's incredible. How he thinks
Okay, so stop interrupting, man. So the conversation we were having in the context that he asked the question was about the subject we were discussing, which was, is falsification...
No, he then asked you another question. He asked you whether Newtonian mechanics works or not.
It was
about...
still
yet to answer that question.
It was in the context of, is falsification independent of replacement, dude?
And then he asked you a separate question, whether or not Newtonian mechanics works, and you still haven't answered that question.
Hey, Ruhif, why'd you ask that question?
Yeah, because it comes down to what do we mean by falsification, right? Is Newtonian mechanics false?
Okay, so Newtonian mechanics is just a construct that we use. It's a mathematical construct based on observation, okay? Then we look at the sky. That's all we do.
Does it work?
No,
does it work? It doesn't work. There you go. You're wrong.
Does it work? Okay, it doesn't work in the sky at all, actually. It doesn't work at all in the sky. So what you
It works everywhere in the sky. It works perfectly in the sky.
It works everywhere in the sky. So does all the Globers agree? What an idiot. Stop interrupting. Falsification.
We all agree. Yeah, we all agree. Ruhif, you agree that Newtonian mechanics works in the sky?
Andrea Ghez, the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner, doesn't.
Incredibly accurate.
Andrea Ghez, the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner, doesn't agree with you, and she knows that it doesn't work everywhere in the sky.
It does work everywhere. Where doesn't it work in the sky? Where doesn't it work in the sky?
Outside.
Andrea Ghez, the 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner, knows that it doesn't work everywhere in the sky. It's not my fault you don't know this.
I don't believe she said it doesn't work in the sky. You're making that up.
It also doesn't work with all kinds of things. That's why relativity was proposed.
Yeah, relativity is more accurate.
99%.
No, relativity was proposed because Newtonian didn't work.
In very special circumstances. And that's why I qualified. I said in 99.9% of the circumstances you meet in the real world, it works perfectly well. Hence, it's used to deliver satellites to anywhere in the solar system.
Hey, but
so using the word
falsified, buddy.
Is just,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I don't use the word falsified for it.
Yeah, okay, well, it has been... The fact you believe in government stories of going to space is the reason you don't think that what was objectively proven inaccurate wasn't falsified.
Newtonian mechanics is perfectly accurate for almost all the circumstances we can imagine on the planet Earth. And that we use, unless you're going to do things like except in accelerators or something. So but in terms of mechanics, it works perfectly. It works perfectly to deliver satellites to positions in the solar system. It works perfectly for measuring for ballistics. It works in 99.9% of the circumstances we have on the Earth. And the other case it doesn't is when we're doing things like GPS and using or in accelerators. Those are the circumstances it doesn't work. So you have to make a modification.
Cool. So can I use Coulomb's law for mechanics?
You can use Coulomb's law. It's not that wouldn't be regarded as mechanics, but there is a Coulomb's law which works. Yes.
Oh, I couldn't apply it to mechanics.
What do you mean by Coulomb's law is about how the forces between charges, and obviously an object can have mass because when you're doing with mechanics, you're dealing something with mass, and then that can accelerate something with a charge. So there is interaction between charge and matter, and that causes accelerations and things. Is that what you mean by? I don't quite understand what you mean by applying it to that's called electrostatics, and then that causes forces, and then you apply those forces to mechanical systems and then see what effect they have. So they do interact with mechanical systems, but it's not generally referred to. Electrostatics is a separate subject from kinematics.
Okay, so what if? Well, actually, the equation is exactly the same, except you throw G in there. So what if we just don't throw G in there?
No, it's not exactly the same. One has mass and big G, and the other one has charge and the constant, the permittivity. So they're not the same. So you just made that up. Well, of course, you don't know the difference between voltage and current, so it's not surprising you think they're the same thing.
Newtonian physics has big G.
No, okay, sorry, if you're talking about universal law of gravity, I thought you were talking about gravity. Yes, if you're talking about just sort of the laws of motion, no, that doesn't have big G in it.
So now you're conflating big G and little g. So when can you put little g in space? When can you put little g in space?
So I overtalked you twice. Then could you repeat that?
When can you put little g in space?
When can I put little g in space?
Yeah, when can you use
little
g in
g
space?
is something that happens as the acceleration due to gravity on the surface of the Earth. In space, little g does not apply.
Right. So Newtonian
Whereas
physics
big G
doesn't
does.
apply to the sky.
Instead of asking a stupid question, Witsit, right? How about just state your point? Right, you know that
Well,
little
I mean,
g
the
doesn't
point
apply
right
in
now
space,
is
He
right?
doesn't know what little g. He doesn't know the difference between the two G's.
I think he
Obviously, he
does.
thinks
Yes,
little
I do.
G's.
Yes,
no,
I
you
do.
don't.
Yes,
You
I
wouldn't
do.
have asked that
You just
stupid
pointed out
question.
that
I'll
you were
explain it. I'll
conflating.
explain it. So little g is nothing more than downward acceleration. And you guys have a conceptual backing of it that you mischaracterize as mass attracting mass and act as if we can breeze past the fact that's been falsified. And that even
No,
in
it
your
hasn't
own
been. Where's it
model,
been falsified?
even in your own model, gravity.
Where's it been falsified?
Even in your own model, gravity is no longer an intrinsic property of matter. And that's old news. That's over 100 years old, actually.
It is absolutely an intrinsic property of matter. It's absolutely, and Einstein confirmed this.
Okay, that's not true. So
it is true. You don't understand what anything you're
you don't
talking
even
about.
understand relativity either. So relativity.
I understand relatively quite well. You don't understand the difference between voltage and current. You don't know the difference between antimatter and dark matter. You don't know any of the things you're talking about. And the fact you got confused between little g and big G, and you don't understand that the Newtonian's universal law of gravity is just a reduced form of the Einstein one, that hasn't been falsified at all. You're just making stuff up. It's just a torrent of drivel coming out of your mouth.
Okay, so anyway, the Newtonian physics was falsified because it doesn't work in the sky. Okay, and actually,
where
outside
is
of the solar system? Outside of the solar system.
Where? Give me an example.
Everywhere outside the solar system.
Outside the solar system, Newtonian mechanics doesn't work.
That's
your
right,
claim?
dude. That's right.
It does. It works. Yes, things like the rotation of galaxies is based around Newtonian mechanics.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, cite it.
Well, it is. I mean, the rotation. It is.
Cite it.
Well, I haven't got it. I've got a paper to hand that says Newtonian mechanics is used. It's just taken with all the equations. If you go and look at the equations for rotation of galaxies, etc., and the and even the expansion of the universe, we don't tend to have to worry about the general relativity thing because it's on these large scales. Newtonian stuff will do.
Okay, so the actual cause of gravity changes where Newtonian physics will do.
So again, I didn't understand the question.
So the actual mechanism of gravity changes whenever Newtonian physics.
No, the mechanism. We know the mechanism is the Einstein general relativity, but it reduces to Newtonian mechanics certainly on the surface of the planet Earth. That reduces to the Newtonian one. The Newtonian one is basically an approximation of the Einstein one. And as Einstein said, in no way did anything has he done override Newton's equations or work.
Because his is just a more dumbed down, simplified version of relativity. So that's irrelevant because when you expand it out to the bigger scale, it's off drastically outside.
No, it works on the bigger scale. No, the situations where it doesn't work, where Newton's doesn't work, is when you're moving very fast. Or you're near a massive body. Now, there are smaller effects. So something like GPS satellites, they do actually have to account for general relativity. So there is a very small effect. But because with GPS, we are very concerned with even tiny deviations, it does actually affect us. But other than that, very tiny, it's a tiny difference.
I'm saying bigger scale in the sense of you going further and further out from the Earth.
Yeah, it still works. Newtonian still works.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You're breaking up, Jeremy.
Mechanics work? Does Newtonian mechanics work when you're Does Newtonian mechanics work when you're dealing with the non-inertial reference frames?
Yeah. Well, you have to add in an extra. What you have to do when you have a non-inertial reference frame, which let's remember, the definition of an inertial reference frame means that Newton's laws work, and if you have any other acceleration, then you have to add into the Newtonian equations this extra acceleration. So once you've done that, the Newtonian equations work. But you have to add in, so for instance, something like Coriolis or something, or a non-inertial rotating reference frame, you then have to add in a sort of pseudo force, and then all the Newtonian mechanics works perfectly.
Anyways, I don't want to hijack the shit. Go ahead, what's it?
Well, it's whatever. I've been talking a minute, but anyway, what I'm saying is objective. So in like 1955, they found out that galaxy rotational speeds were giving them a bit of an issue, and they're trying to work it out with relativity. Now, of course, they're trying to work it out with relativity because that's 55. So that's 30 years after they proposed relativity and had to update the model to relativity because that's how the current explanation currently lies. Like to this day, that's the current rhetoric. So that's
I missed the very start of your sentence. You said, are you talking about the galactic rotation? Was the start of your? Is this what this is about?
No. He said they found there was an error in the 50s from the galactic
of
rotation.
What? I didn't hear what the error was in. Of what?
Galaxy rotational speeds.
Yeah, he was talking about galactic rotation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So. Right, yeah, indeed. We found there's a problem with galactic rotation, and now we've decided that we've got lots of good reasons to believe there is a new particle, which we call dark matter, which just simply accounts for the missing mass. The Newtonian equations are still fine.
Okay,
they all work perfectly. We've just simply got some more matter. That's all.
But we have to use relativity though, because yes, dude.
No.
If we're trying to map out the whole universe and then our galaxy relative to other galaxies, we use the theory of relativity.
Do you know there are two theories of Einstein's
so
theories?
then it's definitely.
Are you aware there are two Einstein theories of relativity?
He knows, dude. He knows.
Yes,
no, he doesn't know this, does he? He doesn't know this because he doesn't know anything about what he's talking about.
Theory of relativity, 1905, attributed to constant speed to light. 1915, built upon that, general relativity.
Right. So the first one is not relevant at all. So So which theory of relativity are we talking about here?
General, the one that's used.
Okay. Right, but you don't. That's not been the problem. The galactic rotation thing has not been an issue with general relativity. It's been an issue with the decision, or the discovery of this new matter.
Okay,
it's not changed the rules at all. The Newtonian rules still apply to these galaxies that are rotating.
So all the other Globers agree with him that Newtonian mechanics works all the way out in space everywhere?
Yeah, no one's disputing this.
We understand, man, that Einstein's equations give the same results as is somebody saying something? They give the same results. It's just it's a closer approximation. It's
the only time it doesn't.
Newton's equations gives you a pretty good approximation, and it's useful almost all the time. And when it's not, you can get a closer approximation using Einstein's.
Yeah, the only time you get into problems is when you're dealing with black holes. But providing you're not near a black hole and you can just treat a galaxy, for instance, if the sun was a black hole and they had the same mass as it does now, the effect on the Earth would be zero. It would behave exactly as it does as if the sun was not a black hole. So the Newtonian mechanics would still work perfectly. But when you get close to a black hole, then you have to start considering what's going on with general relativity. That's when it starts to get tricky. But if you're a long way away from it, then the Newtonian mechanics works perfectly.
So then that means that they're different.
What's different? The two Newtonian mechanics and general relativity? Yes, they are.
Yes. Right.
And I'll now say it for the fifth time. I'll say it for the fifth time. For 99.9% of the situations, you can use Newtonian gravity, but there are some special situations where you have to use the general theory of relativity, and that's when things are going very quickly, or they're very massive, or they're very dense, like a black hole.
Or very small.
That's quantum. You're breaking up, Witsit. You're breaking up. We can't hear you, Witsit. You're just breaking up. Yeah, you're just roboting, Witsit. We cannot hear a word you're saying.
Okay, he heard you, and stop talking. Relax, Rumpus. You're all fired up, bro. Relax.
Well, when I get someone like Witsit, I mean, you're not. I mean, he's much worse than you are. He just spouts this stuff of which he knows absolutely zero, and then he starts spouting it as though he understands, and he doesn't understand any of it.
Can I just say a minute ago something about a discovery of new matter? We had to adjust something because of a discovery of a new matter. Which matter was that?
Dark matter.
We've discovered dark matter, have we?
We've discovered this matter. We haven't isolated a particle. I mean, Witsit, of course, thinks that antimatter and dark matter are the same thing because he knows nothing about this. But dark matter, we have good evidence. You did. You claimed we had dark matter then made it in CERN, you idiot. Don't start going back and lying about what you said.
Hang on, the reality is we haven't discovered
I'm not going to tolerate you lying about what you said. So yes,
we haven't discovered anything, have we? Have we discovered anything?
Well, we believe the
existence of something. We haven't discovered anything. We've just come up with a story.
Well, we have. No, we got lots and lots of good evidence for it. Just like, for instance, before the discovery of the electron or the positron, we had lots and lots of really good evidence for the existence of this stuff. And then we later on actually isolated the particle. Same with dark
We
matter.
actually discovered it. Something's discovered once it's discovered, not once it's a story. So we haven't discovered anything, have we? So you need to change
we've discovered
your wording.
good reasons. We've discovered lots of evidence. We have discovered. We've discovered. No, I'm not lying at all. We have discovered lots of good evidence for the existence of something called dark matter. We have not discovered the actual particle in question, but we have discovered that there is a mass defect, and we've identified even where places where it is. We've actually can point to bits of where, for instance, two galaxies are hitting one another, and we can actually show where this dark matter is actually in space. Where it's called the Bullet Galaxy, where there's a collision.
You're in La La Land, man. You live in La La Land.
Well, it's just science. I appreciate for science. I appreciate for science. You think it's La La Land.
Hang on, there's a flaw in your narrative. So you've now created a caveat to your narrative, a new additional fantastical narrative.
How is it a caveat?
To make up for the flaw in your existing narrative. You haven't discovered anything. So please stop saying you've discovered something because you haven't. That's my only point.
We believe the science believes the existence of something called dark matter. So we've gathered lots of evidence. We've discovered all this evidence that points to the fact there is another sort of matter, and we can even point into space where we're saying, look, there it is, just there. There is a load. There is a load of it just there, over there in that bit of space.
There it is. Look, it's just there. We've pointed to it, so we've discovered it. Like,
exactly.
Nonsense.
That's what you do when you discover something. You point at it and say, there it is, and that's what we've done.
Except you can't see it and you don't know what it is and you haven't actually discovered it. You're just pointing.
Well, we have discovered it. So it's called dark matter because it's not very difficult. It's rather difficult to see, but we can see the effects that it has, and we can actually point into a bit of space where there's a great wad of it.
Whatever. You don't know what it is. You haven't discovered it.
No, we don't know what it is. No, we don't know what it is. No, we don't know what it is.
Does anyone else agree? This is just lunacy.
It's just science. I appreciate you think you're clearly a science denier, and if you're a science denier and you don't understand something, you just deny it.
Now the name. No, I just like being proved by something that's real, not something you just make up and point at.
Well, do you believe in atoms? Do you believe in atoms?
So let's see a picture of one.
Well, hold on. I'd like an answer to my question. I notice he hasn't answered my question.
I don't know.
Is that because he's?
Can you show me an atom?
Jeremy, Jeremy, let him answer. How about letting you answer, Jeremy?
All right, go ahead.
Do I what?
To believe Jesus Christ. Do you believe in the existence of atoms?
I don't know.
Oh,
as in, I don't know
there you
whether
go,
they
guys.
exist
You see,
or not.
here we have a
I
science denier, a blatant science denier. He doesn't even believe in atoms. No wonder he doesn't believe in dark matter.
You didn't even hear his whole sentence.
He said no. That's all I needed to hear.
Robert, what I said, if you stop talking and start listening, is I don't know. Okay? I didn't say they don't exist.
Okay, right, so you don't know. Okay, well, that's just as bad. It doesn't make much. That's effectively a no. We've got all this evidence. We've actually got pictures of the damn things, and we've got this plonker who doesn't believe in atoms in effect, or doesn't believe the evidence is overwhelming. No wonder he doesn't believe in dark matter. What a twat!
Do you ever take a fucking breath, Brumper? Seriously?
Well, when I get someone who's telling me they don't believe in or effectively don't believe in atoms, or not convinced of the existence of atoms, then I'm afraid.
That's all you do.
I'm afraid. If you're going to do that, then I mean, you're a science denier. Science says that atoms exist. Thank you, Kosho.
Don't argue with these guys. There's no point, man. They just deny anything that's related to science, whether it's true or not.
Hey, can you hear me?
That's not true. We hear you now, with it. We hear you.
It's a complete
Kosho. There is a hydrogen atom.
They'll say B. If it's black, they'll say white. There's no fucking in between.
So Kosho's posted a picture of a hydrogen.
It's like a religion. It's just like a religion.
What are you talking? What they are? Yes, flat earthers.
Yes, it's just like a religion.
Model. He was talking about the heliocentrists.
You're talking about science deniers. Yeah, they've got religion. Yeah, they've got religion.
It's a religion, right?
Science denial, yeah. Science denial is a religion, almost, yes, because they do have a religious tone to it. They don't.
Right.
I mean, science is the opposite of
Oh
religion
my
because it
God.
just believes in evidence.
You sound so stupid right now. You sound
Well, that's because
stupid, Rob.
That's because you're not qualified to declare whether I'm stupid. You're too stupid. You're not qualified to have an opinion on this subject.
Guys,
you're too
come on,
stupid
please.
to comment.
Rumpus,
So as I go to
please.
explain how Rumpus is wrong, he will have to impulsively interrupt me and strawman me and brag about victory. Guaranteed.
Well, everybody's interrupting everybody, to be honest.
Well, if you persist in being stupid, I'm afraid you're going to be
Settle
called
down and-
stupid.
Okay, so
Settle
for
down and
one,
let people finish their sentences, please.
for one, to compare atoms to dark matter is intellectually dishonest and in no way analogous. Secondly,
Anybody use the phrase intellectually dishonest has not got an argument.
Okay, so
that is ridiculous.
I said it's. I told you, but I said it's not analogous. Okay. Secondly, right?
Well, it's not the same thing. I mean, if that's what you mean, I don't understand what you mean. It is. What do you mean by analogous? I didn't say dark. I was saying that is. I didn't say they were dark matter and atoms. I don't know in what way did I say they were analogous?
Okay, you brought it up you brought it up saying, of course he doesn't believe in dark matter, he doesn't believe in atoms, he's a science denier.
Yeah, right. So the point I was making is he doesn't even believe in the very basic things that science uses and understands and uses to understand how to build chips, for instance.
You see how you interrupted me though, Rumpus?
And so therefore, so it wasn't analogous. I was just pointing out that he doesn't even accept the most basic principles of science. So no wonder he doesn't accept dark matter. That's the point.
This is unrelated to the globe, too.
How is that analogous?
Right. Okay, so you brought it up as a comparison.
If that doesn't make it analogous. I did indeed bring it up.
I'm trying to talk, Rumpus.
Well, stop claiming it's an analogy.
Okay, you did make an analogy because you said...
No, I didn't.
You said, yeah, because whenever he asked you the questions about dark matter and like, have you actually discovered it? Do you actually see it? Can you see it? You said, oh, so do you believe in atoms? Because you can't see atoms. That's why you brought it up as an analogy. You lose for the 400th time today. So stop interrupting me. So that was just my preface. I was saying...
That's not an analogy.
Oh my God. You brought it up because you can't see either one of them. It was literally used as an analogy.
That's not that's not an analogy. No, you think that's not analogy is when you're saying something's the same as something else or similar. I'm pointing out that he doesn't accept most basic bit about science. Therefore, he's not going to accept some of the more complicated, more controversial.
No, you brought it up. You brought it up because
yes, I did bring it up. Why do you keep saying we know I brought it up?
I wasn't saying just that, you idiot. I said you brought it up because he was saying that you can't see dark matter. You haven't discovered it, and you said, okay, so do you not believe in atoms? Because everyone knows you can't see atoms. So you're saying...
I didn't actually mention that. I just was trying to establish whether or not he accepted some of the basic things that are accepted by science. And he doesn't, because he's a science denier.
Okay, stop interrupting me or I'm going to mute you. Okay, so I said, watch, he's going to interrupt me. And I said, first, you brought it up, and he was pointing out you can't see it as if it was analogous, but it's not. Secondly, okay, so... the area that we isolate and we call atoms is a very real area, okay? It's certain energy, and then we look within that, and we isolate phenomena. We can definitely isolate that area. That's definitely a real phenomenon.
Isolate what area?
No one understands what you're talking about. What we call an atom.
That's an area, is it? So calling something an atom is an area, is it?
That's what it is.
So if you're talking about atomic theory, so you're talking about atomic theory now, okay. Right, what about it?
Okay, so it's just a theory when you go into...
It's just a theory.
Whenever you go into making all the materialistic, specific physical claims about it, because you can't...
So are you denying it?
I'm denying your interpretation.
Are you denying science's understanding of atomic theory?
I do not agree with atomic theory.
We've got another one.
Subatomic theory. Listen,
we've got another amazing science denier.
Rumpus, stop, dude. I agree with the basics of how they work and how we map them out, okay? And even like phenomena that's consistently isolated within the area that we call an atom. So you're conflating...
What phenomena are you talking about?
You're conflating the phenomena, or like what people
call... What phenomena are you talking about?
Whatever you label inside of an atom, whatever phenomena you label as some materialistic subatomic particle, whatever you make up and say is a little physical material particle in your theory, in your subatomic theory, built upon atomic theory, okay? That's just all theoretical. When you conflate the phenomena...
It's been verified by experiment.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has. So in fact, experiment led us, and observation actually is what drove the idea about the model of the atom, because our theory just couldn't work out what the hell was going on. It's only by the fact we came out with these experiments that showed very strange behavior that we didn't understand, and then we said, well, what? Okay, we'll then think up some theoretical model that explains this, and then we tested that theoretical model for predictions, and oh yes, that theoretical model works. And if obviously some models didn't, so they were thrown away. Eventually, we found models that did work and agreed with all these very strange experiments that were going on. So it's been everything we have as an atomic theory has been verified by experiment and observation.
Once again,
you're just denying science here, just denying history.
Once again, Rumpus, you moron that has to grasp at straw mans for literally hours
How's
on
that
end.
Straw man? You claimed it wasn't verified by evidence experiment, and it has. You're just making stuff up
Rumpus,
again.
This is
You don't know
the last
anything
warning.
about this subject, do you?
Rumpus, you're going to be the first person I've ever muted in here.
Well, stop talking crap about saying that the atomic theory is not being validated by
It's not your turn to
observation.
talk right now. It's not your turn to talk. Next time you interrupt me, I'm muting you. Okay? So you are straw manning me. I did not say everything that we've discovered, every single experiment, all observations.
No, I didn't say that.
You're lucky, because I was going down to get you. You're lucky you stopped. You're a weasel, bro.
But I mean, you put words into my mouth that I never said. I didn't say everything. I just said that atomic theory has been validated by experiment. That's the only thing I said, and you just twisted that, you little tosser, into something else completely different.
Let him finish.
He just misrepresented me. It was a gross misrepresentation of me.
What I'm trying to actually say is there's consistent phenomena that can be isolated through different type of observations on the atomic scale and the quote-unquote subatomic scale. Quantum mechanics makes all kinds of observations, for example. The observations are real. No one's disputing that. So whenever you constantly beat on your chest saying, I'm denying the observations, you're lying, and that's a straw man.
You said,
no
you little wanker, you said that atomic theory was not validated by observation. Little git. He disputed what he disputed.
Your weird name calling. We don't even know what the fuck you're saying. Nobody uses those weird name calling words.
He disputed whether or not he claimed that the atomic theory had not been validated by experiment. He made an absolute definite claim.
Don't straw man me.
That atomic theory. You did. When I said it had been validated by experiment, you said no, it wasn't.
There's a phenomena that's real.
You said no, it wasn't validated.
This is just people talking at each other.
What about dark matter?
Well, he keeps on misrepresenting me.
What about dark matter?
And he keeps on denying what he said previously. He said, when I said that atomic theory had been validated by experiment, he said, no, it hadn't. And now he's backtracking, or I don't know what he's doing now.
Okay, you said your point, Rumpus. You're not being muted for 30 seconds so someone else can speak, so go ahead.
Thanks.
And to be fair, like, he was probably talking that whole time. I don't think he even knew he was muted, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, you guys get the point. We can move on, because what we were talking about is that Newtonian physics, right? It is not accurate out on this magic universal scale. We came up with the theory of relativity because it was needed for many things, and even that has been proven inaccurate as well. And this goes full circle back to when something's proven inaccurate, that's the definition of falsified. When something's falsified, that falsification is independent of an attempt to replace it.
Guys, I have a new hole for the globe model. I found the new hole regarding the Foucault pendulum. You know how they can't
bring that up in a little bit.
Hold on, it's kind of the whole side topic derail. I think Rumpus may have wanted to respond.
By the way, dark matter is a hyper
drivel. That guy, which had just spouted. As I'll say for about the 10th time now, the Newtonian equations work for 99.9% of the situations that we have in the universe, and they work for on the Earth and in our solar system and beyond. There are just special circumstances where we needed the extra nuance thing of Einstein, and Einstein's equations reduce to the Newtonian equations. Einstein himself said that he was not replacing Newton. He was just simply adding in very particular situations where you had to add some extra. That doesn't make Newtonian mechanics wrong. Almost everything we have in science only works for a certain range of speed or mass or other things. Almost all the things we deal with only work in a particular range of the environmental situations, and that doesn't make them wrong. It just makes them appropriate to a particular context, and in the case of Newtonian mechanics, the context is 99.9% of the universe.
But Rumpus, you're conflating the calculations to the actual theoretical claim that is being made about the cause.
Newton made it very clear he didn't understand the cause, and that's why he said, that's when he sent this letter saying, do not attribute to me the cause of this, because he didn't understand what it was. And he knew there was a problem with our instant action at a distance, and he didn't like it. But he couldn't solve it, so he just junked it and said, well, never mind about that. My equations work. What the actual mechanism that goes on, I don't understand. It was only when Einstein came along later he worked out the mechanism. But all of Newton's equations still work perfectly well.
Okay, so what Newton actually did was that what this would mean if this were true is that innate brute matter would act on other innate brute matter through vast distances of nothingness.
They do. You're breaking up, by the way. You're roboting again.
He said to think this.
We're missing we're only getting 1 in 3 of your words.
Yeah, you're roboting a little bit. The only problem with what you said, Rumpus, is we have many quotes saying that Einstein replaced Newton. So I don't know where you're getting what you said from.
Einstein himself said he didn't do that. His thing.
I don't care what Einstein said.
Well, he was correct. All scientists agree with him.
Modern science agrees that Newton. Why are you being a science denier? Modern science agrees that Einstein replaced Newton. You're a science denier.
Modern science agrees that Newtonian science is correct in 99.9% of all situations, and it's only has a problem.
Modern science agrees that. My bad. Go ahead. What were you saying?
So science agrees. Look, lots of theories, as I described, tend to be approximations for a particular context where you're not moving too quickly, or it's not too massive, or you're not too small. So, for instance, at the quantum level, Newton's equations you don't use them because have this sort of probability distribution where things can appear
because they don't work.
Yeah, so that's
you don't use them because they don't work.
Oh, right. So Newton's equations have their place in the universe, and that's where they're appropriate. Almost all of physics, general relativity doesn't work at the quantum level. The quantum level doesn't work at the general relativity level. These are situations where there's expansion. Any particular theory has limitations to where it's applicable. And so, therefore, just by saying, it doesn't work in this situation because we don't have a quantum theory of gravity, that doesn't make the quantum theory that we use and works every day in your computer wrong. It just means we don't fully understand how to extend that into other contexts. You don't seem to understand how science works.
Okay, what you said doesn't change the fact that modern science agrees that Einstein replaced Newton. I don't know why you're being a science denier.
Science uses Newton's stuff all the time because it works and is valid.
Why are you being a science denier?
I'm not being a science. Science agrees with me. Science agrees that Newtonian mechanics works perfectly well. You're just making that up.
Okay. I can find you many citations right now that say Einstein replaced Newton. Now, I don't know why you're being a science denier saying it didn't replace Newton.
And you don't seem to accept.
This is weird.
You don't seem to understand that the Einstein theories of general relativity reduce to the Newtonian equations, so they're valid.
Then why are they all saying that Einstein replaced Newton and making you a science denier?
Because in certain situations, the 99.9%.
I feel like I got to talk a million miles a minute to just try to get a sentence out.
Yeah, no, you know what you're saying. You're saying you can find situations where the Einstein's replace it, but I can telling you that in 99.9% of all situations, the Newtonian thing works, and that's why we use it, because it works. It's valid.
Okay, that doesn't change the fact that all of modern science agrees that Einstein replaced Newton, and you're going around saying no, Einstein didn't replace. And you're going around saying no, Einstein didn't replace.
99.9% of the situations, it hasn't.
Right.
In 99.9% of situations, it doesn't replace it.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying anyways.
I am. You're saying it replaces it. And I'm telling you that those same people say, yeah, for 99.9% of situations, we can use Newton. It's perfectly fine.
I'm telling you that mainstream science, all of mainstream science agrees. Einstein replaced Newton. You're sitting here being a little science denier saying Einstein didn't replace Newton. I don't know why you're
denying the scientists who say that Newton's equations work 99%.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but you keep ignoring the point that I'm making. That Newton's stuff works. You can do it all in general relativity if you want to, but the point is, in most situations, the approximations of Newton's work perfectly well, so people use that. Einstein himself said, nothing I'm doing is going to replace Newton. Newton's stuff works in the context that it's valid for. Yes,
really simple stuff, Jeremy.
That's
we know that Einstein. If you want the general,
if you
can
see
it,
very simple. All mainstream science agrees that Einstein replaced Newton. Rumpus is sitting here telling us, no, Einstein didn't replace Newton. I don't know why Rumpus is being a science denier when he just got done calling us.
But
science
you're ignoring
deniers.
the fact that you can use if it replaced that imply what you're
Are you
trying
gonna
to
address
imply.
what I said or no?
I am going to address it. You're
What I
implying
just
that Newton's stuff is wrong, and it's not. It's right for 99.9%
So you're not going to
of the
address what I just
situations.
said. So you're not going to address what I just said. Okay,
I am
that's fine.
because the Newton stuff the Einstein equations reduced to the Newtonian equations, so we use the Newtonian equations.
Nothing to do with what I just said. Nothing to do with what I just said.
It is because you effectively can derive the Newtonian ones from the Einstein ones. If you want the general case, yes, you use the Einstein ones, but you don't need to do that. We can apply the Newtonian rules to reality.
You're not even hearing what I'm saying.
I am. I've just repeated effectively what you said. The Einstein case is the general. Look, the way that science works is you have some general equations, and then you can say, in this particular situation, these equations are perfectly valid. And that's the situation we've got, the Einstein and Newton. So you don't need to use the Einstein equations for 99.9% of the time. Yes, the Einstein case is the general one. So if you wanted to cover all the situations in the universe, you'd have to use the Einstein one. But you don't. That's not the situation we find ourselves in. We do not need to teach that.
You're not addressing what I'm saying. You're not addressing what I'm saying.
Exactly. It's a subset. Newtonian one is a subset. Newtonian one is a subset.
Times, he's not addressing it.
And you're not. And I've said it 10 times. You're not addressing what I've said. You're implying it's replacing
what I've said. Mainstream
and you're not addressing it. The Newtonian equations are valid. Science agrees they work.
Oh,
calm down. Everyone can't talk at the same time. Real fast, though, because I just have bars right now. I'm probably going to lose them again. What I'm saying to you, Rumpus, is that they're fundamentally different because the cause claim is different. You said
yes.
Stop interrupting, please. I don't have.
No one's disputing that.
Rumpus,
hold on. I'll mute him. Rumpus, I'm going to temporarily mute you. So what's it?
I've got to go anyway. So I'll leave.
Fucking obnoxious.
I've got to go anyway. So
I'm going to say it really fast. So the point is,
on mute for 30 seconds.
What Newton really said was that what he was really explaining is, well, what this would mean if this theory was true applied to the sky, what that would mean is that innate brute matter would be acting on other innate brute matter through a vastness of a vacuum. And do not attribute this to me, for to me, it is so great an absurdity to think that any man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could never fall into it. So there was an intrinsic cause claim, okay, but he said, that's the big flaw he sees in it. Don't attribute this to me. I've left it up to the contemplation of the future readers. Maybe you can figure it out, because that is insane. So when you say that they're the same, they're not. They're fundamentally different. The cause claim is different. One says mass attracts mass. The other says that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. These are different cause claims.
What's it? Sorry, go ahead, my man. I was simply going to say that that's exactly what happened, though. Is Newton was right. He found that something that worked and it was correct. He had no idea how to explain how that was working, how it could communicate through the instantly and all sorts of type of stuff. And he was right to say that because he didn't have the answer to that. And Einstein literally filled that void. That's really all Einstein did was he further described what Newton had described in his own way, but without any details. So then Newton comes in and is explicit about it, and doesn't really change it. The only thing he changes is the fact that it's not instantaneous. But other than that,
that is why mainstream science now acknowledges that Einstein's theory has replaced Newton.
Okay, can we still use Newton? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter, dude. No. Mainstream science says that it's fucking replaced. Rumpus is being a science denier. So is anyone else that decides to go along with what Rumpus is saying.
Can we still use Newton in 99.9%? Yes, we can.
No.
The answer is yes to that.
The reason you can't is because you're claiming a cause.
There's no answer to that. The answer is yes, we can.
No, it's wrong, because when you describe something with calculations, that doesn't mean you're using it and it's now accurate, because it makes a cause claim.
I don't care what the cause is.
It's like
Can
a
we
fifth
use
grade
Newton's
point.
equations
No,
to
because
do
you don't care about
99.9%
science.
of the stuff?
We know you don't
Yes,
care
we
about the
can.
cause because you don't care about science.
Well, Ruhif, the reason the cause
fuck's sake,
claim is
Jeremy.
relevant to the conversation, my brother, is because we were talking about how once something's proven inaccurate and updated, then that means that the old one that it was updated from was falsified. That's what proven inaccurate means. So when you try to conflate Newtonian and Einsteinian physics, right, you're skipping over the falsification of Newtonian physics. Falsification is independent of replacement. Even Einsteinian physics has been debunked at this point. That's the point.
Okay. So you are saying that we can't use Newtonian mechanics in our everyday lives. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying it cannot be an accurate depiction of reality.
It's accurate enough for 99.9999% of circumstances we may find ourselves in.
Still been replaced by mainstream science,
And
and anyone
again,
that's going.
you keep saying it,
I thought
Jeremy,
you
and
were
we
done, my
keep
bad.
saying, yeah, because you keep saying the same shit.
Yeah, but there's
And
a
we
lot
keep
of
saying the
reasons.
same
There's a
shit.
lot of reasons why mass attracting mass doesn't work. So it doesn't matter if you don't get it. Yes, dude. Like the equations don't change. Okay, but then you have to get more intricate because those equations would not adequately explain the motions further away and on the quote unquote bigger scale. Objectively, that's why you needed relativity. It wasn't just that Newtonian still works, it's that when things get way far away, okay, you need something else because Newtonian cannot in any way accurately map it out intricately enough. That's why it was updated. And in addition, it claims that
no, that's not why it was updated.
I love paying NASA show.
I'm almost done. I'm just saying it claims that matter has the intrinsic property of gravity, but that's not what the cause claim of relativity is. It claims that gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time based on the mass that's resting within that space-time fabric. So those are two fundamentally different cause claims. They can't both be the same. So if you change one from the other, they're not both true. They're not the same. They can't both be true.
I'm just going to say, can we use Newton's equations? The answer is yes.
Newton's equations
doesn't matter.
don't mean anything when you use them on the Earth.
Yeah, so what do you mean, Jeremy, when you say it's been replaced? Do you mean that we can't use it?
Okay, I'm not saying it's been replaced. Mainstream science is saying it's been replaced. Now, I don't know why you guys are being little.
That word to mean?
I don't know why you guys. Oh, I was almost done, Ruhif. Hold on. Now, I don't know why you guys are running around being little science deniers saying that replaced when all of mainstream science agrees Einstein did replace Newton.
When you read those words, replaced, what do you interpret that word to mean?
I know what replaced means. It's not my fault.
Okay.
You think
Tell me what it
definitions
means
are
then,
meaningless.
according to you.
It's dumb
Does
if
it
you
mean that
think
we can't use
definitions are-
Newton anymore?
I wasn't even done. How'd you know what I was going to say?
Because you've said the same shit 50 times and we've responded with the same shit 50 times.
Did I say it? Did you hear what I was going to say about definitions?
Oh, they're not prescriptive.
Oh, here we go with the definition game.
I don't know why I even bother with you guys. It's so obnoxious.
Well, if you would say something different for a change, or
I was saying something different. You guys won't fucking let me because you're scared.
What do you mean by
Scared,
replaced?
dude. You guys are scared because you're running around being science deniers after you got done calling us science deniers.
That's a projection.
For years. I know. Be scared and funding mute me, paid. Funding mute me. You have to.
Okay,
Yeah, because the word science, if you call them a science denier, that's like the worst insult you can say to them. That's like one of the biggest insults they say to us. They think that really shows how they're better than us. So you're not allowed to say that about them.
Jackass.
Well, if you understood what you were saying, Woodsit, you would understand you're wrong. But no, you're just either.
Well, you just jumped in the conversation. Let's see what your answer is for the globe side. Is falsification independent of replacement?
Oh God.
Yes, and the flat Earth has been falsified, along with relative density.
The answer is yes or no. The answer is yes. I asked NASA page 2. The answer is yes or no.
It's yes.
Oh, this shit again. God.
Can I get a yes or no, please?
You haven't falsified anything.
Yes.
Though. That's your problem.
So you don't falsify anything?
Okay,
No.
so you agree that the answer is yes, but you
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm not. No, I'm saying.
I said it's yes.
I'm tired of this stupid discussion. How about that?
Okay. Well, that's what we were talking about.
This is the only shit you've got. Is this whole keep on going in falsifications and you can't come up with any.
Let's just all say yes and let it go.
It's like 4 words, 5 words.
You can't say anything because you have no replacement. Therefore, you say, "Oh, I don't have to replace. I can just say no, and that's good enough."
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm making a logical point.
Falsification is independent of replacement. You don't have to replace something in order for it to falsify.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence that it's false? What's it?
Okay, now you're changing the subject. So you do agree that the logical premise holds weight, and now you're
Where's your evidence? What's it?
Wait, time out. We're talking about the logical premise, and if
I
you
don't give a
agree
shit about your logic. Your logic is shit without some evidence. Please give some evidence.
Okay, so stop interrupting me. I will move on as long as we can get an agreement, right? You agree that the actual logical postulation is correct. That's right. Falsification is independent of replacement. You agree with that, correct?
I said
I'm
yes.
unmuted now.
We can disprove things. Let's go. We can disprove things. We've disproved flat Earth. Go.
Okay, so falsification is independent replacement. So then the part that we were really breaking down, right? Let's define falsified then. So that would be proven inaccurate. Do you agree?
No.
So where's your evidence?
So if you prove something inaccurate, then you didn't falsify it?
Yeah, we've been through this. Is it false to say Earth is a sphere when it's really no blade spheroid?
Why is it that no one on the globe side can answer basic logic questions?
Yeah, because you're gonna fuck the word. You're gonna fucking
they're scared.
No, I'm not scared. I'm just tired of the same old bullshit.
Yeah,
Where's your fucking evidence?
He's going to
Do
equivocate.
you agree with my definition of falsified?
I'm tired of your
No, I don't.
Okay, so the reason that I'm not trying to divert or anything, the way you have productive conversation, if you're saying, oh, falsify it, Austin, I'm saying, okay, let's agree on what it means to falsify something before I proceed to do that. That's how you have intellectual exchange.
Indeed. And I think that's
how
what
do
we all...
you falsify something?
All of us disagree with that it's been falsified because it's been changed or refined or something. We all disagree.
Okay, so I said that the definition of falsified is proven inaccurate. Do you agree with that definition?
We all disagree.
Can you give an example of that?
Well, then how about this? Can you give me an alternative definition, please?
I just want
if I hold a tape measure,
being proven false.
Proven false.
If I have a 2x4, hold on, what's it, real quick. If I have a 2x4, come back to me and tell me that 2x4 is 8 feet. Then I put a tape measure up to it, and I see that the 2x4 is actually 12 feet. Have I falsified your 8 foot?
You falsified my claim.
Of 8 feet, yes. Okay, go ahead with it. Go ahead with it.
Well, that's the point, right?
I think this just comes down to accuracy.
Exactly.
If something's proven inaccurate, it has been falsified.
Well,
let's use the term.
You can never get an accurate
argument.
measurement of anything.
Yeah, continue your argument, but instead of saying falsified, saying inaccurate.
Yeah.
Well, what's the definition? No, because the phrase that we're discussing has the word falsify in it, and it really triggers the globers. So I'm trying to.
But
I'm trying to have a middle
you've just acknowledged that you're about to equivocate because your argument will fall over if you can't use the word falsified, won't it?
No, it's you are asking me to falsify something,
inaccurate.
and now you're saying you asked me to get to falsifying something, quote unquote, and now you're saying I can't use the word falsify.
You said get a definition for falsified, and you said proven inaccurate, right? So let's not use the word falsified, right? If those words mean the same, then your argument should still stand if you just said it's been proven inaccurate, correct?
Well, sure, but my saying is not
so use the word inaccurate.
I'm not changing it. No, why? Because that's 2 extra words.
Because you want to equivocate. That's what you want to do.
I don't understand. What was wrong with my 2x4 example?
How is it an equivocation if I'm asking you for the definition?
Yeah, and we've given you one, inaccurate. If those 2 words mean the same, then your argument should hold if you just swap out the words.
So the definition of falsified is inaccurate.
You've just asked us what our meaning is, and we've given it to you.
That's inaccurate. That definition's inaccurate.
Dude, Rubik's told me definitions are meaningless, so I don't know where you think you're going to get with this.
Definitions are not prescriptive.
When it's proven inaccurate, when it's demonstrated to not be accurate.
Yep.
Correct. Right, because falsify
so let's use that
is
term.
a verb. Falsify is a verb, right?
Let's use that term, proven inaccurate, and keep going with your argument. If that's what you mean by falsified, then let's continue.
You don't get to change my catchphrase, bud. I'm sorry it triggers you. So we're going to move on.
Because you're going to equivocate.
Falsification is independent of replacement.
Because you're going to say this is inaccurate, therefore I falsified this model. That's where you're going.
It was believed to be true before.
Yes. What was wrong? I thought my 2x4 example would go over well because it's the way that we've falsified it.
Let me say this:
it's highly inaccurate. Yeah, it's highly inaccurate.
So in my 2x4 example, have we falsified the 8-foot measurement?
It depends what you mean by falsified. Jesus,
that's why
you're not getting what we're saying.
Proven inaccurate.
I wanted to make that clear because in the claim that let's say the claim is this 2x4 is 8 foot long, that claim can be falsified because that claim could be false, right? If the claim is that general or that Einstein or Newton's equations accurately depict gravity everywhere in the universe, then that claim can be falsified. However, to falsify the claim does Newton's equations work, or is the equation correct? That's not exactly falsified because in some places it does work, and in other places it needs to be more specific. So it's not fair to say that just because you've refined something that has been falsified when it's still working.
So in some places it does work, and in some places it doesn't work.
It depends on what the claim is that you're making.
Okay, so it's been falsified because it's been proven inaccurate. The overall point is very simple. If you say the sun's 3 million miles away, and then you say, oh, damn, never mind, it's actually 9 million miles away, okay? Then you falsified your first claim through whatever means you've done, right? Because you've now changed it. What you did was you claim that you have proven the old number inaccurate and you've updated it. Now, if you're like, wow, we used this type of geometry to determine 3 million, and we found out this is a mistake we're making and that number's wrong, so we don't know how far the sun is. Once we understand that we don't know how far the sun is, it's already falsified. I don't have to replace it for it to be falsified. I know you guys don't like the logic because it's detrimental to your worldview, but that is not the point. That's irrelevant. Your feelings don't matter.
That's what I'm saying. Those are false equivalences because we're not like there's a specific value for a distance or for a length, and to say that length has been shown to be wrong and there's a new length, that claim is falsified for that value. But that's not at all the same thing. Because we're talking about an entire, law, like let's say Newton's law for gravitation.
Let's ask it like this, right?
It's not that it's falsified. It's just that it doesn't give the correct answer in some places.
If you have to update the model because it no longer works until you update it, does that mean that the old model was proven inaccurate?
Inaccurate, yes.
So it was falsified.
Well, that's the whole point we're talking about, Austin, is that word falsified, and what does it mean?
Yeah, proven inaccurate.
Okay, let's use that term then. It was inaccurate.
Okay, so whenever you thought it was one way, but you had to change it or it didn't work anymore because you proved it inaccurate, that means it was the prior model claim was falsified.
Okay, and again, we're going to say, can we use Newton's equations in 99.9% of circumstances? And the answer is yes.
Dude, Newtonian mechanics cannot be the mechanism explanation for the solar system.
Not the question.
Or beyond the solar system.
That's not the question. Can we use them and will they give accurate results?
Whenever you describe something with math and then you turn around and point at the math and say, look, my math works out, you're basically telling me you're not mentally challenged. You're telling me that when the 5-year-old made the equation, they knew how to actually do math. That's all you're saying. When you're like, look, the math works. Duh. That's how you proposed it. Wow, congratulations. You get to go to 6th grade now.
I'll just be repeating myself if I said it again. So
you're conflating mathematical descriptions to explanations of causes.
No,
they're not the
mathematics
same.
That reflects reality. It works in reality.
Yeah, because it was come up with after we observed reality, and then we tried to describe it with math.
Fine. That's fine. What's wrong with that?
Does
it work or not?
That math that we use to describe it doesn't prove any conceptual backing you propose with the math. Making a cause claim, conflating those two things is inaccurate.
Fine with that as well. Do Newtonian mechanics work? Yes or no?
No.
In 99% of circumstances, yes. The answer is yes.
No, it never works.
All right.
Prove mass attracting mass.
Fuck. How many times, Austin? Right? How many times do I have to say, can we use Newton's equations? 99.9%
How many times do I have to say that equations are math? And math is a conceptual, abstract description. Descriptions cannot be conflated to cause claims. If you describe an effect with math, that doesn't mean your cause claim you propose with the math is also true.
I don't care about the cause. I care about whether we can make predictions that match reality.
If you don't care about the cause, but you're claiming the cause, then you're saying that your model is wrong. Thank you.
No, my model makes accurate predictions. My model makes accurate predictions.
Wait, your model doesn't make or cause claims?
I'm sure it does, but there's no way to prove them.
What do you mean you're sure it does?
The only thing I care about is whether my model makes accurate predictions.
No, because
you don't care about the cause.
Listen, let me give you an example. Okay, so you can take the Earth, make it geocentric. You can make it mathematically work. You can take the Earth and make it heliocentric and make it mathematically work. Those can't both be.
No, you can't, because things can't move faster than the speed of light.
Except they see galaxies moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, and they made up some ad hoc shit called dark energy. Stop talking over everyone every single sentence, bro.
Well, answer the fucking question. Answer the question that we've asked 50 times. I was in the middle of a statement.
In the middle of a fucking statement. There was no question for me to answer. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, we've answered the question 10 times, dude. We've answered the question 10 times. So if you have, let me ask you this question. Hypothetical question, okay? If we have two models. They make different claims, okay? They make opposite claims.
Yep.
They can't be the same. But we come up with a mathematical equation for both of them, and the math works. Are both of the models accurate because the math works for both models?
You said they make different claims, and then you said they made the same claim. What?
I said no, dude. They make different claims, but they both have mathematical equations that can be worked out to describe their theory that they're proposing. If both of the theories have are both of the theories true?
You just said they make different claims, right? But then you said they got mathematical equations that make the same result.
No, I said they can propose mathematical equations that work to explain their theory. Okay.
Then how are they making different claims? What the fuck?
Oh my God.
You said they made different claims, and then you've said they both have maths that back up their claims. One of the claims is wrong, right?
You just don't understand. You don't understand. It's so insane.
I clearly don't. I clearly don't.
It's insane. Does anyone else understand?
You said two models, like they make different claims. And then you said they have mathematical equations that back them up. One of them will make a wrong claim.
Hey, if I have a mathematical equation...
They don't back each other up.
If I have a mathematical equation that can explain the flight of Superman, does that mean that Superman...
Well, Superman, you got to reflect reality, champ. So is Superman in reality?
That's my point, right? So
that's how you know Rohit Flossie just called you champ.
Yeah, that's probably a sign for me to leave, I think.
Okay.
Anyway, we've asked the same question 50 times. We've asked the same question 50 times.
Your
you guys
question's
will
no
refuse.
good. Your question's dishonest and stupid, and they teach Newtonian physics to I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying the question's stupid. You teach Newtonian physics to a first grader because it's really simple. But the current model does not in any way claim Newtonian physics because that wouldn't work. We use Einsteinian mechanics. That's what we use objectively, and even that has problems.
I've never used Einsteinian mechanics.
I'm sure you don't because you have a simpleton macro.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm out.
I'm not saying I'm trying. I cut out. I'm not saying you're a simpleton. I'm saying a simple macro view is all you're looking at. That's what I'm saying. So,
You're straight up science deniers, bro. I don't know what else to say. You heard him saying he doesn't care about the cause. Science is very concerned with causes, cause and effect relationships.
Well, dude, the globe Earth makes nothing but cause claims. So, okay, well, then what is the cause of the light on the moon? Oh, it reflects sunlight. What's the cause of the tides? Oh, the moon. Oh, what's the cause of the lunar eclipse? Oh, the sun and the moon and the earth's relationship. What's the cause of us seeing the sun come up every day? Oh, we're going around it and it's sitting still and it just looks like it's moving. What's the cause of the stars doing circles? We're doing a circle and we feel like we're still and the stars are still, but they look like they're moving. These are all cause claims. You should just have an infinitely running a mic drop GIF in here. Is it odd that they come and leave every time that we get down to the?
I think he left
They
out of
rumpish
boredom.
you the whole fucking time. What's up, Gozo?
Like, I mean, what you guys agree those are cost claims, though?
No. So what the Newton's law is barely a theory. The theory part of his law is never ever. Well, it's certainly been thrown out because it's not instantaneous and all this other stuff. But the law part of it, the part that has the equation, this is very useful and is used when available. And in most cases, it is available. So, yeah.
And according to Andrea Ghez, 2020 Nobel Physics Prize winner, laws should work everywhere, and she acknowledged that Newton's law doesn't work in this certain case. Therefore, I mean, you could take what you want from that.
Yeah, even theory of relativity is debunked using that because quantum mechanics debunks it.
How?
Yes.
How's it how?
Oh, in numerous ways. Let's just start with quantum foam.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, let's start with virtual particles.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not playing. I don't want to drag down into the pseudoscience of quantum mechanics.
No, I'm just wondering how it debunks general relativity. That's all.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things on the quantum scale. Okay, how about this? We've found no way to integrate relativity on the quantum scale.
Okay.
Okay, so whatever. So there isn't a universal theory or anything. I was just building on his point. But let's get real hyper specific. When the Globers love to scream their phrases over and over, you can use it for 99.9% of everything. They like to talk about how engineers use gravity. They say that a lot. It's a little g downward acceleration. Okay, it's nothing more than the effect that things typically fall. If they're more dense, they go down, and they have a roughly around the same acceleration from not too high. It's an agreed upon average. It's an effect, okay? And so then we had a mathematical construct we used for the effects. But here's the funny part. Now look at the comparisons between the mass attracting mass Newtonian mechanics equation. Now then look over at Coulomb's law, and you're going to see that they're very, very similar. The difference is they throw in this letter M and they talk about mass. Well, what is mass instead of charge? Because when you try to measure mass, you have to look at charge. Mass is nothing but charge.
All right. So there's two things, man. First thing. All right. First thing was a second ago. I didn't mention anything to do with local gravity or anything like that. I strictly spoke about Newton's universal law of gravitation. There's not little g at all. And second, when you said this thing about Coulomb's law and the universal law of gravitation, the only reason why you see any similarity is because they're both forces that have to do with properties of both these objects and multiplied by some ratio divided by the distance squared, which is only because it's a force that's acting in all directions. So
that's correct.
So that's the only reason they look alike. The parts that make them different is the ratio between them, which is why they have different constants, and then the properties that they're even using from the object, which in one case is charge and in one case is mass. So they're completely different equations.
No, the problem is, though, that when it throws in mass, I just said this, you didn't listen. So what is mass, right? First of all, there's not an agreed upon definition in highest levels of academia to this day in 2022 of what mass is, but we'll just use the common little misnomer that it's the amount of matter, right? It's a quantification method of matter, right? And it's defined different ways. Well, what is the thing that holds together matter? What gives you a group of matter holding it together that allows you to quantify it? It's the charge intrinsically within the matter. So whenever you separate it from the equation about charge, all you did was make an additional unfounded cause claim, and you just put it in there, reified it with an equation, and took the same exact effect that happens with the attractive force that is electrostatics. That's objectively what happened. And so on the local scale, it doesn't prove anything, right? It doesn't even come into any conversation. Now you're going to have to go out into space. And if you're going to start claiming that you use Newtonian mechanics in space, it shows that the Globers that are zealots for the model still don't understand the model.
Okay, so
again, you can slow down, bro. All the crazy people left.
Mass doesn't property or objects don't have mass because they have charge. Like matter can have charge to hold particles together, but the mass doesn't come from their charge. And So they're not related in any way in that respect, because you can have a totally different. You can be a massive object with no net charge. You can be a small object with a bunch of charge. There's no real relationship between the mass and the charge.
Well, all that matter is held together by charge. So good try.
Yeah, but that doesn't go into that equation. They're talking about actual. They're talking about net charge. They're not talking about the charge that holds the particles together. And mass doesn't.
If you find mass as a resistance to acceleration, you're definitely going to find that charge is relevant.
No,
Jeremy, how much do you weigh? Can I ask?
Did you hear what I said,
bro?
Hear what I said, though.
I asked a question.
I heard what you said, man. But
I'm tired of nobody acknowledging anything I said.
I responded to what you said, man.
Everything I say all the time. It's obnoxious.
I responded.
That's all they can do.
Can you hear me?
I've been trying to ask a question for half an hour. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I was just making sure they can hear me, because I did respond. I said that has nothing to do with one another. But go ahead, whatever, man.
Yeah, I was just wondering if someone's gonna say that they weigh X amount of kilos or something. I'm wondering why they use newtons still.
I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, if you use how much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? Pounds?
Well, okay. Before you get started, I mean, gravitas means weight. You're conflating the constant of gravity to weight. W equals mg. So you're redefining the concepts we're trying to properly define right now. But yeah, so I weigh a weight, but the cause claim is what we're discussing. So what is
Newton
weight?
Doesn't give you Newton doesn't give you a claim for the cause, but so you're using newtons when you use weight.
Well, just define weight.
No, I'm asking you, what do you use?
No, I don't. It doesn't matter if I use your concept or not, because the equation itself is everyone's. It's not just gravity's, right? And now, whenever you do W equals mg, of course, or whatever, we can use that equation and still understand how much things weigh, right? Because weight's nothing more than pressure asserted over a certain area. It's a downward force on the scale. That's what you call weight. So that's all it is.
Yeah, it's a force. Weight is a force. Yes, it's all that it is. Thank you.
It's just pressure over area. Okay. Well, you have a compilation of matter that has a charge.
Area.
You have a compilation of matter that has. You have a compilation of matter that has a charge. Okay. So any
but
type
it's not
of pressure. Yes, you're asserting pressure on the scale.
No, force. A force.
Okay.
You're literally not. You're not applying pressure, because like colloquially maybe, but pressure. If you're applying pressure, then the surface area would matter. You know?
Okay, what's the definition of pressure?
What is you, Kosho? We didn't hear any of that.
What's your? You said that it's pressure with it. What is your definition for pressure without
force over area? Force over area.
No, that's Newtonian. That's Newtonian. That's debunked.
So force over area is not the definition of pressure?
That's Newtonian, correct? What is a force?
No,
What's
it's not.
Force?
It's electrostatic.
So new force. Can you prove that?
Yes, literally. Yes, you can literally prove that.
Okay.
Can you prove yours? Can you prove yours?
No, I haven't.
This is weird. This is where the tables have turned, my friend. Wow.
No, yeah, because you couldn't back up your shit, so now you're suddenly asking for me to prove something.
I just said I can back mine up. That's what I just said.
Do it. Just do it.
Oh, okay. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. Matter is intrinsically electrostatic. Any downward acceleration is intrinsically electrostatic acceleration. That's an attractive force. Okay, and it's much stronger than gravity even claims to be on the smallest scale. You can't isolate and negate this factor. So anytime you're measuring pressure on a scale, all you're measuring the pressure mediation relative to the electrostatic relationship. And this is verified in every single aspect of life that you can ever test or use an experiment on.
So what is attracting what?
Okay, so it's the attractive force. So positive goes to negative, right?
Okay, where's the positive? Where's the negative?
Well, the positive on the Earth, it goes up and up and up and up above the Earth, increasing in positive energy. That's why the globers have to.
Can you measure it? So this energy somehow?
Yeah, you can literally measure it. You can literally measure it. Yeah, we have equipotential lines up in the Atmos electricity. So it's 100 volts per meter. You can literally.
Okay. And this causes wave. How? How can you falsify this?
There's also a downward current. Tell them about the downward current.
Isn't the current caused by that extremely small?
Doesn't matter. So is it bigger than gravity?
No, not at all.
Really? So
Not even close.
So you're going to say not even close on the let me pretend and reify the Earth's a ball and has gravity and then pretend I'm going to argue for gravity. That's called a begging the question fallacy, my friend.
Just answering your question, dude. I'm not begging any question. I'm answering your question, and the answer is no, not at all. If you use the force that's predicted for gravity on Earth, and you use the current by the charges that you're talking about, the charges you're talking about are extremely small.
Electrostatics is way stronger than gravity on the small scale. I'm not going to look at the reified big sphere scale of mass, reifying the idea of gravity. That's stupid. So we're going to move on now, because we're talking about weighing all day. You don't get it? So we're talking about weighing objects on the local scale. You're talking about stepping outside of Earth and looking at Earth as an entire mass with gravity, reifying it, and then diverting away from the local scale, which you were originally invoking from your side to explain weight or gravitas, and then try to conflate that to proving your cause claim.
No, I was simply comparing the forces which you can calculate for the amount of weight you have, which is basically the gravitational force that you and the Earth have together, right? So your weight is what you can measure, and this other force, which is completely negligible. And it's not even, it doesn't even compare at all. And you can actually compare the values. So it's not like
I just now explained that you can't even define mass, and that any attempt to define it ends up including manipulation of charge.
Oh, it doesn't?
Manipulation of charge.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. Like, for instance, like a collection of neutrons has mass. And there's no net charge.
Wait, does it have mass?
Yes.
How'd you verify that?
They weigh atoms. I mean, they weigh.
We just now covered that weight is just charge. So you have to actually first prove that it's material. So how did you prove it was material before you got to mass?
Well, they actually blow things up with them. They killed a bunch of Japanese dudes with them. They
with neurons.
Europe with them. So but yeah, with neutrons, they fire neutrons at nuclei and make them make a fission reaction.
Right. So that's just energy that you're concentrating now.
No, but you're using neutrons and the fact that they're neutral to penetrate the nucleus to create a nuclear fusion reaction, a fission reaction.
Yeah, energy. Yeah, energy. So physical and material are not synonymous, are they?
Physical? What are you talking about? I'm just saying that this is what neutrons are. You can have a collection of neutrons and you'll have a collection of mass that will have no charge.
Having a physical effect is not synonymous with material.
Okay, but I mean, this stuff is known to be material. It's part of the atomic. It's the reason why the atomic masses for most atoms are more than twice, the number of protons they're said to have. It's because there's more neutrons in there.
Okay, that's cool.
Maybe read him the citation from Penn State again or something. I don't know. You ain't getting it.
Yeah, all molecular and intermolecular attractive. I know Coach knows that. So, like, if all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature, and then on the smallest scale, electrostatics is way stronger than gravity even claims to be. Whenever you make claims about the intrinsic properties of compilations of matter,
okay,
when you don't include electrostatics, you're not even accounting for the variable that we know is there and can manipulate. That's stupid.
Yeah, but listen to what you just said. You said all all intermolecular relationships are electrostatic in nature, which I agree with. And the question is, what happens to the charge of this particle when both charges are present in that in that intermolecular or in that molecule? When both charges are there, when the charges are even, there's no net charge. Meaning that whenever you go and do something like Coulomb's law, and you're trying to find out what's the charge of this thing to figure out what the ultimate force is going to be, if it has no net charge, there's nothing to put in there.
Okay, but no net charge is not synonymous with no charge. Potential.
In this case, it is.
No, it's not. No net charge is not synonymous with no charge potential or charge.
Yeah, but in this situation, when you're actually measuring, when you're calculating the Coulomb force with the actual amount of charge, then you're going to use the net charge.
Okay, but net charge is not synonymous with no charge.
That's fine, but in this case, it's irrelevant because you're using the net charge.
Well, it has a resting potential. It's just neutral. So, dun dun dun. Back to the point. So,
first of all, I was reading something somebody wrote to me, but I still get why you're bringing it up. If the net charge is 0, then there's going to have 0 charge. Meaning
it
it's
still
not
has
going to add
a.
to
Does it have a charge potential? Does it have a charge?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter here.
The reason it matters is because it's intrinsically dielectricity or electrostatics. It's just in a neutral state. It just has a charge potential.
Okay, but if the question is in the Coulomb's law and Newton's law, are they related to each other? Are they similar? Are they whatever? And some object is made up of a bunch of material, has no net charge though, but has a bunch of particles and intermolecular relationships, which actually were put together from charge, but has no net charge. When you go to calculate, it's the Coulomb's law. It's not going to add to anything. Only the net charge.
Well, right, because all you did was take the 9.8 meters per second squared and agreed upon average of the effect of downward acceleration. We can use that same exact agreed upon average because all downward acceleration is electrostatic, provably. So what's your point?
My point is that when you go and you calculate something with two large masses, and let's say there's no net charge in either of them, you do both of these equations on them, you're going to get two totally different results. One's going to be 0. One's going to be, whatever the masses are involved are.
Okay, so define mass.
You can define mass in several ways. The amount of the inertia that a material has. You can, talk about like the amount of matter. Like it's a quantification for the amount of matter in the mass. You can define it mathematically by saying it's the volume times the density. If you want to.
Well, we're probably going to need to know what it actually
is. Just this word is just whatever we basically need it to mean in the moment, and it can be basically anything we want.
No, all the things I said about it are true. They're just different. They're different attributes. It's just that's all the same thing.
Okay.
Attributes of what? Attributes of what?
What mass is? I just described it in 3 different ways, but they're not. But they're all. They're not contradictory. It's the same thing.
I know you said it's attributes of something. Attributes of what?
The mass.
My bad. These guys got me all fired up, dude. I don't know. Whatever.
You cannot attribute physical characteristics
to mass.
Yeah, mass is a concept.
What?
You didn't know that?
No, it's not. It's not just a concept, man. It's a legit thing. You can measure the mass. You can have physical interactions with mass. It's a real thing.
What? Can you bottle some mass up for me?
Yeah, all day. I mean, when you bottle anything up, you're bottling up mass.
That's called a reification fallacy, Kosho. You're better than that.
No, it's not. If you say, hey, bring me some mass, I could bring you anything,
that's called a reification fallacy, though.
No.
Yes.
If you said bring me anything white, and I brought you something that was white, that thing has the property of being white.
If we're discussing,
bring me something that has a length. Bring me something that has a length. I bring you anything. All those things have length. Mass is just another property. That's all it is.
Well, it's just a concept.
Property of what?
It's a concept.
Property of what, Kosho?
Property of matter.
I think it's a property of something. Matter?
It's a conceptual description of the amount of matter.
Regardless, my only point is that Coulomb's law and Newton's law of gravitation they look alike, and that could seem, like there might be something to look into. But when you look into it, there's a reason why they look alike, and it's not that surprising. It's because, like I said, they're both all they are is they're a force that is applying a property from 2 different objects, multiplying by the distance squared, because that's what happens when a force goes in all directions. It'll dissipate like that, and then multiplied by some ratio, which they have 2 different ratios. So they're different forces.
Yeah, the big difference that you don't like to talk about is one of them can be manipulated, varied. You can actually prove one with manipulation, and one is purely theoretical and cannot be manipulated other than reifying it.
What do you mean?
How can you manipulate?
Go ahead, Mom.
How can you manipulate How can you manipulate electrostatics to prove that it's a cause for objects moving down?
I can't understand you, man.
He said, "How can you manipulate?"
I didn't hear any of that.
He said, "How can you manipulate electrostatic forces or Coulomb's law to see that there's electrostatic forces involved?" Something is that what you said, Moment? You broke up a little bit.
I'm sorry. He said that the cause for objects falling and for weight is electrostatics, and I would like to see how electrostatics being manipulated to cause a difference in weight.
Okay, so this is the more specific definition or explanation, right? So, weight is what we're calling once something goes down, right? Because if I'm weighing something on a scale and then I made it float, I'm not weighing it on the scale anymore. So, we call it downward acceleration, the force pressed down, the pressure over a certain area of that matter. We call that weight, okay? So that's intrinsically electrostatic. Now, for it to it depends on the density relationship primarily if things go up or down, right? So that's a big part of it, the density relationship, because once it goes down, then we can call it weight in this concept we're using to describe pressure that pushes down over a certain area towards the earth. That pressure that we're going to conceptually describe with the word weight, right, is intrinsically electrostatic, as is all the matter itself that you're weighing. So when you use the word mass to describe the quote-unquote amount of matter, all you're doing is looking at the matter that's intrinsically electrostatic, and that holds the matter together. So whenever you're weighing something, you're weighing downward acceleration that's electrostatic, incoherent dielectric acceleration to be specific.
Okay, and how can you manipulate something to prove that is your case?
Yeah, so you can use a Van de Graaff generator. So you can put something in a container and then change the electrostatic charge, and you can make things float, right? So that means you manipulated the direction. And I just explained how we need the downward direction to get quote-unquote weight. So that means I manipulated the weight, right?
Well, I can also blow below something, and it'll go up because of the mass that is hitting the object. So mass is the cause.
No, because I can actually manipulate electrostatics provably, a physical, tangible experiment that can be replicated empirically and is falsifiable and repeatable and observable and tangible and actual. And you can only reify the word mass over and over.
No, I give you a brick. Manipulate the brick's weight using electrostatics.
Yeah, anything you're measuring called weight is nothing more than an electrostatic relationship involving density.
How does density correlate with electrostatics?
Again, to get quote unquote weight, you need something to go down. If you manipulate the density of a medium, you can make things go up and down relative to the manipulation of that medium's density, right?
Okay, so I have weight. Your independent variable is what? Electrostatics, density, medium. What's your cause?
I would say the intrinsic cause would be what holds the matter together. That's the same thing you claim, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. The cause would be what holds the matter together, because that's what gives something density as well. Compactness of matter. That's what density is. So whatever's holding that matter together, and however strong it is and how much it's holding it together, is the primary causal agent. And that is provably electrostatics.
It's not true in every case, man.
So it's not true because it's just that density is just a scalar. Because if you say that it's compactness of matter, that's nothing more than just a scalar. It's
Are you saying density is defined as compactness of matter?
Yeah, it is the compactness of matter which makes it not a cause.
Okay, so what I said was I didn't say density. Did I say density was?
You know that, right?
Did I say density was the cause? Did I say density was the cause?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, no, I did not. No, I did not. So I will repeat myself. Okay. So the primary causal agent is what holds the matter together. That's the same thing you're claiming, by the way. But what actually holds the matter together, provably, is electrostatics. The primary cause is electrostatics. That's also the cause of density, which is defined as compactness of matter. So when you are manipulating the density relationship, you are also manipulating the compactness of matter, or compactness of the medium that this matter's in, right? It's very simple.
How is electrostatics a cause for density? How does it cause density?
Because electrostatics is what holds the matter together intrinsically. All
because all molecular and intermolecular bonds are. Read them the
all
thing again, like every other
all
sentence.
molecular and intermolecular attractive
Yes.
forces are electrostatic in nature.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that density is caused by those. Like you can have density, but you do need intermolecular bonds for density.
Okay, so.
No, yeah, do you? That's a question.
Can you give me an example of density without electrostatics?
Helium nuclei.
I know. I can give you an example of density without intermolecular bonds.
Can you give me an example of density without electrostatics?
Helium nuclei.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
the helium nuclei.
Helium nuclei.
Uh-huh.
So can you give me any example not on the subatomic scale?
one molecule has density.
Oh, okay. That molecule is intrinsically electrostatic, bud.
Where's the electrostatic force in the helium nuclei?
So can you name anything that's not on the subatomic scale?
That's not on the subatomic scale.
Okay. Then I can ask you. Give me something. Can you give me something that has density without mass?
Mass is, dude. Have you not been present for the last 20 minutes? Mass is conceptual quantification of the amount of matter. So you asked me what's the cause. I said it's what holds the matter together. You do understand that that's what your claim is as well, right?
What's my claim?
That the cause is what holds the matter together.
Cause for what?
For weight.
No.
Okay.
My cause for weight.
You don't even understand your own theory. So gravity is about.
No. So my cause. I was talking.
Relative
My cause
to the center of mass, right? Gravity is relative to the center of mass, right?
Sure, yeah, and that's not what holds matter together. Oh, am I cutting out?
Am I not coming through?
Okay, that could be both, or then just you.
Well, all of chemistry. Sorry, go ahead, buddy.
I was just saying that if Witted was talking, I didn't hear it, but I'm going to get back to work, so.
I was just saying, all chemistry is kind of centered around like electron shell, the electro, like you said, the electrostatic relationship between, or electromagnetic relationship between electrons in the between each atom and these molecules. That's true, but they're not what hold atoms together. That's why I was saying.
Right, I'm going to read this real quick. Gravity is the force that all objects with mass exert upon one another, putting the objects closer together. It causes a ball thrown in there to fall to Earth, and planets orbit the sun. The tiny particles that make up matter, such as atoms and subatomic particles, also exert forces on one another. I'm assuming they're talking about gravity stuff.
Perhaps, but no, it's true. Like the charge, like the thing that brings. That's why School Jace put this post.
Oh, here we go. I found another one. Kosho, I'm sorry to interrupt. Please. Northwestern EDU. Gravity is a force. Together, all matter. You can physically touch. So, I mean, that should be it right there, right?
That shows what the gravity. That gravity is held together by what do you mean?
Gravity is a force pulling together all matter, which is anything you could physically touch.
Yeah, I guess so, on a greater scale than the chemical reactions, but yeah, sure. I don't think was somebody arguing against that or making that point? I don't know.
Yeah, you guys were just acting like that wasn't the reason why matter sticks together.
Well, I think Winston was saying electromagnetism. Was what he was saying, and
and he was saying it's the same.
No, dude, no. Okay, so you're reading something general when it's on the chemical level. electromagnetism is governing the reactions and all that type of stuff. But on the scales greater than that, like on our scale, the things that are holding us to the Earth, it's obviously gravity. But if you go deeper than the intermolecular level, like what I was talking to Jace about in the chat, and helium nuclei or any type of nucleus and shit like that, it's not electromagnetism anymore. So electromagnetism just plays one role in all this. It's the same as gravity. Not in the same way, though.
I don't know why I still even try to debate this with you guys. It's so crazy. It's definitely not good for my health.
Probably not. You've been getting real angry lately, dude.
I know, man, because you guys are testing my patience. Like, it's crazy.
Some of the stuff is
you guys are sitting here calling us science deniers. You guys are sitting here calling us science deniers, and then we're telling you Einstein replaced Newton, and you're saying no, he didn't. But all of mainstream science is telling us that Einstein replaced Newton. Who's the science denier?
I think statements like that though are kind of nuanced. Like they sort of have to be described accurately, right? Because that can mean a world of different things. Like you say, this replaced this. That can mean that it completely showed that it's completely debunked this and showed that it was wrong. It completely.
So we're debating on what the word "replace" means.
No, we're not. We shouldn't be debating on what it means at all. We should just be describing what's actually meant by what's said, and that's why we keep describing
the word
we keep describing what's meant by that. We're saying that the ultimate description for the phenomena is definitely explained in general relativity, and Newton's law. It doesn't disagree with Newton's law though at all. The parts that it disagrees with is the instantaneous part, and I mean that's really it. Even the mass attracting mass.
So when you said it doesn't disagree at all, and then went on to exemplify how it disagrees with it, I mean, what am I supposed to take from that, Coach?
No. I said the only part it disagrees with is that part. So it disagrees with the instantaneous thing, the instantaneous force, and then it refines the equations so that it can get more accurate when it needs to. But the what was I saying? But the idea that mass attracts mass, for instance, wasn't even a wrong idea. It's just not that. That's just not the. That's more of a. That's a result of the actual reaction that's happening. It's like the mass still looks like it's attracting mass, so that wasn't wrong. It's just not the actual. It's not the ultimate phenomenon.
But we know it was wrong. That's why Einstein replaced him.
I'm saying I wouldn't use the word wrong, but.
You wouldn't use the word replace either. I don't know why you're playing word games with me. We're not playing Scrabble. Please, Gosho, please.
I'm just saying it's. I mean, I'm trying to think
I know
of an
you're
example.
for this because these are all your peoples and shit, but you don't.
I'm trying to think of an example so that it. Give me a second.
Now listen,
it's like pi. You remember pi? When I asked you that was wrong. So give me a second.
Yeah, you told me pi can change. You told me pi is not
a pi. I never said pi can change. What are you talking about?
You told me the diameter could be longer than the circumference. Do you know what pi is?
I told you in different dimensions you're talking about. You're talking about in different dimensions.
You're trying to trigger me.
You're talking about in different dimensions, right?
Why do you do this to me, bro?
Hold on. I'm just making sure that you. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about when I was talking about different dimensions.
Yes, you told me pi can change. Yes.
Yeah, in higher dimensions, the relationship between the radius and the or between the diameter and the circumference can change.
And that's pi, right?
Well, we have a value for pi. Are you
trying to make me have a heart attack?
No, dude, just listen, just for real, man, for real. I purposely did not say that. I purposely described the ratio between these two. I said these can change in different dimensions. I did say that. I did not say the value for pi can change because pi is a constant.
If the diameter can be bigger than the circumference, you're still claiming that can happen and pi doesn't change.
I'm saying that pi is the value that pi is. Even if you look at a two-dimensional circle, If you look at a two-dimensional circle, what is it, dude?
Pi is the relationship of the distance to the circumference, right?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
That pi is the relationship of the diameter to the circumference.
From the diameter to circumference of a circle. That's right.
Yes, and you're telling me that can't change.
I'm telling you in two dimensions that value doesn't change. But that relationship doesn't always hold true in different dimensions. This is the truth, man.
Crazy, man. My blood pressure's up at least 10 points. I don't even know how blood pressure works, but it's got to be up there.
I can show you. Hold on.
There's no way we're going to get new people in here when we act like this.
Hold on.
It's not going to happen. Like people, I wouldn't jump into this. If I listen to us for, I don't know, a week, a month, I mean, this ain't even bad compared to what we used to be, but
then just chill, man. Have some fun, dude.
You guys are like trying to, I don't know if you do it on purpose or like it's like you're trying to trigger us.
Actually, if you think about it, I have a little bit more right to be perturbed than you because what's happening is you're expressing something as if I meant something or said something, and I'm just correcting you on what I mean and what I say. It shouldn't make you upset because I'm trying to be clear.
I know you told me pi could change. You were very clear. Pi could change.
I don't think I remember in other dimensions. I don't remember saying pi can change, but that relationship can change. That's true.
That relationship is pi. See, this is where
that relationship isn't called pi in every dimension.
The relationship of the diameter to the circumference is called pi. Isn't it called pi? You're saying?
Yeah, as of a circle. And two dimensions, yeah.
Yes, and you're telling me you can draw a circle in the 6th dimension, and the diameter is bigger than the circumference.
Hold on.
I'm
reading something, dude. Hold up, dude.
I need like an asthma thing or something. I don't even have asthma with you guys.
Okay, so check this out. The area of a circle of radius 1 and 2 space is pi. Okay, so
all right, say that again. Say that again.
The area of a circle in radius 1 in two-dimensional space, so a circle, is pi. That's the relationship between the radius of a circle and the pi. Okay, and so it says in three-dimensional space of a sphere, the relationship between the volume is 4/3 pi of radius 1. Okay, and
why are you bringing up volumes and areas?
Because this is what changes. Okay, this is it changing. I'm going to show you how it changes. Pi itself is not changing. Pi is included here, but these relationships can change.
So even when the diameter is longer than the circumference, pi is still the same. You're telling me?
Yeah, I'd have to find an example where it's talking about that. But hold on. This is talking about the area and the volume and that kind of stuff. So let me just see.
Unbelievable. I don't even know. I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know why pi would change though. Is it pi?
Pi doesn't change. I'm not saying pi changes. That's what I'm saying.
Pi doesn't change, but the diameter can be longer than the circumference. But pi doesn't change.
Well, we're talking about in different dimensions, though, dude. Just remember that.
Okay, I understand. So it can change. So pi can change.
Oh, dude.
The fuck, God. You can't tell me the diameter.
Pi is defined as that value. Just don't.
Yeah, pi is always going to be 3.1459. Yada 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 yada.
The diameter is longer than the circumference, then it's not going to be anymore. You don't understand what he's saying right now.
No, I've said this consistently. Pi is
not you. I don't even know if you know what you're saying, but he definitely doesn't know what you're saying.
Wait, pi is not going to change. Keep that in mind.
Pi is not going to change. It's Not going to change, but the diameter can be longer than the circumference, but pi can't change.
Yeah, the circumference, the diameter, the area, the volume, all these things can have different different relationships in different dimensions. This is true.
Okay, do you know?
I don't know why it's upsetting you, dude.
Upsetting me because you're telling me pi can't change, but the diameter of a circle can be longer than its circumference.
Hold on.
That's why I'm getting very anxious right now. I don't know the word. I'm feeling like tingly or something.
So pi doesn't change because pi is always going to be 3.14, right?
Unless the diameter is longer than the circumference, then pi is not going to be the same.
Pi is the way you get the radius, bro.
Pi means.
So
times the diameter can go around the circumference 3.14 times, give or take a few decimal points. All right, we all on the same page?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the diameter is longer than the circumference, is pi going to still be the same?
Yeah.
Dude, pi is.
Man, I'm reading everywhere. It says pi is the same in every dimension, dude.
Yeah, okay. So to find the radius from a circumference of a circle, you have to do the following: divide the circumference by pi.
Listen to me. Kosho's telling me there's an instance where it's just you can have a circle and have the diameter be bigger than the radius.
I never said a circle, dude. Be careful.
You never said
the diameter bigger than the radius.
The diameter bigger than the circumference. My bad. Diameter is longer than the circumference. So what if we weren't talking about a circle? Then what were we talking about, Kosho? You're driving me nuts.
Like a sphere is not a circle, right? The sphere is the analog in three dimension, right? So it's a different shape. I'm talking about the same core thing, like a circle and then a sphere, and then the next one I think is a hypersphere, or not a hypersphere. Something else, but in higher dimensions, it's different shapes.
I need to be on a lot of weed to be.
Yeah, I mean, where in what instance can a diameter be bigger than the circumference?
It's possible I could have been wrong. I could have been thinking about the difference in the space, like the volume, the area, instead of the. I gotta try to remember. I gotta try to find the example I was talking about. I might have said that wrong. I never said pi could be different though. I never did say that.
You did tell me the diameter could be longer than the.
Yeah, I may have said that, and it may be true still. I'm trying to find the example that I was looking at. I never said pi would be different.
If the diameter is longer than the circumference, and pi is the amount of times the diameter can go into the circumference, then your statement is contradictory.
That's for a two-dimensional circle, okay? There's no reason to say that, okay, there's some dimension where that relationship changes, that you got to change pi, because that's not all I'm saying. So hold on.
Okay, I'm going to need way more weed for this than I thought.
Just hold on. Like, don't forget, there's ISS tonight, dude.
But the other non-Euclidean geometries are
I could give a.
Yeah, in non-Euclidean geometry, you actually can get that though, but still, hold on.
Non-Euclidean geometry does not relate to reality at all. We live in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, it does relate to reality, dude. What are you talking about?
How many dimensions do we live in? If you
have a saddle, for instance, that's a non-Euclidean geometry. The surface of a saddle.
Saddles are in 3 dimensions.
Yeah, the surface of a saddle is a non-Euclidean manifold.
Okay, surfaces aren't. Listen, everything's happening in 3-dimensional space, right?
Huh?
Everything's happening in 3D space.
I'm listening. I'm just reading at the same time. Hold on.
Well, go ahead and read then. Read up. Read a book or something. Jesus. Me nuts, man. Driving me fucking nuts.
Don't let it get to you, dude.
I like when we have nice, calm conversations. You guys be getting me all worked up with your craziness.
You just brought it up. You accused me of saying pi could change. I never said that.
You told me the diameter of a. You told me the diameter.
Fine if
of
I
a
said
circle.
that, but that's not the same as me saying pi can change.
Bro, pi is the amount of times the diameter can go into the circumference. If you tell me the diameter is longer than the circumference, pi has changed.
How
do you not understand
Dude, you're talking about two-dimensional circles, though. I'm talking about in higher dimensions.
What the fuck?
There's no reason to say, oh, this happens.
You would never be able to get
rules. The rule for the radius or the diameter to the circumference is for a two-dimensional circle.
Okay, so the diameter is never going to be longer than the circumference. We can be sure on that, right? Because pi don't change.
No, I'm not sure of that. I remember seeing that somewhere. I'm going to try to find where I saw this. Hold on.
Listen, if you come back and tell me pi can't change and the diameter can be longer than the circumference, what's up?
I said pi doesn't change. Pi never changes.
Okay, pi never changes. I agree. Now, if you come back and tell me the diameter of a circle can be longer than the circumference, I'm going to fucking lose it, bro. That is pi changing.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about a circle, though, dude. I'm talking about higher dimensions. Just hold on, dude. Just give me a second.
All right. Jesus Christ. I gotta start praying more or something. I don't know what I gotta do. Smoking more weed.
Go see a rabbi.
I gotta start smoking more weed, I think.
Well, the question would be, is pi the same in your hyperbolic or spherical non-Euclidean geometries?
Pi doesn't change. Kosho just told us like 10 times. Yeah, pi's always the same.
So wait a minute, pi stays the same in hyperbolic and spherical
geometries? Pi's a constant, so it's always the same.
Did you tell him to go see the Rab Pi?
No.
So you're saying that pi stays the same in hyperbolic and spherical geometry?
Pi stays the same. It's a constant. It's a universal constant. I need you to say it. It's a universal constant. It will never change.
Even in spherical and hyperbolic.
I don't know how else to say what I just said, man, but pi doesn't change.
You don't want to say it.
It never will change.
You don't want to
change.
say it.
There's no cases it will change.
Okay.
It won't ever change.
Okay, there's no...
I really don't know how else to say that.
All right, just don't come back and tell me the diameter is going to be longer than the circumference then.
Let me see what I found. Hold on.
You can't find... Hey, listen, you're not going to find the diameter being longer than the circumference if pi is the constant, right?
Hold on. I said hold on.
Oh, okay. Because this is...
I've already told you that I may have misspoke when I said that. I may have been talking about a different property in the radius, or something along those lines. But I'm almost certain. I just got to find what I was reading before. So hold on.
All right, it's fine. Take your time. We'll get a coffee.
Wait. I just want to read this real quick. Just so Kosho hears this. In general relativity, space and space-time are non-Euclidean geometries. Would you agree with that? I'm just reading from something. What? In general relativity, space and space-time are non-Euclidean geometries. Would you agree with that?
Do I have to participate with you reading to me, or are you just going to read to me?
Oh, good God. Oh, yeah, okay, here we go. The ratio of the circumference to the diameter of a circle in non-Euclidean geometry can be more or less than pi. That's what they're saying.
Okay, that's fine. Does it say pi can be more or less than pi?
The diameter of the circle in non-Euclidean geometry can be more or less than pi.
Right, okay. So then you're basically giving Jeremy evidence for the point I was making, right? So I wasn't saying no one ever said pi can change, because that's not pi changing. I don't think pi can change. What's changing is the relationship between those values. What's changing is the relationship between those values.
Then how can the diameter be more or less than pi?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, dude. I'm saying that that's not a consistent. That doesn't need to be consistent. How? That fact doesn't have to be consistent.
Yes, this is very inconsistent. I agree, because if you're telling me pi doesn't change,
yes.
Hold on, if you're telling me pi doesn't change, you can't also say that the diameter can be longer than the circumference or whatever.
Yes, you can, dude, because pi is the relationship between a two-dimensional circle, circumference and diameter.
That's wrong.
Right?
Pi is the ratio of the diameter to the
hold on,
circumference.
Hold on, dude.
Ratio.
Hold on, man, so I can finish my statement. When I finish my statement, then you can go back to reading your thing, okay?
Let him finish.
Anyways, that's the relationship in two-dimensional space, in two-dimensional Euclidean space. It's a Euclidean fucking, it's one of those postulates, right? So you can keep this rule, and that's what will define pi. Now, if you take it somewhere else where those relationships are different, that doesn't change the value of pi. That just means that the value of the ratio between those values is different than pi, which is actually what I'm stating.
Yeah, but the non-Euclidean geometries are conceptual 2D.
Yeah, so.
Well, how do you change the diameter? You're saying that Euclidean, like the diameter, the relationship of the diameter of the circle in Euclid is defined as pi, that relationship. But you're saying also in another geometry that's conceptual 2D, it can change.
Yeah, in other geometries and possibly other dimensions, as I'm trying to find, that value is not pi. And that's my point. Pi doesn't change. The relationship between those values can change in other geometries, in other dimensions. That's not a problem.
You're just saying that.
It's not a conceptual thing. You get the diameter of a circle, of any circle, take that amount, wrap it around the circle. You'll wrap it around 3.14 whatever many times. That's what pi is.
Yeah, that's Euclidean.
Yes.
Euclidean goes into 3 space. So, I mean, book 11.
So you don't need to conceptualize anything. You take the diameter, you wrap it around the circle, it'll be 3.14 times.
Exactly.
So instead of having to do that,
that's reality.
Measure the string and do all that, you just multiply it by pi.
But Kosho's saying not always, because sometimes the diameter can be longer than the circumference.
Oh, yeah, I was in higher dimensions. I said in higher dimensions, I may have seen that. I'm trying to find which dimension that was and where I saw it.
It's fine.
Yeah, when I find it, I'll let you know, dude. But there's no need to say anything about that because I've never said pi was different. I never said pi. I never said the relationship between those values can't be anything other than pi. Because actually, what I'm arguing is that there's circumstances when it can.
Would that be in 4 dimensions, maybe?
No, I don't think in 4 dimensions. I think it was like I remember it being some weird, obscure dimension. So hold on. I think I saw a number file actually.
Come on, this is crazier than my lens in the air thing I was trying to pull off earlier, bro.
Yeah, well, it's actually not crazy.
The only way I can think about it, like, it's probably like, how they talk about the tetrahedron or whatever.
The tetrahedron, yeah, that's
and then making a sphere tetrahedron. Probably it would be a sphere like a tetrahedron.
Just sacred geometry. Circles within circles. You make the flower of life, and within that, you can plot out all the Platonic solids.
Oh, I love that flower of life thing and all the metahedrodedricon or whatever the fuck kind of crazy geometric shapes they got.
They call it sacred geometry today, but there's nothing like sacred about it. You know, I brought that up in Gem Panda server, and they went on for an hour making fun of it because it's religious, and it's not. It's just funny because they're that ignorant.
Well, let's not go dissing them guys. They have some weird, very weird world views, but some of those guys are my friends over there.
I'm not dissing them. I'm just retelling what happened. That's what happened.
I know.
It was. I think it was number file, dude. Hold on. I gotta watch a little bit of this.
What you looking for? A pseudosphere?
No, dude. It's just spheres here. I'll post a video. Hold on. So we can look at. I like Matt Parker.
Is that the weird scrawny dude that's from the UK?
He's not weird, or he's kind of weird. He's not that scrawny. Yeah, dude, he's pretty cool. He's got a lot of shit.
He's like a redhead or blonde or something.
Dude, no.
He's pretty cool, he says.
Hey, he's a pretty cool dude, man.
I love spheres. I'm about to check the.
Let's see.
He's pretty cool.
Concave Earth made me fall in love with spheres.
Strange
First of all, none of those
dimensions.
none of those number file guys are cool. Okay, they're huge
Matt Parker?
nerds. They're the biggest nerds on the fucking
What do you
planet.
mean they get all the pussy?
Matt Parker's pretty cool, dude.
They got groupies and shit. Fucking math groupies.
Yeah, his higher dimension stuff is literally those circles within circles. Flower of life. So that is the higher dimension. So never mind. I draw that shit. Easy.
Circles within circles within circles.
Yeah. A Metatron tube. Draw that too. Just get a compass, draw a small circle, and then start connecting other circles, like from the rim.
How do we know these dimensions exist?
There's a specific way to do
They
it.
don't. They don't exist. We live in three dimensions.
Dude?
We live in three dimensions, dude. Everything.
In reality or in math is conceptual, you know.
No, this is
In reality, like in
and
space and time, is there higher dimensions?
Yeah, that's not when they talk about higher dimensions. That's not really what they're talking about, though. They're
not talking about reality. Yes.
Dude, have you ever seen? There's plenty of geometry that you're not going to find in reality because there's your concepts.
I mean, sure.
Yeah,
but
so it's a concept, right?
It's a representation of reality, though, right?
Yeah, that's right. You understand that you can have a large number. You can have a large number of dimensions, right? And they don't have to be spatial dimensions, but they will still have the properties of like higher dimensional shapes and shit like that. But when you do things like AI, like computer, what do you call that? What's it called?
But we only live in three spatial dimensions.
Yeah, you use dimensions.
Polytope?
Say what?
Polytopes?
No, that's not what I was looking for. But anyways, I was saying machine learning, or what's the word I'm looking for? It's
We only live in three spatial dimensions, though. You're trying to bring it to like 4 spatial dimensions and 5 spatial dimensions and 2 spatial dimensions. It's not reality.
Just machine learning. You're saying those concepts are used.
He's just saying words now. He doesn't even know what's going on anymore.
The true secret for dimensions is there's only really 3 of them. But then there's worlds within worlds.
Dimensionality reduction for machine learning.
Those worlds are considered another dimension.
No. It doesn't matter what it's called. I was making one the other day, but it's like the neural network or whatever.
Oh.
Regardless, yeah. When you the different all the different
like mapping the neural network and all that.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think I know.
Yeah, but so basically, but all those different properties that you're using to train this, they're all going to be different dimensions, and so you can have 72 dimensions or whatever, and in modeling them, you're going to end up having to use a lot of the same math that you would use if there was an actual 72 dimensional shape and shit like that. So it's kind of why these dimensions are known about. It's not just talked about just for fun or whatever. It's talked about because it has practical applications in different fields. Yeah, I'm not sure if this was a video, dude. I just waste my time checking it out. Doesn't matter. Just forget about it. Just know that your claim that I said pi can change. I never said that. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, so the circumference. Sorry, the circumference of a circle. I'm sorry. Let me restart. So the diameter of a circle is always going to go into the circumference 3.14 times, right?
When you call it a circle, you're talking about this shape that exists in higher dimensions, though, right?
No,
that's what I'm talking about. They're not called circles, but it would be the same, the same thing, just in higher dimensions.
Yeah, Jeremy. So if you get a circle, you can get the diameter, wrap that diameter around the circle, and when you complete it, it becomes 3.14 diameter. And they're calling that.
I'm well aware of how pi. I'm well of how pi works. Thank you.
Oh, my bad. I thought you asked.
I was just checking to make sure. I was just checking with Kosho to make sure he knew that that's how it always was going to work.
Why? Well, first of all, what do you know about spheres in higher dimensions, man?
Bro, I know about 3D reality, dude.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about 3D, obviously, when I tell you in higher dimensions.
Yeah, I don't know jack shit about your
Then why are you like claiming anything that it's definitely going to be the case or not going to be the case?
You said yourself, pi doesn't change.
Perhaps, Jeremy, perhaps the higher dimension is something we need to look at. Like, just investigate. We don't know,
Pi, yeah, but regardless, pi never changes. That's true, though.
Right, but the whole higher dimensions, and perhaps it can change.
Kids want to see higher dimensions. We don't public chat.
These are.
Oh, so you're on my fucking list, bro. All right, you're on the fucking list. You're on multiple. I got you on multiple lists.
Like a hit list?
Man. That was a Christmas list. Hanukkah list.
Suspect list.
Are you checking it once and checking it twice?
Gov operator.
Are you Santa Claus now? Making a list, checking it twice. Fucking Saint Nick out here.
If I was Santa, Kosho would be on the naughty list. I'm telling you right fucking now.
Whoa.
You're talking about me? Like conspiracy Santa?
What up, Crit?
What are those circles, Glory? Higher dimensions, huh?
You heard that, Kosho? You're on the naughty list.
Those circles, when you get to the, I don't know the proper way to explain it, but like the fabric of like space, the geometry of the fabric of space time or some shit like that. It's this. That's what Nassim Haramein does. Let me deliver a better.
Nassim Haramein. Yeah, I've seen that guy's videos.
Hassim. Who? Hassim Nadim.
Yeah, but I used to be into that dude, but he's totally wrong.
Is it a philosophy? More into philosophy?
No. He has a theory about how basically a proton is like there's a black hole and a proton. There's a black hole on Earth. There's a black hole all over the place, and he thinks that what's holding a proton together or an atom together is called a what do you call it? Schwarzschild. What do you call it? Schwarzschild something. I forget what it's called, but he wrote a paper on it, and he got an award from a small fucking meetup, so people think it's like an actual award, but yeah, his theory doesn't have any sound at all.
That's because we know all intermolecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic by nature. That's from Penn State.
Yeah, that's agreed upon. All chemistry is governed around that fact that the electron and the electromagnetism. So what I stated.
I don't know why you guys always say chemistry after that. We're talking about the stuff, the matter.
Well, no, I'm telling you because that is what chemistry is.
There, check out that
chemistry is exactly the field that governs exactly that. The intermolecular bonds and all that.
Yeah, but you say chemistry like it's somehow a refutation of what we're saying when we say that.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I agree with you, and that is exactly what chemistry is. That's the field of chemistry.
I just feel like you're still disagreeing, but okay.
I agree with, as I told you, I agree with what you said, man. So when Winston said it, I agree with him as well. The problem is that it doesn't end there. So there's things that are smaller than that, like I said, like the nuclei, which is not held together by electromagnetism, and there's things that are bigger than that, like fucking big things, like fucking rocks, or well, not rocks, but you know what I mean, like the Earth, for example. are people stuck to the Earth, which is held together supposedly by
Rocks,
gravity.
all your relatives from evolution, yeah.
Rocks would count
The
as
rocks,
rocks
your
would count as
cousins.
chemistry as well.
I
As your
studied
ancestors.
physics after chemistry, and I always thought chemistry was a lot harder than physics.
I like both of them, but chemistry, the chemistry has a lot more. You have to remember all these different fucking relationships and formulas and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Earth science was probably the easiest, but that was like forever ago. Like obviously I couldn't ace a fucking test now on that shit. I don't remember most of it, but like physics was definitely easier than chemistry, but which you would think would be the other way around.
I was going to debate an earth science teacher once, but he didn't really know what was going on, so I couldn't.
Mine was too busy fucking one of the other staff members, so it wouldn't matter.
Yes. Yes. As long as it's mutual.
Yeah, right?
Exactly.
Check that video I just posted. This is what, in reality, higher dimensions are. Stack dimensions are like this.
Dude, are you on Jon Stewart's podcast?
No.
Okay.
Is that Glory or Noah? I get you guys confused.
But is it supposed to be a sphere in a higher dimension?
What this is called? This is it's called E8 theory of everything.
This is the E8 theory thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know if that has any merit. Now, they say they don't know any way to test those kind of theories, but you can think of a couple ways that you could test to see if there's higher dimensions that we're not aware of.
This shit is real, bro. This matches concave
E8?
Earth geometry. It's real.
No, E8 doesn't have any experimental merit or anything like that.
Look at the patterns it creates, bro. This shit
I
is
know,
not,
it looks cool. It definitely looks cool, but
no, it's real.
It's like below string theory, because like string theory at least has it's fitting things together and answering questions. The what?
String theory is pure nonsense. They have one-dimensional objects.
Well, they have 11. Well, yeah, they have 11 dimensions in total, but
they have one-dimensional physical objects. It's nonsense.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're explaining. That's their whole thing, basically. Like that's what they're describing is that basically a like a two-dimensional. So obviously so anyways, so like so they say like a particle is basically this one-dimensional thing that's moving through time, and it'll create like a two-dimensional path or something like that.
No, there's no one-dimensional particle. There's no two-dimensional. Everything has three-dimensional.
I'm just describing their theory, man.
Yo, you remember your hydrogen you posted and I just posted again?
Yeah.
Look back at that fucking video I posted, and I got more for you. Hold on.
The closest you can get to a two-dimensional object is a fucking shadow, and even that is not.
Well, no, there's no such thing as a two-dimensional object. So
exactly.
There's
so you're definitely not gonna have.
There's two-dimensional surfaces, though.
Not. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
send me a two-dimensional surface. I'm gonna give you my address. You mail me a two-dimensional surface.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Send me your address, man, and send me the money for the shipping.
Just tell me what you're gonna put in the envelope.
No.
Yeah, tell me what you're gonna put in the fucking envelope, bro. You couldn't tell me right now.
No, that's part of the surprise, man.
It's not a surprise. You can't. There's no two-dimensional object.
I never said there was a two-dimensional object. There's objects which are three-dimensional. They have two-dimensional surfaces, and they have one-dimensional edges. And they have.
My goodness! Oh my goodness! So you're saying there's a? I can't.
This is just geometry, dude. I mean, it's just the way it works, bro.
Coach, you're driving me fucking nuts, bro. You guys feel like God put you here to test my patience?
Let me tell you something, dude. God. No, I'm just kidding. I was gonna say God doesn't give a fuck about you, dude. But I was just messing with you. He does, man. He knows you're a good guy deep down, dude. But this whole community, it wears some of us thin, right?
It's an easy fix. You just leave people alone that you don't like.
Yeah,
if you don't like flat earthers, get over yourself and leave them alone. It should be easy because that logic fits the globe model even more than with a flat earth.
I agree, man. Yeah, if you don't like flat earthers, just don't
let flat earth drag you down.
Yeah, let the globe do that for you, since that's really.
Don't let anything drag you down.
Yeah. Just I agree with your first statement, though. Yeah, just kind of don't give people attention. That's like that. But
don't let anyone dull your sparkle, Kojo.
All right, yeah, that's what's up.
Don't let globe Earth or flat Earth let your blood pressure get high, Jeremy.
Dude, flat Earth is good for me, actually. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Some people get very heated involved.
Just follow your own dreams.
I end up like wasting a lot of my time making a lot of this bullshit for douchebags like Jeremy, but
you probably learned a lot, right? I mean,
exactly. I learned a lot, and it gives me the excuse to gain practical skills. Yeah, but go ahead.
But that's
Are you
the thing.
a flat earther or a glober?
Me, I'm a magical magnet earther. That's what I am.
One word I would use to describe Kosho would be super flirfulous.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what his wife calls me.
His religion is science, basically.
But anyway,
you're flirfulicious, like Fergie. You know how Fergie's Fergalicious? You're flirfulicious.
Let me ask you a question, dude. Do you know the word that Rumpus used? Do you even know what it means?
Yes, he used superfluous.
It's like you're just like you heard this new word. It's fucking exciting for you. I don't know what it means. I'll be honest. Yeah.
He used the word, but I thought it was funny because it's so close to super flirtful.
No, but like right now I'm making this fucking thing for my bot. So remember that shit we learned yesterday, Jeremy, the E-tops?
Oh my fucking god.
They
should have never told you that word.
I never
Petherfoggery.
No, but so I went to GC Mapper and I just pulling I'm basically scraping the stuff from their site. I'm making it so that you can just like type into the bot like what airports you want, maybe what E-tops you want, and what projection you want to see it on, so you can see it on the AE projection, on the globe, whatever you want to see it on. Yeah, and it'll just print out the picture, so it's pretty cool. You know what I think would be really cool though? I want to see that null school, that shit we were talking about, like with the AE, how it used to have the AE map. I think there's a way that I can pull shit from the site and then at the same time.
Yo, their shit is public on GitHub. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I've been through all.
You just scrape it from there.
You mean the things with the jet streams going north and south? What's up, guys?
Because I went through, I looked at the Wayback Machine. I looked at the old stuff on GitHub to see the stuff for the for the AE map.
They removed the AE map.
I mean, I don't know, but they never really said why they took it out. But
there's other sites, other flat Earth sites that have it. I remember.
Yeah, but this null school is cool because it has like all that.
We could try and replicate those.
Oh, here's one right here. Bobwins.com.
Oh no shit. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Kosho, you're very good at not interrupting people and stopping talking when people interrupt you, but we all got to work better on not interrupting. It sucks because the people I need to tell this to aren't here right now, but.
Yeah, but I think you do a good job of, because I do that in gems all the time and people get so annoyed, but I feel like if I actually it doesn't work, so I have to tell you that right now. I persistently say that to people and they still do it, but the problem is there's certain people, and you know who they are, but they have an itch and they just can't stop themselves. It's so weird because it's like not effective if you do that, so it's like easier just not to do that, like hold back and wait, and you're definitely gonna get a turn to speak. But I'll say his name. Rumpus was crazy. It's like I think he can't tell for a minute. He can't really see what he's doing. I think a little bit. You know what I mean? Because it's so bad sometimes. It's like,
what kind of name calling do they do over there? I would laugh if someone came up to me on the street and started name calling me like he name calls people. I'd start laughing.
What did he say? Twix? You're a twit?
He called Winston a tosser, a fucking.
his name. No, I'm not talking about his name calling. I mean, he's cool in all regards except for the only. I'm just talking about interrupting. That's it.
Is he from the UK? Is that like UK slang?
Yeah,
they're like that. No, I'm saying this is not.
I've never heard those words.
It's not just a globalist thing. This is an atheist thing. That's the way they are in real life. You can spot an atheist a mile away.
Seriously, dude. If someone came up to me on the street and started using the name, calling me names like this was using, I would like start laughing. It's like hilarious. It's like funny. It's not even like it doesn't even feel insulting. I don't know.
I've heard both sides call each other's names.
It's like a showcase.
I'm just saying, like the words he was using, I've never heard before.
Yeah,
it's a showcase that they value God-given free speech, and they push it to the limit. But they deny the God that gives them the free speech. But they use it, and they love that free speech.
Well, they're Luciferian, satanic, devil worshiping, demonic lineage. I don't know. I forgot a whole bunch. Lemon knows them all.
Yeah, Lemon.
There's one word that Grandpanda always uses that makes me laugh. Mong. When he calls people Mong. You Mong. Yeah.
That has to do with when they use that word Mong. What they're talking about is they believe in eugenics.
You Mong.
There's a group of people that they have deemed to be subhuman. Mongrel is what it really means. It means that the person isn't fully human due to social Darwinism or just through Darwinism.
Just an insult, man. It's just like calling somebody a troglodyte or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that too. It has to go to German World War II eugenics. That the people
you don't have to imply all that stuff.
No, because that's exactly what that means. They can say they're joking, but that's exactly what the word monk. What's funny too, if
you're saying it goes back to that, it goes back to that's like the meaning behind it.
Yeah, the word monk. It means mongrel.
I don't think they're trying to invoke that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing, because that's why they'll never go to a college campus either. Because if you use the word Hmong in a college setting, they would show you the door. That'd be the last thing on that campus.
I don't know about that actually, but
it's just a word like using calling somebody a retard or fucking
that too.
Dumbass. I mean, let's be real. It's just it's just an insult.
Yeah, using the word retard too. That
right. Yeah, but it's just since it's the internet, they use it, but I don't think they're.
That's what I'm saying. These guys don't have very much going for them in life. That they don't have.
Let's not.
I've heard both sides. I've heard both sides use insults on each other. It's just humans do that in general, and they get heated. It's just
Stark. But the part you're missing is the globe side says they've got high vocations in life. That they're professionals. They're accomplished people. They're just like flat earthers.
They're not just like flat earthers.
Both sides insult each other.
We're not that different, but some of them are
just humans,
cool
man.
So yeah, there's no need.
People get passionate on both sides. They treat it like they have to be right. It's the ego, and then words get used. But I don't think there's like hateful intention behind them. Like,
oh yeah, there is.
Maybe sometimes, but
yeah, that was just exposed to a couple days ago.
I wouldn't take if somebody calls me a Hmong, I don't take it serious. For example, on the internet, I'm not gonna sit there and fucking.
Well, some groups of people do.
But
some groups do, because some groups that never again mean something.
But you gotta understand, you're dealing with the internet, though. So a word like any word like that will probably get used.
Yeah, and you're dealing and people on
both sides, man.
Right.
Yeah, and the people
both
that
sides
you're dealing
exactly.
With, yeah, the people you're dealing with here on one side are claiming very high vocation in education and professional standing, but they sound just like the same people that they claim don't have that stuff.
You got dudes with cool jobs in both sides, man.
Yeah,
a lot more cool jobs on the one side than the other, but still, and you got people that got no jobs on both sides. So there's no need to just put everybody in the same category. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of cool dudes on both sides. Yeah,
but Flat Earth has the wake. Flat Earth has much cooler people. You have to admit.
It is true that you guys have dudes that proclaim to be cooler than everyone else. That's true. But
hey, you guys remember that one time when Kosho was super racist when he was talking about how some people are always interrupting? Oh man.
The thing too, a lot of globalists, I mean, they're like
that was a joke, by the way. I was just kidding.
I mean, I believed it. I was like, I probably did, man.
They fancy themselves like some sort of like nerd, like really cool science type. But cool science type people have really cool science type jobs, and very and they'll have hobbies that are difficult and challenging. But yet their hobbies are spiraling over what other people think. Their hobbies being a Karen.
What are your hobbies?
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just curious.
Yeah, be curious. Use any answer you need.
My hobbies are
We've already
horse
talked
races.
about this, dude. Until you're able to tell me what your answer is through the discussion that we had about more than, equal to, or less than 50, there isn't any more to talk about.
Do you guys buy and selling drugs to each other?
No, it was about we like ran these numbers with this cloud being like near the horizon, and it just spiraled out of control.
Are we just your hobbies now?
Do you want to know my
hobbies?
Yeah, Isabel or Estella, you want to know my hobbies?
Well, let me.
Isabel.
Yeah, I scuba dive. I take fitness classes.
That's what's up,
I like to paint. I got a part-time job. I'm retired, but I have a part-time job.
Yeah.
I
That's
do
nice
tabletop
hobbies.
role playing and also like a board game group.
Oh, nice.
That's
like sexual role play?
Sometimes I
Yeah, like
work on
sexual role play.
Yeah, that I do that too.
Oh, sweet.
But mostly
My
like
hobbies.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Like or a game called The Travelers. I've been
I
playing
like
a
to
lot.
read.
What are you reading right now?
I'm reading. I just finished Silka's Journey. It's about a Holocaust survivor. I also like to do yoga. And what else do I like to do?
Yeah, I do yoga too. I can
Yeah.
do the splits.
Yeah.
Fritz in the hot yoga.
There's conspiracy
I'm very
theories that
flexible.
the Holocaust wasn't what it was. It wasn't real.
I just read the other
What do you guys think?
Westmore. It talks about in the book. It's two names, two fates, or one name, two fates. It talks about this guy Westmore, and he is an author, like basically a Rhodes Scholar, and another Westmore that just grew up just down the street from him.
Oh,
who was
wow.
basically in and out of the criminal justice system his whole life, and they met each other to kind of talk about their life, and a lot of it has to do with basically the whole thesis of the book is the last third of the book is just basically a decision making matrix that compares their life with other people in the same circumstances.
Yeah.
And it really kind of it talks about class and privilege and everything. It was really good.
I'm picking it up today.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's called
I used
the
to be
Other Westmore. It's on the bestsellers list.
Yeah, I used to be a cheerleader, and so
Me too.
doing yoga keeps up with that flexibility.
When I was younger, my hobbies used to be horse races, shaking jakes, and high-speed chases. But now that I'm a dad, my hobbies are changing dirty diapers, watching Paw Patrol, and doing never-ending loads of laundry.
And Jake was the name of a few of his friends, so he used to shake Jake.
My hobbies are.
That's not even what that means. That's not even what that means. It's so weird.
Hey, Jeremy, can you name all the members of the Paw Patrol?
The Paw Patrol?
Yeah.
I don't know. You got the firefighter one, or the guy with the hose, another guy with the bulldozers. No, I can't name them. I meant to say puppy dog pals with Bingo and Rolly, actually.
Of what crew?
What was the other game you're talking about, like Coco Banana or something like that?
Cocoa melon. The kids love cocoa melon. Yeah.
Those
Um,
things get really hot. Just mute everybody and just play Cocoa Melon.
Yo, Estrella, do you remember? You used to play that game with us. What Code Words? That was the other game. We played Code Words.
Yes, Code Words.
Spyfall.
Yeah.
You were good at Code Words.
Oh yeah, I was smoking. Another one of my hobbies is deflecting harassment from elderly men in the drive-through at work.
Yeah.
I'm really good at that.
I do that every weekend.
Yep.
How old is elderly? Like
80, 90.
Whoa.
Yeah.
They're driving?
No, they take their wheelchairs. They come to Dunkin' real quick.
Huh. Should be illegal, man. A 90-year-old driving, that's... I guess if you're competent, there's no difference, right?
I had a great aunt that used to drive when she was in her 80s.
Oh, really?
couple
We have
of
a lot
them,
of elderly people. Like, well, one of them, this one was an elderly. I forgot I have push to talk. He came in, he wasn't like elderly. This one was actually like maybe 40s. And I was taking care of the donut rack. And he goes, "Wow, there, nice rack." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And he goes, "Just kidding, talking about your donuts." And then afterwards, I guess his total was like something 69. And he's like, "Oh, you want a 69 now?" And I'm like, "Whoa."
Very chance.
Yeah. I'm like, "Bro, chill out. Take your macchiato and go."
Dunkin' Donuts is good though. Do you work at a Dunkin' where you can accept tips or not? Because some of them you can't. Some of them you can.
Can't. They won't let us. But people sometimes give them to me, and I just put it in the register because I can't accept them.
Yeah,
It's also
the place
crazy
where
when
I
you
live.
watch, like... Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Bebo. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say it's also crazy when you watch like old movies and how much like sexual harassment went on in like certain jobs.
Oh yeah.
It's like almost cringy.
Oh, yeah.
So much cringy.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not like overly flirty, but like I'm really kind and like, I got that like voice to me. I guess I have people say I have like a. I don't
You
want
got
to
like a
say it.
radio voice. You
Yeah,
got
I
like a
got like
radio
that
voice.
sensual like voice, like, I don't know. It's weird, but like I don't mean to, I guess. But like I'm not gonna be sitting there like, "Yo, here's your donut holes. You can rearrange my holes." Like I'm not gonna be like crazy. like they go crazy, and I'm just like, "Yo, chill." I don't know.
I have a rack and a donut in a hole. What?
Yeah.
That's how Kosho is going to be in about fucking 40 years.
Right?
I know your
dirty
MO,
old
Kosho.
Dirty, yeah.
Yeah, we all know your MO, Kosho.
Like 40 years
For
ago.
a while, I was volunteering at the VA, patient escort, and yeah, some of those guys are just like really crude. Like a nurse would be walking in front of them, and the whole time they're just like, "Oh, look at that ass! I just bite that. Oh, it's like a melon." I'd be like, "Dude, shut up, jeez." That's like someone's daughter. What the hell's wrong with you?
Which VA
Right?
Which VA was that?
Yeah, some people are
Don't tell them, Crit. Don't tell them.
No, they know where I live. They know what VA do in the area too.
Actually, I gotta go to the VA. Actually, because they're claiming I owe them $4,000, dude. Are you kidding me?
Don't go to the VA. Go to your community, your county representative, your county resource officer. They'll do all the paperwork for you to get that taken care of.
Oh wow, okay, resource officer.
Yeah, if you go right to the VA, they're going to be like, "Yeah, you owe this," because they're the ones making the claim. But the resource officer is representing you.
Don't fight for him.
Good call, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, because I was talking to the lady the other day, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna look into it and fucking figure out why I don't have to pay you that." But she's like, "Yeah, just get back to us."
I had the same thing happen once when I ordered too many batteries for my hearing aids, and they sent a bill, and the bill was like, "What? No way!" Right? It was like way more than what the batteries are worth. Is because there was like an extra surcharge for like another order, and I was just gonna. I went to the service officer and said, "Yeah, I'll just keep them on hand and not order them next time." And they're like, "Oh yeah, sure, that works." Blah blah blah, fills it in, surcharge waived, county charge, waived. It took like 3 months, but it got taken care of.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm gonna hit them up.
Yeah, just be patient because man, it moves. I mean, this is government. You know, at the highest levels, it moves like pond water. You know, in molasses. You know, like frozen.
I mean, I'm not in any rush, man. I mean, it's them calling me asking for it, so like, hey, it's like, hey, we're representing the Treasury Department. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, just
Oh yeah, be
click.
careful with those. They might be
Don't-
scams.
No, this one's legit though. It's real.
Yeah,
okay.
that's the thing too. Don't talk to them voice. Only talk to them through paperwork. Because they'll
That
say
way there's
that
a
you,
record.
yeah, they'll say you said something that you didn't say. And they'll say, well, I heard that too. Well, I heard it too. Right here on, you know, March 31st, Kosho said he understands X. And that's not even what you said at all. I mean, they're like globalists, right? They'll put words in your mouth. But if you have it in paper, if you've got it written on paper that you said, I do not, they can't say that you didn't mean that. Like they'll ask these, you know, they got people set up to call to make it think like you're in trouble. You know, because if you know, they've got all kinds of weird shit going on. You know, and then that's why they hire collection agencies to do this stuff because they can make it seem they can be kind of scumbags about it.
Yeah, for sure.
The only way you owe something really legitly is if they overpaid you. Like if you went to college and somehow they sent you 2 housing allowances. Okay, you're going to have to pay that back. But if it's not something like that, no. Okay? You've got advocates that can help you with that.
Are you a veteran?
Yeah.
He was in the Vietnam War.
He's the oldest. He's the world's.
It's crazy because you don't even sound that old.
Yeah, I wasn't in Vietnam.
Were you really?
Wow.
No, I wasn't in Vietnam.
No, he wasn't in Vietnam, but I saw he taught. He
was gonna say, dude, you don't sound old.
No, he was a kid when the moon landing happened, though, right? True.
Yeah.
He's not in Vietnam.
My friend's a vet, and he fucking there was never even a war going on when he was serving. So.
Wow.
I'm not saying that happened to you, Chris.
You don't have to
tell him thank you for his service.
You don't have to be in combat to be a veteran.
Yeah.
No, and if even all the way through the 80s, that was a Cold War. You still got the National Defense ribbon, so that was like already qualified for lots of that I'm trying to think what the benefits or perks just for that. I mean, there's people who were in the Navy for 20 years who maybe stepped foot on the boat just to look at it, and they qualify for everything.
Sure. You know, I was in during we had 3 wars when I was in the Navy.
Kosho, you served?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, okay,
I wouldn't call it
nice.
serving, but I was in the world's greatest Navy, so.
Sweet. You don't wait. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Me, I'm 32 and a half.
Oh, you sound younger than that. I didn't realize it. Why is everybody sounding younger here?
I'm in my
You're looking
40s.
for a husband, maybe.
I'm not one to talk. People are like, "Oh, you sound like you're 13," and I'm in my 20s, so I guess I shouldn't sit there and judge.
Wait, are you from Gems? Did your name used to be something different?
She's been in Gems.
I know, but was your name something different a while ago, like a year or 2 ago? Did you have a different screen name, Estrella?
No, it's always been
All right.
Estrella.
Yeah, I've always known her.
You're on
Yeah.
Chatterbox also, right?
Oh, I thought you sound like this other girl, Rain or whatever. What was that other girl?
No.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when I first joined Discord, I had it as Valentia, but like that was like forever ago. No, it's been Estrella
What
for
are you,
like.
Puerto Rican?
No, I'm just fluent in Spanish. I've learned it and everything. My dad, he's not from around here though, but I just learned it over the years. But it used to be Valentia, but like that was like forever ago. But I just kept that as Estrella. It's like been 3 years, 4 maybe. I don't know.
And that means star in Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Stars are cool.
They fascinate me.
It's so funny right now. I just never mind. It's not gonna make much sense. But I made this light thing, and it's like a light shape, and the shape it made was a pentagram, aka a star. I never call them that though, but
Yeah.
pentagram is actually a really cool shape. A lot of people, it gets a bad rap.
Isn't that the thing with the devil worshiping thing?
That's what I was going to say. It has a bad rap because people like Jeremy associate it with the devil, but no, not quite.
Not me. I mean, that's all I've ever seen it for is when they draw it on the ground, do some crazy shit, and then a demon pops out of nowhere.
Oh, no. Pythagoras, he invented music, by the way. I don't know, musical notes, or musical, what do you call that? Whatever you call that in music. Anyways, he also made like a bunch of different shapes and shit, obviously. And the one shape that is actually pretty difficult to make is the pentagram. You actually can't make it unless you know the golden ratio. It implies the golden ratio.
137.5, baby.
That's the angle involved with the golden ratio, but I don't.
I love geometry.
Yeah, geometry's cool. No, but it's the ratio between the like the, I don't know what you would call them. Like there's pentagrams have different lines, and so the longer line to the line that goes across.
Estrella, did you know pi can never change, but the diameter of a circle can be longer than the circumference?
Jesus Christ.
What?
Never mind. Never mind.
What's the right side up pentagram? It's supposed to represent like the 5 elements, like air, water, earth, fire, and ether. And then the upside down one is like when it points a star pointing downwards to hell, represents like something else.
Yeah, that's what they say, but I think also that pentagram, it was like a secret symbol the Pythagoreans used to know like the other members and shit like that. But I mean, honestly, you find it very difficult to draw one without using the golden ratio.
Who was the guy that when the Romans invaded, they ran up and killed him? Was it Aristotle?
No, it's
Julius?
Archimedes?
No. What's his name?
Was it Archimedes or
Archimedes?
I think it was Archimedes. R. Kelly's, yeah, it was R. Kelly. That's what
Who said R. Kelly?
Oh.
It was crazy. Everyone in the world was talking about that Will Smith thing a couple of days ago.
Oh my god!
It's almost like it's already over. You know what I mean? Like,
I know it's like it was immature in my opinion. Like everybody's viewing him as what a badass, but it's like he definitely should have just like not have received his nomination. He should have been removed from the event because like it's still considered violence regardless if it was seen as a badass slap or not.
Yeah, I think actually the judges or the I don't know what you would call them, but they probably would have done that. But I think it said that they were kind of separated and like
pussy whipped.
Well, no, but they couldn't even get together to make like any sort of
a consensus
like that. Yeah, but I wonder if they're not going to invite them to the Oscars anymore because I was saying this a couple years ago. Whenever his wife, she like made like all the black people boycott the Oscars that year. So it's like they kind of have a bad relationship with the Oscars now.
Yeah, well, it was just so bad. Like people could argue it either way, but honestly, I think it was definitely uncalled for. It doesn't matter. Like he could have taken care of it like a real, real better person. Like talk to him afterwards. Like I think what happened is that he was laughing, just keep the peace. Saw his wife wasn't happy, and then like figured if he didn't say something, people would think that he was an asshole with his wife because laughing at a joke that made fun of her. Yeah. I think he did it only for television purposes. It wasn't classy at all. Yeah.
And also, he could have been fucked up a little bit too.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not even. It seems kind of like something you wouldn't do just on an impulse,
Oh yeah.
The only thing you need to know is where was Barack Obama when this slap was happening?
No, literally though.
Talked to Pete Shane all week now.
PJ is driving them dudes nuts. I still talk to some of them dudes over there in DMs, and they are
The
not
worst
fucking happy with Pete.
advice ever goes to Kosho. Talk to Pete Shea.
Who said that?
That was a joke again.
I didn't hear you say that. It sounded like VD for a second.
It's a real Bob Dole.
Supposedly.
Jeremy?
We gotta get some DNA tests, some fingerprint samples, all kinds of forensics, and then we'll
Absolutely
figure
not.
this out.
You ain't getting me in the system, son. You don't need to be checking my DNA and my fingerprints. Just listen to the gravy that I ladle, and you'll know.
You did kill him with the Bibles. Yo, you killed him. You killed him earlier. You're like, oh, we're doing the Bible thing. You're like, okay, and it sounded like totally like uninterested and uninvolved. You're like, oh God, and then you came out like a minute later and just bodied everyone with that one little sentence. The show was hilarious.
That I was somewhat enjoyable. I like.
Yeah, it was good. That was good. You're like totally incompatible. And they tried arguing that too for a long time. I'm like, really? You guys are arguing this? How?
You think maybe for them it's like a knee-jerk reaction, like no matter what it is that we say, if we say it with enough like we're sure about itness, like they'll just their automatic knee-jerk response will be, I need to disagree with this until I've looked it up and thought about it more. My base needs to be, I disagree with you, and then they'll think about it.
Yeah,
it is. Too.
By the way, it's a flat earther saying it. You can present them. That's why I love the guy Negator. Negator will argue anything you talk about, even if you're talking to him the globe stuff. Like you could, like if I got something in my head, I'm like, oh shit, this only works in the globe. I'll just run it past Negator, but say flat Earth, and he'll come up with dozens of shit to debunk it.
But if you say flat Earth, then aren't you saying like the wrong thing? Like you're saying it. So it's like if you want to see if it works on a globe, but you just say flat Earth instead.
Well, I'll give you an example. It was neutronium stream that shot from northern Wisconsin to upper Minnesota.
Oh wait, a neutrino stream you said?
Yeah, then he came up. It was a stream. It's not a beam. They angled it down so it wouldn't cross the ground. Like he just came up with all kinds of shit. Like,
well, I mean, if Ghostbusters taught us anything, they taught us you can't cross the stream. So,
and you gotta make sure the chandelier isn't broken by the fall. The table doesn't break the chandelier. The fall.
What was I reading? Oh, Antarctica. They found neutrinos coming from inside Earth. That's their new thing. Did you guys see that?
Dude.
Huh?
It's from the sun.
No, they're coming from inside Earth.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They come
from the sun.
They come through the Earth.
No. It's coming from Earth, not from the sun.
Man, I'm saying all the.
It wouldn't have been a big thing. It wouldn't have been a big thing if it was. It wouldn't have been a big thing if it was coming from the sun because they already knew neutrinos come from the sun. It was a big thing because they were coming from inside Earth.
That's what I'm saying. Like the neutrino detectors that we have, they go through the Earth. Like they come from the other side.
You're not listening. You're not listening. This is what Crit just exemplified about you guys automatically disagree.
Yep, just right in real time.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you that the ones that we actually observe, like the ones that we have the pictures from, they've come through the Earth as well. So I'm
not through the Earth. You're saying wrong words. Not through the Earth, from the Earth.
How can I tell the difference?
You don't think these guys know what they're doing?
I'm not sure what they're claiming either. But
neutrinos. I'll tell you what they're claiming. They're claiming neutrinos came from Earth. From. Not through or whatever you're trying to say. From
There's
Earth.
the Ice Cube Observatory.
Yeah, it's right next to the Dr. Dre laboratory.
Dr. Dre, dude, he's a PhD.
Yeah, it was the Antarctica one. Neutrinos from, they did this in Antarctica. The neutrinos coming from the Earth. They couldn't figure it out. Because that's not, they don't think neutrinos come from Earth. Obviously, they think they come from the sun. So this wouldn't be a big deal if they were coming from the sun because they already think neutrinos come from the sun.
Star Trek Strange New World. The story of Captain Pike. Oh, God. I know, I'm looking at the news trying to find something to do air horn for.
I think the big news from NASA is they grew jalapenos on the ISS. Somebody was saying the other day. That's big news. Good thing they figured that out because we didn't know how to grow jalapenos.
Yo, dude, the thing I'm seeing, I think it is coming from. They said they do think it's. They said they think it's cosmic rays.
Oh, that's what's going to create the people on the moon. It's like those tardigans mixed with astronaut, tardigrades and astronaut poop with cosmic rays.
They leave their poop on the moon. They didn't poop on the moon, did they?
Apparently, yeah, that's what Jin was saying. Jin, there's a bunch of shit, astronaut shit on the moon, yeah.
I mean, somebody must have had to take a poop sometime when you're up there, and you're not like going to bring it back with you.
They have a bag for it.
Yeah, but if I have if I'm on a car trip and I have a bag, and I'm like, yo, I got to poop in a bag, I'm not bringing the poop bag with me all the way back home. I'm leaving the poop bag wherever I pooped at.
Yeah, but that's dangerous though too. That they like Kurt was saying with the tardigrades and stuff like that, they take extra precautions to make sure that there's no like extraterrestrial bacteria that we're bringing back, but they also try to make sure that we're not imparting bacteria onto like leaving stuff everywhere. Even though they were peeing outside of the fucking the old spacecraft and shit. So I don't know what they did.
Dude, we left all kinds of crap on, bro. We left all kinds of crap on the moon. What are you talking about? You're worried about a little piece of poop?
Yeah, because it's biological. But have you seen that one transcript from Apollo 12 and that poop was flying around the spaceship? What is it? The command module?
You said it was circling the spaceship?
No, they were like, oh shit, we got a turd floating in here. It's like, is that yours? And then it's like, oh, there's another one.
It's hard to pick out one turd from all the bull crap.
I knew there was gonna be some kind of.
I know. I was on the trigger. I just wanted to wait for a silent moment. But Bob got it.
It's pretty funny though.
That's like that when they just opened like NASA. I tried to watch as many NASA live streams as I can, and the one they just did was they opened up a can of lunar dust or something, core sample, that they kept in storage for 50 years. The first question out of the gate was, what does it smell like? And they said it smells like a fart. It smells like a rotten egg fart. Sulfur. And I'm like, are you serious right now? That's the people are asking about this cold storage lunar sample that they just forgot about. And the first question is like, how much fart on a scale of like stinky farts? Does it 1 to 10? It's a 12.
I just don't understand. Yeah, if you ever seen them gold shows on like the Discovery Channel where they dig to get gold, the guy that made the most gold that I've ever seen was a dude that sifted through sand, right? He wasn't out there trying to chisel through rock and pump water all over the place. He was just in the middle of a sandy place. He had his giant tumbler, and he would sift through sand. And he had fucking piles and mounds of gold all over his office. Other people were struggling to make their to make their bills in gold. And this guy just had mounds and mounds of gold all over the place. Now, the moon has been getting bombarded by asteroids, meteorites, and comets for millions of years that are all made up of precious minerals, platinum, gold, silver, all kinds of precious minerals. And it's in dust form on the surface. This would be the easiest mining operation you could ever think of.
Yeah,
all you gotta do is get that guy's tumbler. All you gotta do is get that guy's tumbler, send it up there, start fucking tumbling this shit through the tumbler, start throwing the material in the tumbler, and you're gonna pop out a whole bunch of fucking precious materials. It's like a no-brainer. While you're up there, put a 360 camera up there on the moon.
Well, how long ago was that show that you watched, Jeremy?
Probably 5 or 10, maybe 10 years.
Yeah, see, they probably destroyed that tumbler technology, and it's probably really a painful process to build it back up again.
Bob, you son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. I know. Like, there's all these precious minerals up there just in this dust sand form sitting there on the surface. And, you know, all we got to do is get a tumbler up there, let us, you know, sift through the shit. The amount of money that for the capitalistic society we live in and the amount of money that the moon is worth, it's unbelievable that we're not getting the moon money.
How much money is the moon worth?
Dude, zillions.
Oh, okay.
Fucking zillions.
Nothing. In their model, they'll tell you, yeah, but...
Yeah, in their model, it's worth zillions and billions and trillions and gazillions of dollars.
But actually nothing.
Well, it's been getting bombarded by meteoroids, asteroids, and comets, and meteorites, and all meteors, all kinds of shit for fucking millions and zillions of years, and they're filled with precious minerals. And now you have this giant layer of dust all over the surface of the moon. I mean, this is a no-brainer. While you're up there, you could put a camera up there, make money off that. The amount of stuff you could make money off of with this is ridiculous. You could start space tourism because they're going to bring a ship up there empty and bring it back with fucking, you know, gold, silver, all kinds of shit. You might as well send some people with it, make a few extra million on the side. Like, what are we doing here?
Dude, just think of the space enthusiast, like globalist guy. How much would they pay for a piece of frozen astronaut poop from the moon?
What the fuck, Greg? Greg, you're off the hook, bro.
Yeah, they can make a whole line of, you know, fucking coffee, you know, astronaut ass blend, you know, something. And, you know, sell it in fucking supermarkets.
Yeah, because look at what it's worth. Think about what astronaut poop coffee is worth on the ISS. Now, this will be cold brewed 50 years on the moon.
Yeah.
And it would smell like sulfur.
Oh my god.
An acquired taste.
They've got these globalists actually eating and drinking shit, and they think it's like gourmet.
Full-bodied,
Yeah.
slightly nutty.
They got a nutty aftertaste.
And Tarnigan extra. But good news though that American astronaut that thought there's going to get, you know, Among Us, you know, real sus. He landed today. I was going through the news.
You said he landed today. Do you mean that U.S. astronaut from the ISS that was supposedly being threatened to be abandoned by the Russians?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one. Oh god.
God forbid they abandon it. We already pay 110% of it. I mean, so what? Beat it. That's like me having a roommate. I pay all the rent and bills, and they're threatening to leave. I'd be like, okay, bye.
I know it'd be
to
like
leave
good.
him up there, man.
Good. No, but you could use your broom. They said they got brooms they could have used.
You said leave him up there, Kosho?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
Leaving who? They got the Soyuz still going, right?
That's Russian.
Yeah, but that's the Russian. That's the Russian spacecraft, man.
It's like
how are we gonna leave them up there if they got the thing to go get themselves?
I'm talking about leaving the guy, the fucking American.
Don't we have ships that go there though now with SpaceX or
SpaceX? I don't know when the next time they're going up there though. I thought that
Yeah,
I thought we were only doing that from now on, but I guess we use the Soyuz still.
I thought we had the capability to. I thought we had the capability to whatever dock with the ISS now.
No, it failed. The last one they tried failed, and they stopped doing it.
What? They failed?
Yeah.
What do you mean? When?
They
what happened?
did. Yeah, they did some sort of thing that failed to dock, and then it's under investigation right now.
What? So what happened? What they do?
Just a second. Let me find the details on it again.
I know that. Did it have people in it, or did it have
no
equipment? Oh.
No, they ended up aborting before damage. Yeah, it's like, if I remember right, they aborted split second to prevent damage to the ISS, and then the supplies then crashed back down to Earth and were destroyed.
Oh. It's like somebody's porn.
Like it burnt up in the atmosphere, or like it actually landed somewhere.
Yeah, it was briefly the ISS was briefly knocked off course, but then corrected with jet thrusters.
Oh, because it was trying to dock with it.
Yeah, it was trying to. Yeah, they're trying to dock, and then it failed. Failed docking attempt.
I thought we had the ability, but they've docked before though with ISS, right?
Plenty of times. No? Well, yeah.
No, here I'll show you because this is the picture.
What do you mean? They've docked with them with people, and then they've docked with them with equipment.
It was fake.
Okay.
Right here. This is what they said docked. This is the one when they did it. This is
okay, dude. You're so silly, dude.
What's it look like?
It's a fucking rocket with like fire all over it, dude.
No, there's a better one too that shows. Here, let me find it. It shows like the docking happening, but it's just as bad as this one.
Those aren't real photos, man.
We've been telling you that for years, Kosho. Those are not real photos.
Though.
We've been telling you that for years, bro. Those are not real photos, dude. Welcome to Flat Earth, Kosho.
Thank you.
I can tell you're on the fence.
Hospitable, dude.
I can tell you're on the fence, bro. And, we'll welcome you to this side, It's okay. We'll forgive all your trespasses as we forgive those that trespass against us. I might have messed that up.
It's gonna be more like, welcome to Flat Earth. There's the door.
It'll be like, welcome, you dirty globe heathen. Welcome to Flat Earth. Now, when the fuck is you leaving? Messed that one up
Turn
too.
around,
Damn.
get your lashes.
I gotta work on my rhymes.
Maybe not.
Kosho already got lashes, and he got his nails done.
Yeah, so what? I gotta look good, dude.
Yeah, it's a new thing to do. Metrosexual.
If we were to X-Men, I've used this one before a long time ago. You ready? If we were to X-Men, Geo runs the team, I'm Wolverine, and Kosho's the guy that does the hair and nails for Rogan Gene.
You're gonna say who's your favorite X-Men?
My favorite X-Men is I mean, it's probably Magneto or Jean. I mean, the what's up?
My favorite is Magneto. Your favorite X-Men is Caitlyn Jenner.
I don't even know what that means.
X-Men.
Oh,
as in no long. Yeah, okay, you got it. Man.
You're in trouble now. The new terms of service just went active.
Yeah, you're getting canceled. You're getting canceled on that one, Coach.
You're done.
I said it's his favorite X-Men. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
The way you said it implied hate speech.
That's right.
I love Caitlyn.
Obviously.
I love Caitlyn. I used to love Bruce. You know, I don't see color or gender. I just see, I just see.
What do you see?
Wait, are you saying you refuse to identify people's or recognize people's identities?
No, I can't see.
That's hate speech. That's hate.
Get him.
Jeremy can't see gender either because that was in his other eye. That was his gender eye.
You're telling us that your eyes do not affirm people's gender identity?
Crap, I can't remember where I saved this. It was like it basically shows the top one, and then but it's a lot better. This one's okay. There's another one with a news article where it says artist rendition. But the headline is funny. The headline says epic moment when Dragon capsule docks with ISS. And then underneath in really small print it says artist rendition.
Me and Kosho are together on that though. We don't see color. We just see white and the lack thereof.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Yeah, I don't really see color, but I'll just say this. Some people, they have, let's just say their color is frightening and intimidating.
Hey, look at this one. This is like Don Pettit when his batteries ran out.
Brett, Don Pettit is my favorite astronaut, you son of a bitch.
He's a pretty cool dude.
He is a genius. You can just hear when he talks. He's like, he just reeks of genius and intellectual.
You just like the way he smells, man. He's a pretty smart dude, man. I don't know. Whenever you get back from NASA, you get back from the ISS, they have to do that to you, dude. They got to fucking touch your cock and all that kind of shit, dude.
You think they call him Don Pettit because he needs like an emotional support animal to stop from spazzing out?
I showed that video when he says, I would go back to the moon, blah, 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 to some globe head. And they're like, this is parody. This isn't even real, man. What are you talking about? This guy's not a fucking astronaut.
You wouldn't think so, right? Right? If you heard him talk, you'd be like, no, the NASA, they're picking from the brightest and the most brilliant people on Earth. There's no way this guy's an astronaut.
Yeah, they're like, this is a parody. This is because someone's having fun on YouTube. Then you start linking,
Great.
like...
You like parodies?
Hell yeah.
I got a parody for you. A parody's nuts.
Yeah, I have the CD.
All right, never mind.
No, you got me.
You have, dude.
Yeah, you got me.
Dude, you see Bandsaw? Bandsaw Space.
What is it?
Bandsaw went to space, dude. Look at his picture. Oh, you can't see shit.
Stop photoshopping his picture of him doing the Eiffel Tower with Waz and Rich.
Oh yeah, dude, he posted it, not me.
Just so anyone knows, if you Photoshop any picture, like if you took a picture of your hand and then put it on here, people will Photoshop the shit out of it. Like one day, remember we were doing that thing with our hands to see which finger is longer, and my wedding ring is tight, so they Photoshopped it even tighter. And had to be like it was like a little tiny diameter, and then the real rest of my finger. Did you see that one?
Kosho, look at your article. The web page or the channel is called Death Wish Coffee Company.
I haven't seen that wedding ring that your wife leaves. She usually takes it off, but I like to wear it sometimes too. So I wear it on my pinky.
Oh, she got a banging ring. I hooked her up something lovely.
I know, dude. I was like, damn. I was like, can I wear it to the mall? Yeah,
I got her that Vera Wang, bro. They wouldn't even let me
dude,
buy it.
That's what I got, dude.
I had to go to the bank and pull the cash out because they were like, "You got a $2,500 limit on your card." I'm like, "Why?"
That's what my girl got me, bro.
That's fucking gay, dude. What do you mean? Your girl got you a Vera Wang?
Man.
That's girls.
I blew her that night.
I've got the girliest ring.
Your girl?
So, what?
I've got the girliest ring.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's right. If you think my ring is girly, which it kind of is, wait to see Rufus, man. This is cool though.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll try and find one. There it is. It's actually on the website under rings for women.
Remember the day the same day Kosho got a ring of celibacy. His girl took a vow to sell her pussy. Damn, that didn't rhyme as good as I thought it was gonna. Never mind. I thought that was gonna rhyme better.
No way, it didn't. Yo, check this out, fool. That's my what do you call it? Vala Wang?
Vera.
Vera. What'd you say, Vera? I thought it was Vera.
It is
Whatever.
Wang, dude.
Vera Wang.
That was actually a good one, Jeremy.
You like that one?
Got bars, Jeremy, because we should have a rap battle to end this whole debate.
Bro, you would get roasted, bro. I roast you when I'm not even trying, dude. If I actually tried, oh my god.
Let's go for it, then, man. Put your money where your mouth is, sir.
Oh, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's banging right there.
That's
What's with the little blue?
Mine
What's with the little blue chip?
It's a sapphire.
Hey, that's the manly part, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
That's what makes it
on the inside. It's on the inside. No one can see.
Anyway, dude. Yeah, Rufus was excited. He thought you were talking about his ring.
No, mine is literally under the women's rings section.
Fine, if it's 2022, we don't judge.
Yeah, we just steal Kosho's jokes. That's what we do. I'm gonna start calling you Scott Veach, Jeremy.
Why?
Because you both steal all my shit, dude.
Oh, I thought it was because neither of us liked you.
Such a fucking dipshit. Fucking do this. We shit about Don Pettit right now.
I heard Coach got a little excited when you guys were talking about docking. Coach got a little excited.
You stole the joke I didn't use on Jeremy. Wow, dude. He's got some this got some legit experiments. Wow, dude.
What's the experiment? What's your independent variable?
He was a staff scientist at Los Alamos, a.k.a. where they fucking made the fucking atom bomb. Or a.k.a. the nuclear bomb. Supposedly. I got news for you, dude. There's a lot of shit you can deny. Which, I mean, you're going to deny the earth that you stand on. But, the nuclear bombs are real, dude. They killed a lot of people. And also, they're used to this day to give energy to all sorts of people, including nuclear subs and aircraft carriers.
Dude, nuclear power and nuclear bombs are two very different things.
No, they're not. They're two different things, but they're not two very different things. It's basically the same concept, but executed differently. It's the same principle. The only difference is a nuclear bomb is it does it in a chain reaction that's so quickly that it just happens all very quickly.
Super critical.
Yeah. Whereas the I don't know about the super
nuclear power isn't even subcritical.
Yeah, but it's the same effect. It's the same exact effect. It's just not happening all at once.
No, this would be like saying you're going to go out for tacos, but you just go take a nap.
No, it's not the same thing, dude. It's like I'm going to go out for tacos and then you go and have fucking quesadillas.
And then you come back with a cheeseburger.
No, dude. It's the same thing, dude. It really is the same thing.
Dude, they're not even close to the same thing.
That's okay, well, what's the process? What's the process for a nuclear fission reaction in regards to the bomb?
Well, there's two of them. There's a fusion in the fission.
No, I'm talking about the fission bomb, of course. I'll tell you, it's
the atom, and it splits another one. It splits another one. And
what happens is the fission. So you have some of the
there's an implosion.
Neutrons.
Well, you asked me to keep it.
I thought you weren't answering. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I just took me a second to remember which one's which. So it does an implosion. It cracks a sphere, condenses it down to super small, then changes its mass, and then it goes critical. That's not what nuclear power is.
I'm talking about the actual like what's happening with the uranium or whatever they decide to use. But anyways, they have the what do you call this? Neutrons that are part of the decay process of the let's call it uranium, whatever fucking ion that is.
56, is it?
Whichever one it is, and they set it up in such a way that it just causes a chain reaction. So once that one sets off, and the neutron collides with another nucleus, and that collides with like two more, and then it becomes exponential, and it becomes a rapid explosion, basically. And the nuclear fission reactors at the fucking reactor sites, they don't do it that same way. They have it set up so it's perpetually sustaining the energy. So the energy it's not happening abruptly like that. That's really the only difference. The difference is the way in which the nuclear reactors, the fission reaction is happening. Is it happening in a long process, or is it happening in a quick chain reaction? That's the only difference. As far as I know, I don't think that they're much different besides that. I think they do use different uranium though.
Yeah, there's like weapon grade uranium. Nuclear power is just taking like radioactive material and boiling water.
Yeah, how do we verify? How do we verify what?
Okay, I'll just disagree.
Okay. How do we verify what's actually happening in these bombs or nuclear power plants or whatever? How do we check it out?
We
see people die.
But there ain't no fucking radioactive decay. Like there ain't no fucking fallout that fucking kills people. That's what scared me when I was younger. That film the day after I was like fucking first, second grade or something. And seeing them people like their hair fall out and shit. They survived the blast and all that. And seeing these people fucking like die from invisible fucking, it's just another invisible enemy. Galen Windsor showed that. I believe they got the bombs. I know if you mix enriched uranium with fucking what you call it, yeah, you're gonna get a fucking blue flash. You're gonna fucking that's one of the hottest reactions on fucking Earth. I mean, you might have a bomb like that, but you ain't got fucking nuclear fallout where you have to have lead shielding for 50 fucking years or something like that. You know, if you survive the blast, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, Chernobyl's fine right now. I mean, there's plants, animals there. It's paradise right there now in Chernobyl.
Paradise. You say it's paradise?
Yeah, there's grass is growing, birds are chirping, butterflies are flying, all kinds of shit. It's fucking beautiful.
I found it.
I remember a week after it happened. I don't remember. This was a story. A week after it happened, Russia threw a parade saying it was over. We fixed it. We're all good now. And they had a parade, but it wasn't over.
I just typed in, the first thing that came up, it says Chernobyl disaster may have also built a paradise.
Yeah, bro. Chernobyl's straight, bro.
Because no one lives there, though, right?
Well, it's probably because that whole nuclear shit is fucking bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit, dude.
Well, how's it paradise?
Because no one lives there, probably. But that doesn't mean this is the way the nuclear fallout would occur. So with a bomb, it'll be a lot less chance that it'll you'll have like this radioactive shit everywhere. Like it'll be in the blast, but once the air moves away and shit like that, it's not really it's not gonna stay in things that it didn't really come in contact with too much, and it was above ground and all that kind of stuff. So the air. Basically, it's gonna most of it's gonna be in the air, and the air is gonna dissipate away. But a nuclear, the thing that happened with Chernobyl, that was shit that got into like the water, got into the soil, got into you know, all sorts of shit. So that's why it's totally different. It would be much more in Chernobyl, but I'm sure there's still places where it's pretty radioactive. I don't know why.
Paradise. I wouldn't describe a place as paradise if it's highly radioactive. That's just me, though. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you would if you wanted to, like, you know, put a, what do you call it, like a clickbait title, right?
Well, I don't know. All these science. Why do all these science things are all clickbait? Why are they all clickbait? All your science stuff is all clickbait. It's highly suspicious. Like every time I find some crazy shit, and I'm like, haha, I got him. Just be clickbait.
Because it's easy.
Nature, Scientific America, all your science, big time science things that are supposed to be prestigious. It's all posting clickbait shit.
Why is it my science stuff?
It's all your mainstream science bullshit. Those your boys. Those your boys. Just like fucking B-Ball and Pete Shea. Those are your boys.
Pete Shea. Is Pete Shea a flat earther?
Yes.
Is he?
I don't know what he is.
Apparently, he's one of my boys. So.
Okay.
Your boy.
He's literally in camp.
We got to try to relax when we got a room full of people, man, and it gets hectic. Let's try not to overtalk. I know I do it a lot. We all do it a lot. We all got to try to be more conscientious of the.
Why don't you try to calm down a little bit, dude? You get so fucking, especially with Rumpus. If Rumpus doesn't do exactly what you want him to do, dude, you start getting fucking so bitchy, dude.
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Dude. You're like, Rumpus, tell Bob that he was wrong about this and this.
That was Xanax.
It's in lockstep. Say it, Rumpus.
If Rumpus was here, Rumpus would have set Bob straight. Xanax folded like a cheap fucking suit. Okay, I'm gonna start. That's Xanax's new nickname, cheap suit. He did back me up today, though, when on that whole you have to change your you have to change your you have to go from one tangential speed to a different tangential speed. He backed me up on that. You guys were wrong earlier.
I wasn't there with you. First of all
it was you and Gummy.
All I told you, dude, this is what I said to you verbatim. I said I wouldn't use that verbiage because it doesn't seem like it fits here. So, yeah, I didn't say anything other than that. I'm talking about Foucault's pendulum and the Coriolis.
In order to have the Coriolis.
Yeah, I was just saying, I mean, because you said you got to change tangential speeds. I was like, but I mean, I wouldn't really say that in reference to this. Just doesn't sound right.
Well, that's how you get Coriolis effect. You have to move from one tangential speed to another one.
I don't think that's what's happening with Foucault's pendulum, really. Like I told you, I think it's literally just swinging back and forth, and it's frame, and the Earth is rotating in reference to it.
Well, what do you got, Rumpus? What do you got? First, Ruhif, what do you got? What do you want to talk about?
He hates Coriolis, man, so it's not
anything but Coriolis. It's literally been death for like 2 weeks.
You got to come up with something, bro.
Fucking angles to mountains.
So you're looking at the angle of something that you don't have its actual position of. So how are you going to take an angle of a not actual position?
Got its elevation, and I've got its distance.
Is there refraction happening?
Yes, there is, and we can approximate that as well.
With your formula that you don't know how it works. What's the K stand for? Ruhif, what's the K stand for in your formula?
I tried.
What's your K stand for, Ruhif? Come on, bro. What's the K stand for in your formula? It's all good if you don't know. I already know you don't know.
No, I don't. I told you I don't know.
I know. So how do you even know that the shit works or it's accurate or anything about it? You just know what they told you.
Because it gives you the refractive index.
No, they told you it gives you the refractive index, and you believe them. That's the big thing about flat earthers and globers. We don't just go out willy-nilly trusting people. We know people lie.
Wow. Earlier you were telling everybody that there might be a lens in front of the sun.
That was obviously pure speculation.
You got that from Dr. Zach.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know his fucking thing was
listen to what you just said. You just don't go out there fucking willy-nilly believing random bullshit.
Yeah, I don't. when I tested it on 5, 6, 10 Globers and it all flew, I figured that shit was legit. I don't know. I thought you guys knew what you were doing. That's why you're the top 10 Glober.
Tell Rumpus. I mean, tell Ruhif. Well, no, he doesn't like. Don't give away what it's about, okay? But tell him your big you know, you had your big fucking proof earlier, your argument for those three different effects.
and the hurricane. No, it's only 2.
Yeah.
Stop bringing in the bullets.
About the bullets, so just tell him. It's exciting. You were so excited earlier, so tell him.
Why he doesn't? He just said 5 minutes ago he doesn't like that topic.
I'm just
It's
saying,
like you're trying to torture
excited.
people.
You thought it was going to be the end of us, so
it is. It just hasn't come up yet tonight, and we've been talking about it for a week, so I'm not pressing it.
Just brought it up, dude.
I know, but people are sick of hearing about the C word.
Yeah, okay. That means that you concede. You realize that it was
no. That's not what that means. That's not what that means.
It was horse shit, is what it was.
No, absolutely not.
You know, I'm gonna tell Ruth in fear of the fact that he hates it. But anyways, Jeremy, he was very excited earlier because he had this amazing evidence. He just realized. He says no one's thought of this before. And he just figured it out just today, and it was that hurricanes and the pendulums, they deviate in opposite directions.
Yes, same exact effect. Quote, same exact effect. Co-show 2022. So take that. I disconnect or what happened?
Hey? No, you're still here.
Yeah.
Where is everyone tonight?
Taylor Hawkins had an extremely enlarged heart.
It's probably from cocaine. Wait, who is that person?
The drummer for Foo Fighters.
Oh yeah, that's cocaine. It's called cocaine heart.
What happened? Did he die?
Yeah.
What?
Was he a big cokehead? Because that happens from cocaine.
I don't know, man. At least Dave Grohl just played drums and sing and play guitar at the same time.
I heard they found like 10 different substances in his blood.
Oh yeah, he definitely had cocaine heart then.
Oh, I'm sure he's done cocaine, but I mean the stuff that he's on, the THC, smokes pot, tricyclic antidepressants, sure, benzos and opioids. Not a great.
Oh, that's a nice concoction of fucking death right there. If I ever heard
but it depends on the dosage, right?
What was it again? Say it again.
THC, tricyclic antidepressants, benzos, and opioids.
Yeah, that's like fucking that's like a concoction you would give someone if you wanted them to fucking die.
No,
me and your wife.
But the dosage is important, right? How much was found is important.
No cocaine or nothing?
Doesn't say. It says at least 10 different substances.
Yeah. So the other ones could have been fucking all types of shit.
Right.
Where was he when he died?
How old? It's 50.
Holy shit, I'm fucking old. That was the drummer from the Foo Fighters, you said?
Yeah, dude. He goes crazy, dude.
My favorite drummer of all times was Def Leppard.
One arm dude.
You ain't gonna beat that dude, yeah. I don't care how nasty your drummer is. You can't beat that dude.
I'm going to see Def Leppard later this year, dude.
Seriously?
I told my girlfriend, because we watched the Motley Crue movie, and she was like, do you want to go see them? I was like, sure. And then they're going to be on tour with Def Leppard, and I used to love both those bands, man. You know what an Australian guy told me, though? My dad's friend, when I was growing up. He's like, you know what has 9 arms and sucks? I was like, what? He's like, Def Leppard.
Terrible.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That same Australian guy. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
He's a math teacher, and he was visiting my dad when I was 10 years old, and he told me a riddle. It fucked me up for 10 years, dude. For 10 years, I thought there was an issue with math. I thought there was a problem. I didn't. It wasn't until 10 years later that I finally solved it. And it's such a.
What's the riddle?
You already know the riddle, I think, dude. Because it's the one. Remember, we were talking about it in here once, and the people in here thought there was a problem in math, but it's the one with the 3 dudes at the hotel.
Oh, it's how you phrase. It's all how you phrase it.
Yeah.
You can definitely make it look like there's a problem. You guys be doing weird shit.
I love riddles, but I hate. I mean, I like riddles that stump. Yeah, I don't like getting the answers. I like to try to figure them out. Riff, you seem like you like riddles, man, but
maybe,
huh?
If I've heard them before and give me an answer straight away, I do. If I have to think about it, maybe not.
Yeah. I don't like getting the answers at all.
B-ball, did you find the triangle thing yet? It's fucked up, bro. I can admit when I was wrong. I was wrong another night when I said the CIA couldn't operate on U.S. soil. All right, they're only not allowed to spy on or to listen to Americans' phone calls or some bullshit. Right? I can admit when I'm wrong. You need to do the same, though, buddy.
Listen, I don't think I was actually in that conversation. I think I was listening, but I wasn't the one responding to you, man. I don't know.
You were like that dude's hype man, bro.
I don't. I have to listen back, man. I don't know.
Solid effort, Chad, by the way. He's not in here. Anyway.
Oh yeah, Chad's drawings are always useful.
We talk about navigation instead of Coriolis.
What were we talking about earlier? Didn't we just? We got onto a topic. That was Coriolis again. What was the thing we were arguing about earlier, Jeremy? Oh, Jeremy's going to do an experiment. That's right. You remember that Dr. Zach video, Riv?
Which one?
Dr. Zach, you remember that guy?
No, Decimal Z, isn't it? Yeah.
Decimal Z, that's right. You remember he did that 130-minute video where he does that Aristophanes with those 9 nails?
Oh, vaguely, yeah.
Okay, well, Jeremy...
big lens sitting above him, yeah.
Jeremy liked the video, and he didn't like my criticism of it, so he says he's going to redo it, taking my criticisms into consideration, and he's going to do it like just on a bigger scale, that's all.
Yeah, go for it, Jeremy. I mean, I don't know what happened to the last thing you were going to do. The other flat earthers talked you out of it, and you never did it. The speed of the subsolar point or something like that you wanted to do?
Nobody talks to me out of things. I'm either going to do something or I'm not. I have my own free will, okay? That subsolar point thing is a logistical nightmare, okay? I've already explained this thoroughly in detail.
Yeah, he had a lot of nightmares about it, and we decided...
No, I had no nightmares. It's a logistical nightmare. No actual nightmares.
Didn't you were over on Brandon's and they were kind of talk you out of actually doing it.
People were against that heavily, I got to admit.
Yeah, I know.
I heard a lot of crazy shit pop up with that.
They should have encouraged you to do it. Shit.
I mean, I would still do it, but it's just a logistical nightmare. I mean, there's nothing really. There's so many things you'd have to do. Did you ever have your peoples do it, Kosho? Kosho was going to do it. Did you do it?
Yeah, I showed you guys the proof and everything. Nobody even cared.
No, of the sub-solar point.
Yeah, I did one. I did exactly one better. Remember, I posted in the chat. I showed all the. I did the same thing except for with stars, and I got way more latitudes than just those three, and I got way more comparisons than just the equator and the two tropics. I got all these different latitude lines, dude, and it behaved exactly like it was predicted on the globe.
Yeah,
and not at all like it's predicted on the flat plane.
Yeah, Kosho, man, you do a lot of shit, man, and a lot of shit gets like kind of lost in the weeds, and no one really, you know,
Yeah, that's expected, man.
Like
Expected.
that one thing you did with me, it was me, you, and
Yeah.
what was it, or Joby?
Yeah.
With
That was supposed to be a part of the
3D
straight
space.
line thing, yeah.
Yeah, that was a
Well,
good
actually,
one.
dude, you know what's crazy is that actually turned into something that I want to get back to this, but I turned into something that what's his name? Who's the dude? Mr. Reality. He actually was moved by that. He was like he said he wrote a song about it, dude. It's actually a really good song. What was it called? It was called As the Crow Flies. That's what it was. Because it was like that was kind of what we were doing as the crow flies path thingy. Anyways, the whole thing. He was actually impressed by it.
Hmm.
But that was literally the only person.
What was the application you used to do that?
No, I just use those.
Like
I
a
use
phone app?
those fucking GPS apps, but then I use GeoGebra to map the locations, and then that's all I did is I mapped the locations in reference to a XYZ grid from all different locations, and then it was crazy because it started. It started to construct the globe, like without even using the globe. I didn't reference a globe. I just constructed the points in 3D space for all different paths for different distances and stuff, and then end up making a sphere.
I'll return shortly.
You said what was it called? GeoGebra?
Yeah, GeoGebra. That's right.
Is that a phone app or is that on PC?
That's on both. It's on the computer. It's a website.
Okay.
Do 2D and 3D stuff, and a lot of people use it for graphs, but you can use it for like 3D graphs and stuff.
And you just input the GPS coordinates.
Yeah. Because you can put points, you can put lines, you can make spheres. You'll see those. It's pretty easy. But you can do like mathematical equations that will put this stuff in there too. So it's pretty useful.
I thought that was I mean, come on, Flatties. You guys got to step your game up and start doing some of this stuff too. I don't really see much coming out of Flat Earth these days.
Bro, I get so much stuff done. Don't even start.
Yeah, but where, Jeremy? I mean, I don't really. You talk a lot.
No, I've actually done stuff. I mostly delegate stuff. I agree, but I have done some stuff myself personally.
Then you're the CEO, huh?
I did that thing with I'm
Supervisor.
catching everyone out there. That's right. The last thing I did was that thing with Brandon when I showed that when you come up off a flat surface with your 360 circle of vision, it would look like it starts to curve.
You mean the thing you talking about when he had like a circle on the ground or something? The circle of vision or something like that? Is that what you're talking about?
I did two little ones, and then Brandon went and did a giant one. The only flaw with that is we didn't. I'd love to replicate this one too. We didn't enlarge the circle because as you get higher, you can see further. So we should have enlarged the circle as we went up with the same ratio that you can see as you go up on Earth, but we didn't do that. So that definitely needs to be replicated.
Yeah. So I mean, you got to try and get a hold of Brandon, let him know what's going on.
I hit him up on TikTok 2 days ago.
Really?
He didn't answer me yet, but I'm waiting patiently. I hope he does.
Brandon
was up. Yo, when it comes to flat earthers, bro, Brandon was up there. He was sharp. He was on point.
You see my videos I posted about him when he was fucking grilling Bev about his test?
No. You got a
Yeah.
YouTube channel or something?
Of course. Come on, Jeremy. How long you know me? Do I have a YouTube channel?
I'm the only one here that doesn't have a YouTube channel.
So I put up 2 videos, you know, and basically Brandon is asking Bev, like, hey, man, what's this test? Is it going to falsify the globe? And then, Bev just basically won't really answer the question. And he kind of gets pissed off. You should watch it. Here, I'll post
John
it.
G like
I'll watch the second one.
John G like that test that I proposed we do where you get your auto level, you set the shit up level.
That's definitely a
it's a bad sign.
No, that's a valuable. Just keep going, man. Hold on, I'm in the middle of doing something. Worse right now.
Come on, bro. Don't interrupt and then fall off.
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Whatever, man. Hold on.
Okay, should we all wait or should I continue on with the story?
Keep going, man. Just fucking keep going.
Fuck, bro.
Whenever you get a chance, watch that video.
Yeah, is the Bev one the Cold Summer Challenge? I want to watch the Bev one.
No. That's something different. Yeah, Jeremy, if you get a chance, I want you to listen to that one. The
DM it to me. I probably heard it live, but DM it to me.
Yeah, DM it to me as well. I can't see it anyway.
Oh, shit. All right.
It's not in the chat, is it?
Was it on Brandon's show? If it was on Brandon's show, I definitely heard it. I think I remember what you said.
Yeah, it was on Brandon's show. Yeah.
Yeah, Brandon's
I heard it, but DM it to me. I'll play it back.
All right.
There we go. All right, I'll go watch that.
There you go. Right,
I kind of miss Brandon. I miss Brandon shows. I mean, Gio was doing some shows for a minute, but I don't know why we don't do them anymore.
I don't know, man. Brandon, I don't know. What do you think?
But Brandon?
Yeah.
What do I think about what?
Like you think he found some shit out, or you think he just kind of just gave up on it? Like I'm just done with it. What do you think?
Oh, I think he's just
burnt out.
It's just a headache, bro. Yeah, running. He used to do prep work and shit and all kinds of stuff for the show, and he was getting like he said he was making like $200 or $300 a month off the show, dude. That ain't shit.
But you don't have to just do a show a week. I mean, if you're getting burnt out, just cut it down. You don't.
He was doing that he was doing that at the end. Remember, he was skipping a lot of days and shit, and you could almost feel it.
Yeah, but he seemed, even in the last show, he seemed like he was enthusiastic, and he was even talking about what he was going to do in the next show. So, and then that came, and then nothing else. He was just gone. I do remember, like maybe a week before his last show, he was saying something about he was having like personal issues. He never said exactly what it was, so maybe that had something to do with it.
Yeah, he told me he had a lot of shit going on. He's going to lay low for a minute, and he's probably just frustrated with everyone and everything. So he's like, "Fuck it."
Yeah. All right, I gotta fucking get
got really toxic there at the end too. It's getting tiresome.
Yo, let me get your keys, bro. What? My car's out there? I go shut all my lights off. Yeah. Come on, man. How many fucking keys you got on this thing right here? Fucking big ass janitor. You don't even know what half these keys go to. Got the key to Cocho's chastity belt on this fucking keychain right here. So many goddamn keys. Gio, you live here or what's going on? I ain't heard you all night. Damn, B-ball, I opened your DM on accident. Will you just send me a DM and say, like, hi or something? Otherwise, I'll never remember. That way you go back in my list. You're at the top of my list. My DM list and my shit list. Yo, am I in here still? Check.
I hear you.
Oh, all right. Did you hear the part when I said I got so many keys on this key ring that I probably got the key to Kojo's chastity belt? We killed him in here today, Bob. Another victory for Flat Earth. Hands down. They're like vegans. They don't want this beef. I know. In 15 minutes, when I gotta go to when I'm ready to get home and go to bed, it's gonna get mad busy in here, and everyone's gonna be talking. It's gonna be all exciting. I know you guys are doing this on purpose to me.
Where'd people go? I was watching the Bev video. It's fucking magnificent.
Where's everybody at tonight, man? For real. Got fucking Tony V in here. Whoop-de-doo.
Go ahead, man. Go. Go, go. Fucking better. Yeah, we definitely need to replicate that, definitely got to replicate that lens Eratosthenes thing with the lens. You know that shit can be done. Oh, Kojo left. Yeah. Yo.
Hey.
What's up, Bacon?
What's up? Just came here to check if there's any conversation going on.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. I'm just gonna. I would just listen, but never mind.
Kind of died out. It was real busy in here earlier. We had the rumpus in here. Witsit was killing him.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Rumpus and Witsit together.
Oh yeah, them guys have lots of fun together.
Yeah, I see.
Lots of fun. It's not a shit show at all.
Oh, I can check the live streams later then.
We went over some gravity stuff, some Newtonian, Einsteinian paradigms.
Right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna sleep then. See ya.
All right, later. Fuck are you guys doing?
freaking Dallas Dave's over there talking about clones and shit still. Jesus. That shit gets old real quick, man. At least talk about something like realistic.
Super quiet. Where'd everyone go?
You know, you guys ever seen a Sierpinski triangle?